Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary.
Members, at the commencement Members, I just wish to inform the Assembly that the Executive Committee Functions Bill received royal assent and became law on the 25th of August 2020. It will be known as the Executive Committee Functions Act NI 2020. I also inform the Assembly that the Housing Amendment Bill received royal assent and became law on the 28th of August 2020. It will be known as the Housing Amendment Act NI 2020. I would like to make just some remarks, mainly of thanks, before we commence the formal business this morning. While I have been dealing with business remotely the past few months, I want to record my thanks to Christopher Stalford and Roy Beggs for their assistance and cooperation in managing the Chamber in my absence. I also want to express my appreciation to members Jerry Kelly and Jim Wells for stepping in and providing additional support to see the Assembly through this period. I also want to take this opportunity to note the thanks of the Assembly itself to Assembly staff for their efforts during a very challenging period. I'm acutely aware from all of the contacts I've had with them that there have been countless issues to deal with, and I want to acknowledge the long hours, flexibility and creativity they have actually provided. As we begin to return to normal pattern of business, I have written to all members in relation to a number of issues that I have been raising with the Executive to have those on the record. These have been very unusual times, but the scrutiny and accountability role of the Assembly, of course, is paramount and continues. So issues around the normal courtesies and conventions expected by ministers towards the Assembly are therefore important, including being available on sitting days and bringing major announcements to the Chamber to take questions from members as appropriate. Ensuring that time is provided for the Assembly to conduct legislative scrutiny is also crucial, and the First Minister and Deputy First Minister have agreed with me that we must return to the use of accelerated passage being used for bills is on an exceptional basis only. I have therefore made a new ruling that if ministers are seeking to shorten the passage of a bill through this Assembly, separate to the accelerated passage procedure for committee consideration, then they are required to provide a statement when submitting the bill for introduction. This will provide more information for members when considering these issues. Finally, last week I suggested to the Business Committee that as the Assembly intends to resume 2 sittings each week, then that should provide sufficient opportunity for ministers to make statements, and therefore we should have a less of a need for sessions of the Ad Hoc Committee on the COVID-19 response. Therefore, while the Ad Hoc Committee will continue to be available in emergency circumstances, I have written to ministers to indicate the sessions of the Ad Hoc Committee should no longer be held routinely. And I know that the ability to return to using a Thursday afternoon will be particularly helpful to scheduling statutory committee business. So let's now move on. We have a matter of the day in relation to the implementation of the Ireland-Northern Ireland Protocol. Mr Matthew O'Toole has been given leave to make a statement on implementation of the Ireland/Northern Ireland Protocol, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising in their places and continuing to do so. All members called will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject, and I would remind members that I will not take any points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. And I call Mr Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And first of all, I'd welcome you back to your place formally. And glad to see you there. Mr Speaker, thank you for granting this urgent matter of the day. It is in many ways fitting that the Northern Ireland Assembly is first to debate some of the stories that have emanated from the press over the last 12 hours in relation to the implementation of the Ireland Protocol. Because, Mr Speaker, for 3 years, as you know, this place was in abeyance. So when the Brexit process happened, which dramatically and fundamentally affects Northern Ireland more than any other part of these islands, more than any other part of Europe, we weren't able to have our voice heard in this Assembly. Well, that has changed now. The Ireland Protocol, which was signed by Boris Johnson's government in January of this year, only exists because of the unique nature of our society and the unique political institutions that have grown up and have been agreed in order to protect and preserve stability in our society. That's why it's particularly disappointing to see suggestions that the UK government will repudiate elements of the protocol being briefed late on a Sunday night ahead of new negotiations between the UK and EU. It's deeply, deeply disappointing that the UK government, not only is signatory to the withdrawal agreement which it signed with the European Union last year, but a party to the Good Friday Agreement and the international treaty that underpins it between itself and the Republic of Ireland, that the UK government would seek to use what looks like legislation in the House of Commons to undermine core tenets of the protocol is deeply worrying and disappointing, but perhaps not surprising. Businesses and society here have been calling for clarity for months over the implementation of the protocol, but more broadly over trading arrangements that will exist between the UK and EU at the end of the transition period. This Assembly passed a motion in June calling for an extension to the transition period. The UK government has not even acknowledged that that motion was passed, let alone reacted to it. Its attitude to Northern Ireland and our institutions throughout this process has been little better, I'm afraid, than contemptuous, certainly since Boris Johnson became Prime Minister. The protocol is no one's ideal situation for Northern Ireland. The protocol is not something any of us 5 years ago, before the Brexit process, would have asked for. However, it is now lodged in the United Nations and international law. It is there to protect our society and our island from a hardening of the border on this island. It's necessary, it's essential. It becomes all the more essential when the UK government signals that it wants to strike the hardest possible Brexit. It wants to break all.
Time's up.
So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for taking this matter of the day. I hope other members will join me in acknowledging that this is a deeply concerning time for Northern Ireland, and we join together to get the best outcome for all of our citizens.
Thank you. And I call Christopher Stalford.
Mr. Speaker, it's precisely because I want to get the best outcome for all of our citizens that I am opposed to the provisions of the protocol. For 25 years, this place has been governed by the principle of dual consent. Mr. O'Toole mentioned the motion that passed in favour of seeking an extension to the Brexit period. What he didn't mention is that not a single unionist member of this House voted for that motion. So the principle, the guiding principle of dual consent, which has been the cornerstone, he talked about the institutions here, that principle went out the window with the passage of that motion, and he knows it. There have been ongoing discussions between the Executive and the Government on a range of these important matters, and for our part, we will be doing all we can to act in the interests of Northern Ireland within the United Kingdom, and it's precisely because we are acting in the interests of Northern Ireland that we as a party are opposed to this protocol. It will damage our economy because it hives us off from our largest market, the GB market. Now, I must underline what we're talking about here is mere speculation. But as a sovereign and now thankfully independent country, the United Kingdom has the right to regulate upon, the right to legislate upon the regulation of its own internal market. It is to be hoped that this is what is about to be undertaken this week by the government. The DUP position is and always has been clear about this, and the First Minister said we must remain in the UK's customs union. It is a principle we have, and that will forever be there. We have to secure the integrity of the United Kingdom. Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, a Member of Parliament, said there is not another country in the world with an internal customs arrangement like this. This is unacceptable. And I absolutely agree with both of them. Because we care about the prosperity of our people, we are in favour of ensuring free and unfettered access to Northern Ireland businesses in their own country, to their own country. And anyone opposing that should explain to those businesses how the provisions of this protocol would benefit them, because I have yet to hear any defence of them that demonstrates that that is the case. So there we have it. The dual consent principle went out the window the minute the pro-Europeans had a majority. The provisions of this protocol will damage our business, and we're running to defend it. Why? Because of speculation in the Financial Times. There is great rejoicing over one sinner that repents, and for the sake of our country, our small businesses, and our economy as a whole, I hope that the speculation is correct.
Thank you. And I call Keith Archibald.
Margaret Cancoya, and thank you for accepting this matter of the day, which I had also submitted. Last night, less than 16 weeks to the end of the transition period and ahead of the latest round of negotiations, we had reports of the British Government preparing to abandon the withdrawal agreement and Irish protocol and introduce its own legislation without any regard for its impact here. This would be a betrayal of what has already been agreed and would inflict irreversible damage on our economy and the Good Friday Agreement. For some time now, the outlook and mood music on the future arrangements negotiations has been pessimistic, with little positivity, but this is a dangerous game that the British Government is now playing. It is hard to see this as anything other than a deliberately provocative yet desperate attempt by the British Government to sabre-rattle on the eve of a crunch round of negotiations this week. It's worth reflecting, however, that this time last year the British government also engaged in similar jingoistic theatre to try to rally all the Brexit zealots around a no-deal fantasy, before then going on to compromise significantly with Boris Johnson doing a U-turn to do a deal with Europe, which included the protocol. Over the course of the last few days, we've seen British ministers talking about the positives of a no-deal, with George Eustace this morning going as far as saying a no-deal would be a good outcome as we would have gained our independence and can make our own laws, which of course is utter nonsense. Of course, we need to see the content of the internal market bill, which is referred to in the speculation, and that will be published on Wednesday. But whether this is an effort to gain some leverage in negotiations or a malign attempt to undermine the protocol, it will do little to actually make progress in the negotiations. Sinn Féin's priority, as it has been since the referendum 4 years ago, is to avoid any hard border in the island of Ireland, to protect the peace process, the Good Friday Agreement and the all-Ireland economy. This needs to also remain a top priority for the EU and its member states. They must ensure the full and urgent implementation of the protocol, which provides these safeguards, is paramount. And we will continue to defend the foundation stones of the Irish peace process, including the Good Friday Agreement, and work with those who share these priorities, wherever they may be, in the Assembly, the Dáil, the EU or the United States Congress.
Thank you, Gormagat. And I call on Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak in this, and thank you to Mr. O'Toole for bringing this motion to us this morning. It's vitally important that, even based on what currently are press speculative rumours, that this matter is debated here in the Northern Ireland Assembly. It's vitally important because the protocol that was negotiated, that has been negotiated, that is an international agreement, it is vitally important that that is carried through by the UK Government on behalf of everybody in Northern Ireland. That is not to say that it is a perfect agreement, it is far from that, but it is there to protect the institutions of the Good Friday Agreement, and it is there to protect the vast majority of people in Northern Ireland who voted to remain in the EU. It is the best of a bad job for all of us. It's vitally important that the proposed bill that is brought forward, that we have an opportunity to scrutinise it and to scrutinise its content. And in reality, it will only be when that bill is presented, hopefully later this week, that we will have a real opportunity to work through whether this is just pure speculation and posturing by extreme Brexiteers in the UK Government, or whether it will actually be a reality, a very serious reality for citizens here in Northern Ireland, for businesses large and small. We are not in a perfect position with regards to Brexit. This part of the United Kingdom has been dragged out of the EU by a UK Government and by its supporters, predominantly members of the DUP. This is not an issue to be welcoming by any party at all. It is one that has put us into a very difficult situation, and as far as the Alliance Party is concerned, it is important that we take every opportunity to question and to ensure that Northern Ireland gets the best out of what is inevitably a very bad Brexit deal for the whole of the United Kingdom. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And could I, on behalf of all the members, could I take this opportunity, Stuart, to welcome you back to the Chamber and this Assembly after your period of serious illness, and could just wish you ongoing best wishes, and I've no doubt that you'll continue to make your voice and your presence heard and felt. Cormagat. Okay, on that basis now, I'll call Jim Allister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know how many times in this House I have heard members from all sides of the House proclaim their concern about business, about workers, about consumers, about jobs, and affirm that they will do anything to advance those causes. And yet the one thing which poses a very considerable long-term threat to business, to workers, to consumers, to jobs, the protocol, is the one thing they clutch to dearly. Because make no mistake about it, this protocol cuts us off from our primary market, the United Kingdom. It fetters our trade in both directions. most particularly from GB to here, but also from here to GB. And yet, when a proposition is mooted, whether it's mere speculation or not, we will see, that some of that fettering could be loosened. That, for example, you wouldn't have exit declarations, a preposterous proposition in the first place, that you wouldn't have exit declarations to trade internally within the United Kingdom, that you could have the facility for the United Kingdom government to look after business through providing aid to businesses in need. When those two propositions are mooted, who's up in arms? The very people who tell us they care about business, they care about jobs. Two measures that would greatly assist retention of business are suddenly anathema. Why? Because their ideology is more important to them than anything else. And, take the issue of I don't think I can. Take the issue of state aid. There are many socialists on this side of the House. State aid is the essence of socialism. It's about government propping up business. It's about government with handouts. And yet when you have a government, possibly in a bill, wanting to give itself the freedom to do exactly that, who are the first people up in arms? The mighty socialists. What a sham this is. And of course it's all dressed up, most disingenuously, about supporting the Belfast Agreement. The Belfast Agreement, I remind this House, never had anything to say about trade across the border in terms of there should or shouldn't be a border.
Members,
Nothing.
time's up.
But it has been the biggest con of our time that the protocol was necessary to protect the Belfast Agreement.
Thank the member. And I now call Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to see you back in the chair. I don't know why anybody is even surprised at Boris Johnson coming out and saying what he has. This is not the first time that he has made the threat to break the protocol. This protocol is a legally binding international agreement, and one that he has continued to threaten to break. But what surprises me more than Boris's threats today is that anyone would still believe what this Prime Minister says. And I'm going to give you a bit from his track record. Let's remember that this Prime Minister was sacked in his job with the Times newspaper for making up quotes from his godfather. That this Prime Minister, when he was Lord Mayor of London, promised to eradicate street homelessness in London by 2012, when it actually doubled under his mayorship. That this Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, back in December 2019, told us, and I quote, "There will be no checks on goods from GB to Northern Ireland or from Northern Ireland to GB." Well, look how that's turning out. And probably most famously of all, this Prime Minister's lie on his bus during the Brexit referendum campaign that claimed to save £350 million per week by leaving the EU would be spent on the NHS instead. And even last week, when Boris Johnson, this Prime Minister, claimed that he wasn't even aware of Marcus Rashford's food poverty campaign, the very day after he'd issued a gushing press statement on the footballer's efforts. During the Conservatives' 2005 election campaign, let's remember that this Prime Minister, Mr Johnson, said, and I quote, that voting Tory will cause your wife to have bigger breasts and increase your chances of obtaining a BMW. Mr Speaker, why is anybody in this House surprised, shocked or dismayed to hear anything coming out of this Prime Minister's mouth? What we should be doing is being left in no doubt that this UK government will act in its own best interests and not in the best interests of people. And if there's anything to be held on to, it is the fact that there is no good Brexit for Northern Ireland, and all we can hope for is that the EU will step up, will step in and make sure and hold this Prime Minister accountable. Thank you.
I thank the member, and I now call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't expecting to get called there, but that's okay. Thank you. I suppose maybe just to add to what my colleague had said, that it is a deeply worrying turn of events. I mean, most of the businesses, regardless of what has been said here today, a lot of businesses are very concerned with what's going to take place, and they are looking for the security and the understanding of having processes put in place. They were beginning to interact with the protocol. They were beginning to find the methods to be able to ensure that their businesses wouldn't be impacted, and at the 11th hour that has been completely railroaded with what we've heard over this past day. And I worry too about the scrutiny role that this place will play as well. The Executive Office Committee has, after a number of false starts, been able to try and hold to scrutiny the ministers and their involvement in the negotiations. And now that has been completely eradicated and there's the threat to everything that has taken place so far, it means the scrutiny role that we have played has been now to this stage pretty much useless, and it means that we're not able to have the input in the way by making requests of the ministers, and all for Boris Johnson to flex his negotiation muscles. It shows the real contempt that he has for the people here in the north, that he will use us in this way. And that's people, that's businesses, that's the communities from here all being used as a bargaining chip. And I think that that is absolutely disgraceful. It is absolutely unacceptable, and we cannot have the protocol tampered with. Thank you.
Colin, and I now call on Steve Aiken.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, and may I apologise for not being in the Assembly earlier for this matter of the day. I think, in many respects, coming here into this Assembly to listen to something that is, quite frankly, press speculation at this stage shows the degree that this is unsettling to many people across Northern Ireland and beyond. But I think one of the most interesting things we have to deal with is the fact for Northern Ireland, and particularly our businesses and our consumers, that many items and many parts of the Northern Ireland Protocol are disadvantageous to our business and very much indeed disadvantageous to our economy as we go forward. And the Ulster Unionist Party has always stated this, that we don't want to see any borders north, south or east or west. What we do want to see, however, is free and open access with the rest of our country, who is our biggest trading partner. And that is what we want to see. And if these discussions do come to fruition, and it does come to get more certainty about what is in the protocol or what is likely to be in the protocol, particularly on issues to do with goods at risk, any issues we have to do with, particularly with the level playing field, and any of the raft of things that will be affecting Northern Ireland significantly come the 1st of January, we need to be in a position to do that. And if this means, and it actually gets both the EU and London to sit down and agree what these changes are likely to be and how they're going to be, so they do not affect Northern Ireland, I think that is something every single political party in this Assembly should be pushing for and trying to make happen. And also, Mr. Speaker, I think there's another issue here as well. And as we keep on talking about the implications of this deal where it comes to the Belfast Agreement. And we need to emphasise the Belfast Agreement is about the principle of consent. Now, moving Northern Ireland so that we're going to be in some way managed by a specialist committee to a joint committee, and the implications that there are, that is not democracy. And that, again, Mr. Speaker, is something members of this Assembly should be pushing against. And one of the things our party will be continuing to call for is for clarity, both from London and from the EU, about the necessity to make sure that our businesses and our consumers are not disadvantaged by this deal. And if we get to the point, regrettably, where there is no trade deal between the United Kingdom and the EU, therefore what is left for Northern Ireland should not create a degree of disadvantage for all of us. And if that's what these discussions are about, and again I must emphasise we haven't seen them, I think that's appropriate that we see those. But, Mr. Speaker, again, my apologies for not being in at the start of this debate, and thank you very much indeed for the member from South Belfast for bringing this motion forward. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and also I'd like to welcome back Stuart Dixon to the House as well, and wish him well for the months ahead. I just sit and find it astonishing that some unionist members in this House would become and continue to be the mighty defenders of this British government, Boris and his Tory cronies. Have they learned nothing from the fact that not that long ago he threw them under the big red bus and in fact reversed over them again to make sure that he didn't miss? Since that bus has gone missing, a message that was painted right throughout the campaign of great reassurances for those who were persuaded to vote leave. But the reality is, here in the North, in Northern Ireland, the majority of people voted to remain. And whether some in this House like it or not, people from their own backgrounds voted that way as well, because they realised, as Ms Bailey rightly articulated, Brexit is bad for Northern Ireland, it's bad for our people, bad for our businesses, bad for our farmers, bad for everybody. And yes, Mr Aiken is right. We do not want to see any borders across this island. But the reality is that this British government, Boris Johnson, cannot be trusted. And Mr Allister, a very sharp, articulate gentleman in this House, also must realise that Boris is a blundering buffoon that cannot be trusted when it comes to the affairs relating to this place. He will go down in history, in fact, as the Prime Minister who ignored NI, who ignored the interests of this place and our people and our children, who will be expected to recover and pick up the pieces from the madness that has been defended by the members in the opposite benches of this House. This is not good for Northern Ireland. It is not good for our children, our businesses, our young people. And to sit there and defend Boris Johnson is pathetic. Your own community, people you represent, farmers and businesses, have said to me and the other members across this House who do not consider this an orange or green issue. They consider it an issue of their livelihoods, for the economic stability of this place, for their children's futures. This is not something that we should be playing fast and loose with. And the Prime Minister needs to get the message. This House has been gone for 3 years, but it's back. And our voices will be heard in this. And so too will the majority of people across the north of Ireland, Northern Ireland, that have voted Remain. No matter how strong the voices of opposition are to that reality, the majority of people here voted to Remain. We will make whatever necessary moves to protect their interests and protect our interests as European citizens. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, members, and that concludes discussion on a matter of the day. I would ask members just to take a ease for one moment.
Order, members. I ask members to leave the chamber quietly. Thank you. The first item of business on the order paper is a motion from the Assembly Commission to appoint an Assembly Commissioner for Standards. I ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That this Assembly, in accordance with Section 19(1) of the Assembly Members' Independent Financial Review and Standards Act, Northern Ireland 2011, appoints Dr Melissa McCullough as the Assembly Commissioner for Standards.
Thank you. I call Mr Robbie Butler to move the motion on behalf of the Assembly Commission.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer will have up to 10 minutes to propose the motion and up to 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. I call Mr Robbie Butler to open the debate on the motion. Mr Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Assembly Members' Independent Financial Review and Standards Act, Northern Ireland 2011, provides for the role of Commissioner for Standards. It also provides for the Commissioner's independence and powers, which include the same powers as the Assembly to call for witnesses and documents. The primary role of the Commissioner is to carry out investigations into complaints that a breach of the Assembly's Code of Conduct has occurred, and to report the outcome of those investigations to this Assembly. Therefore, the role of Commissioner is important in ensuring that MLAs uphold high standards of conduct in public life. The 2011 Act that provides for the office of the Commissioner requires that the person to be appointed as Commissioner for Standards has been identified by a fair and open competition. The Assembly has delegated this function to the Assembly Commission, along with the responsibility for making arrangements for determining any criteria for appointment and for determining the terms and conditions on which such an appointment is made. Mr Deputy Speaker, members will recall that the tenure of the last Commissioner, Douglas Bain, ended in September 2017, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr Bain for his committed and professional service in what was, at times, a challenging role. And while the Assembly Commission had undertaken a fair and open recruitment exercise in advance of Mr Bain's tenure ending, it was not possible for an appointment to be made at that time, as the Assembly was not sitting, in order to pass a resolution required by the 2011 Act. The recruitment panel comprised of two members of that Assembly Commission at that time, Alex Maskey and Stuart Dixon, the Clerk, Chief Executive Leslie Hogg, and the former Commissioner for Standards for what was then the Welsh Assembly, Gerard Elias. I would like to place on record my thanks to all of the panel members, but I especially want to thank Mr Elias for his insight and expertise, which was of tremendous assistance to the panel. As the Committee on Standards and Privileges was not in place, the approach that was adopted for the previous recruitment competition, whereby the chairperson of that committee sat on the recruitment panel, could not be replicated. So the Speaker, in his role as Chair of the Assembly Commission, has, however, kept the chairperson of the Committee on Standards and Privileges updated on this matter. And while there have been some delays between the date of the recruitment competition and the date of today's motion, the Assembly Commission is satisfied that drawing from the merit list for this recruitment competition remains valid. The Assembly Commission is therefore delighted to nominate Dr Melissa McCulloch as Standards Commissioner for Standards for a period of 5 years as set out in the 2011 Act. Given the importance and significance of this role, it is important that we appoint a person who has the experience and expertise to undertake the duties with skill, wisdom and judgment. Dr McCulloch has worked as an academic in law, ethics and professionalism in the UK and Ireland since 2005, and has served as a ministerially appointed non-executive director for the Health and Social Care Board in Northern Ireland from 2009 until 2020, and also as a member of the Governance, Reference and Remuneration subcommittees. She is currently a visiting academic at the Royal College of Surgeons in Ireland, an assessor and chair for undergraduate medical programmes for the Medical Council of Ireland, and she also acts as a law and ethics specialist on the Clinical Governance Board at Synergix Health in London. Dr McCulloch's published work and research interests include professionalism, organisational ethics, applied ethics, equality and justice in policy and practice, diversity and inclusion and public health ethics. I am certain that Dr McCulloch's background and wealth of experience will enable her to carry out the important functions of the Commissioner for Standards in a robust and effective manner. And the Assembly Commission recognises the importance of filling this key position, and I commend the appointment of Melissa McCulloch as the Commissioner for Standards to this House.
Thank you. I call Ms Sinead Ennis, the Chair of the Standards and Privileges Committee. Ms Ennis.
Yes, I rise to speak as chairperson on the Committee for Standards and Privileges. And while the motion before us has been tabled by the Assembly Commission, I should point out that the committee has maintained a close watching brief on this issue, given the hiatus since the previous post holder's 5-year term of office ended in September 2017. And whilst aware that it was not possible to appoint a replacement Commissioner for Standards prior to resumption of the Assembly business in January last, the committee has been mindful of the crucial role of the Commissioner in providing the external and independent element of the Assembly's ethical standards framework. The process for investigating complaints is designed so that allegations of breaches of the Assembly Code of Conduct go directly to the Commissioner for assessment of admissibility and, where applicable, for investigation. The committee then considers the Commissioner's investigation reports and determines whether or not a breach of the Code has occurred and, where appropriate, recommends to the Assembly a sanction to be imposed. Therefore, the Commissioner, the Committee and the Assembly exercise the complementary functions of investigation, adjudication and sanctioning, respectively. Each has a key part to play in terms of ensuring that proper standards of conduct are upheld by members of this Assembly. Clearly, the absence of the independent Commissioner hinders the work of the Committee and the wider Assembly in implementing and enforcing the ethical standards regime. That is why the Committee has taken a keen interest in the appointment of a new Commissioner. Since the return of a fully functioning Assembly earlier this year, the Committee received a number of updates from the Commission. Members noted that the Commission had agreed on the need to appoint a Commissioner as a matter of urgency and had examined the options for proceeding in a timely and pragmatic manner.
I expect that the other members of the committee, like me, will be pleased to see this appointment being made today, and I look forward to engaging with Dr Melissa McCullough in progressing the vital work of implementing the Assembly's ethical standards system. On behalf of the committee, I therefore support the motion. Gormagat.
Thank you. I call Mr Patsy McGlone.
Gormagat, for your last comment, thanks very much indeed, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm glad to stand here today, and in actual fact, and indeed I would like to thank you for your support through this past number of months, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, in circumstances where I unfortunately couldn't be here. But in standing here today, I'm delighted that eventually we've got there after such an extensive period of time, but also very importantly so, that such a highly qualified person in Dr Melissa McCullough, with experience in law, extensive experience in different walks of life in the public sector, including her works in law and ethics, and indeed published works as well, that she would be the appropriate person to take up the role as Commissioner for Standards. It's good to be there because it's an integral part of the work that we all as MLAs do, and I'm glad the Chair of the committee has outlined the role of the committee in working with the Commissioner and indeed overseeing the work that would be produced and presented to the committee in regard to the openness, transparency and ethics that are expected of us all as public representatives. So delighted to see us eventually there, and look forward to working with the Commissioner in her work and the way forward for this Assembly. Thank you very much indeed.
Mr John O'Dowd.
Thank you, Príomh Lascan Collier. I'm just raised to welcome the appointment of Dr McCullough. It's another leg on the many legs we have on the stool which keeps this place balanced and the precarious balance that is required for us all to function. I hope I never have to come under the attention of Dr McCullough, but I do wish her well in her work.
Thank you, members. No other members indicated to me that they wish to speak in this debate. So the question is that the... Mr Blair? Sorry, Mr Blair.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you. I had the role of winding on this debate, and will proceed to do that and respond to the small number of responses that we had there. Before I do so, can I just add my comment to some that were made earlier in welcoming back my colleague, Stuart Dixon, to this chamber. Very glad to see him here. Of course, you, Principal Deputy Speaker, will understand that some of us saw more of him than he might have wished in the past number of months. And we thanked him for his contributions then, and we're glad to have him back here. Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to thank members for their contributions. While neither myself nor my Assembly Commission colleague, Mr Butler, who moved the motion, were on the original recruitment panel, as members of the Commission we are assured that an effective, rigorous and fair recruitment competition was undertaken. I would like to repeat Mr Butler's thanks to Mr Gerard Elias for his assistance that was provided to the recruitment panel. Principal Deputy Speaker, the role of Commissioner of Standards is crucial to how we are perceived as MLAs. Having a credible and experienced person undertake this role is hugely important. In this regard, I would again pay tribute to the former Commissioner, Mr Douglas Bain, for his work as Commissioner that covered the investigation of a number of high-profile and contentious complaints. I will now turn to the number of comments that were made by members, and Sheila Dennis spoke as...
I appreciate the member giving way, and it's only one, just to put on the record, and something that maybe the Committee for Standards and Privileges wants to look at in due course now that there's a new Commissioner who's been appointed. The Speaker is responsible for the conduct of members in this place, in this chamber, not for the proceedings of committee meetings. That comes under the purview of the Commissioner for Standards. And in the past, I know that the Commissioner has been brought into how members have interrogated witnesses and so on, and I've always felt that there is a conflict there because privilege extends to committee proceedings, but yet the Commissioner has a role in looking at how members interrogate witnesses, and sometimes witnesses don't always appreciate the way in which members engage in that interrogation process. Speaking from experience, a complaint was made against me in chairing a meeting of the Justice Committee. Douglas Bain dismissed that. But nevertheless, it didn't stop media from having headlines around complaints being made to the Commissioner. And I just think it's something that maybe the committee can look at in conversation with the new Commissioner, how exactly that would be managed, because I think members would find it beneficial if there was some kind of protocol for how committee meetings are going to be conducted and how the Commissioner would engage in that process.
I refuse to believe that any person could find anything to complain about in the member for Lagan Valley. Mr John Blair.
I'm delighted, Principal Deputy Speaker, that you were able to make that response before I had the opportunity to. The comments made by the member chair in the intervention will, I am sure, be picked up by the chair of the Standards of and Privileges Committee, who is here. And in that regard, can I just thank her for her support for the motion brought forward. Thank also, I don't think we need to go into much detail, Patsy McGlone for his support also when he spoke of the openness and transparency expected of members in their work, I would imagine, both here and outside this place, and also to John O'Dowd, who spoke in support also on behalf of the Commission. I thank members for that support. I trust, Principal Deputy Speaker, that Melissa McCulloch will be a highly successful Commissioner. In fact, Principal Deputy Speaker, I very much hope that she will have nothing to do at all during her term of office, once, of course, outstanding matters are progressed. However, I would say to all members, and it's been mentioned already, that adherence to the Code of Conduct of members is entirely within our own hands. So it falls to us to ensure that Dr McCulloch does not have too much to do. I hope that members from across the House will support the motion, and I commend the appointment of Dr Melissa McCulloch as Commissioner for Standards to the House.
Thank the member. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item on the order paper is a motion on custodial sentences for attacks against emergency workers. I'll ask the clerk to please read the motion.
That this Assembly supports tougher custodial sentences for those convicted of attacks against emergency workers in Northern Ireland, including police officers, prison officers, firefighters, search and rescue workers and frontline healthcare staff, welcomes the campaign led by the courageous widow of PC Andrew Harper in favour of whole life sentences, which reflects widespread public frustration with the current outcome in such cases, acknowledges the recent UK Government commitment to increase penalties applicable under the Assaults on Emergency Workers Offences Act 2018, notes that in the Republic of Ireland there exists a set tariff of 40 years for the murder of a police officer, whilst in Northern Ireland the starting tariff in equivalent circumstances is between 15 and 16 years, and calls on the Minister of Justice to bring forward, as a matter of urgency, a revised sentencing framework which better reflects the seriousness of these crimes.
Thank you. I call Mr Paul Given to move.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. One amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list. I call the member, Mr Given, to please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. One of the main responsibilities, and indeed I would suggest the most important responsibilities of any government, is to ensure law and order prevails in our society. And in having that responsibility, we empower and mandate those that serve in our criminal justice agencies to enforce the law that the parliamentarians on behalf of the people set. And so it's with that in mind that this motion has been brought forward in my name and in my colleague's name, Mr Mervyn Storey, who leads for our members on the policing board. And it came into sharp focus this summer when it came to the sentencing of an individual for the murder of Detective Garda Adrian Donoghue. He was killed in County Louth in January of 2013, murdered in the line of duty, 41 years of age, married, 2 young children, and of course in referencing his killing we remember his family today. But the sentence that was administered as a result of that murder to a citizen of this country, Aaron Brady from New Road in Crossmaglen, he was found guilty of capital murder, and with that conviction comes with it a mandatory minimum sentence in the Irish Republic of 40 years. Quite rightly, the response to that came from a number of quarters, drawing into sharp focus what our sentencing framework is here in Northern Ireland when it comes to the murder of police officers. Our First Minister rightly responded to that sentencing decision, said that victims deserve justice in Northern Ireland, and we often have heard the anguished voice of those that have been left bereaved as a result of a loved one being taken from them. The First Minister rightly said that there must be a strong deterrent when it comes to those that would consider shooting, killing, by whatever means, those that serve in our criminal justice agencies. The Police Federation, in response, also said that there is an urgent need for the sentencing framework here in Northern Ireland to be addressed, to recognise the situation that prevails in this jurisdiction. We also have the case of PC Andrew Harper, again killed on duty, and those that were sentenced in respect of that killing, one receiving 16 years and two that were aged 18 got 13 years. And of course, the pleas there from the widow of how the injustice that has been felt because early release in those situations could be granted after 2/3 of those sentences have been delivered. And there the campaign is now taking place called Andrew's Law, seeking to have a minimum sentence that is put in place for the killing of a police officer. And so whenever we look at those two examples, we of course in this part of the world can think of countless police officers in the past who lost their lives, that were killed in the line of duty. We can think of soldiers that were killed, and we can think of prison officers that were killed. And then we can think about the sentence that was administered to them. Of course, it's the reason why my party, one of them, opposed the Belfast Agreement. One of the most immoral decisions and injustices inflicted upon the victims of those that were murdered was to have the perpetrators granted early release. That was one of the reasons why I wanted the Belfast Agreement to be defeated, because of the injustice that was carried out upon those that were victims and those that lost their lives as a result of that decision to grant early release to those perpetrators. And so, when it comes to sentencing, there is an impact not just on the immediate family, but on the wider community. And there is also a distinction to be drawn upon those that serve our community as public servants. And police officers and prison officers and those that serve in the forces of law and order, they come with it a particular risk because of the individuals that they have to go out and face. I think most recently of the excellent operation that's been carried out against the new IRA. I think about those police officers that had to go through the doors and the premises and engage in all of that, who've had to gather the evidence. And obviously, as that case goes through, I'm mindful of those family members who worry because of their loved ones that have been involved in that. And so they deserve to have the protection, I believe, of the law when it comes to how people are sentenced. And whenever we look then at our own sentencing framework here in Northern Ireland, we have the lowest starting tariff for murder sentences of any region in the United Kingdom, starting at 12 years. And then when we look at the lowest starting point where a victim is in public service, it's 15 or 16 years. And that represents half the penalty in England and Wales, and is also lower than the 20-year tariff operated in Scotland. And of course, in the Irish Republic, the 40-year mandatory minimum sentence. And that is why we then need to I will, briefly.
I thank the member for drawing this out. Can I also point out that it is not a mandatory minimum sentence served. It is a mandatory minimum tariff of 40 years, but there is actually automatic 25% remission of that sentence for good behaviour whilst in prison. So the end point is 30 years, which is more comparable with our end point, which is 25 years.
The Minister can elaborate later when she's got considerable time in dealing with this area. I want to get on to the Department for Justice and the Minister's role in this in due course, but I just want to again highlight why those that serve in our criminal justice agencies require that additional protection. Attacks on prison officers in the prison establishments, 166 in the past 3 years. How many of them have been brought through the court system, and what has been the penalty whenever it comes to the punishment for them? And whenever then we consider where we are with the current sentencing framework, former Minister Claire Sugden, I see here today, commissioned a review in 2016. Then we had a public consultation in October 2019, which was completed in February of this year. That would be 6 months ago that the consultation process was completed, some 4 years after the then Minister commissioned a review into the sentencing, which is regarded as the most significant review of sentencing from 2005. And that covers a wide range of areas that need to be considered as part of a review of the sentencing framework. But we're not keeping up with the pace of changes elsewhere. We've had the Assaults on Emergency Workers Act, and that covers, and I know colleagues are going to mention, our hospital staff, our NHS workers and other emergency workers, which I haven't touched on as my main contribution. But we know that in every year for the last number of years, over 400 ambulance staff have been subject to attacks. And we think about those reports of incidences that take place in our hospital settings, where our nurses are being subject to attacks. And so I know my colleague, Mr Frew, is going to speak further around that. This motion deals with the wide gambit of sentencing that we need to have in place for our emergency workers. And so whenever I look at the process that we've followed, some 6 months later, we're still waiting on the Department of Justice to come forward with the new sentencing framework. And that's why I regret the amendment that's been put forward, in that it removes the call for tougher sentences. Why not? I appreciate it recognises the seriousness of these offences, but why is the Alliance Party not able to call for tougher sentences? Why did that need to be removed? And I'm sure they'll elaborate in respect of that. And the amendment highlights this sentencing review process that's been taking place. And so I accept, in terms of the substance of what the amendment is saying, the issue I have is that 6 months later we're still waiting on it. Now, I'm sure with this motion being the catalyst for the Department to look at this, we're going to see hopefully a positive announcement from the Minister for Justice later in her contribution as to when we're going to have the review carried out. But it needs to be carried out. I've only 1 minute left, so I'll not, but it needs to be brought forward as a matter of urgency, so that this issue can be dealt with. Then there's the debate of minimum sentencing and allowing then judicial discretion. And I have no difficulty with judicial discretion, but it's always within the parameters of the legislative framework that we have to set down. And so we need to send a very powerful signal that we back our emergency workers, we have their back whenever they're being attacked, and that we have an appropriate legislative framework in place that reflects the gravity of the offences committed to them, so that the sentence that is administered gives them the support that I believe that they should have. So I would hope that today we will send the right signal and support those emergency workers, and that we will see movement coming from the Department of Justice and this Minister, that it will be brought forward as a matter of urgency, the outworkings of that sentencing review, and then we'll consider the substance of what's actually being proposed. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Mr John Blair to move the amendment.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I thank you, and I rise on behalf of the Alliance Party to move the amendment, and hope also I will be able to clarify the reasons why, as challenged previously in this group.
Mr Blair, order. I'm sorry. You just have to beg to move, and then I can tell you how much time you've got to do that job. Give me 1 wee second. Thank you. You'll have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Mr Blair.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and apologies for that. I rise, as I said, on behalf of Alliance to move the amendment, and hope also to clarify the reasons why we in this group cannot support the motion. Like others in this House, I fully understand the sadness, anger and frustration when a police officer is killed whilst carrying out their duties, and I cannot make clear enough that I sympathise sincerely with the widow, family, friends and colleagues of the late PC Andrew Harper. In Northern Ireland, Principal Deputy Speaker, we of course need no lessons on the risks presenting on a daily basis to our police service, not least of all in the context of the ongoing and severe dissident terrorist threat. We have also seen all too regularly in public order incidents attacks on fire crews and ambulance service personnel. But we should, at this juncture, also acknowledge that when recognising risk to what we have come to call our emergency or frontline services, that there is also risk to others in public-facing roles. Just a few such roles which come readily to mind are retail sector workers in the context of robbery and other offences, taxi drivers, similar, bus drivers, the same, and civil servants, Principal Deputy Speaker, in investigatory roles, who have faced threat of or actual physical attacks in the course of their duties also. The amendment, whilst trying to overcome the limitations of the prescriptive list in the motion, nevertheless addresses, I believe, the concerns raised on behalf of the listed sectors, whilst trying also to address those concerns in the context of a sentencing review which is already underway. I would, Principal Deputy Speaker, also suggest to the House that the amendment, in addition to overcoming these limitations, also deals with practical challenges presented by the original motion, two of which I will go into in some detail. Firstly, Principal Deputy Speaker, there is, as I have referred to already, an existing sentencing review process. The consultation on which closed in February of this year, and on which it is reasonable to expect there should be a response in the near future. Good practice, I would suggest, should not facilitate predicting or undermining the outcome of that review consultation, to which interested parties, possibly including victims and their representative groups, will have responded and taken their time to do so. Politicians, those represented in this House, Principal Deputy Speaker, will know themselves if they have responded to that and if they have raised points that they may also be raising or have previously raised and are repeating here today. Secondly, on the detail, there is the challenge of perception of disparity in sentences when, in fact, in the neighbouring jurisdictions on these islands, all provide a mandatory life sentence for murder. There is the additional fact, of course, of difference in recommendations around time spent in prison, and no one is seeking to deny that, though these are determined, Principal Deputy Speaker, by guidance given to the judiciary, whose independence we value highly. It is also fair to say that there is currently specific Northern Ireland provision. The most recently created offence, assault on ambulance workers, emerged from work in this Northern Ireland Assembly following an attempt, as I understand it, to introduce an offence to recognise all emergency workers. With the collapse of the Assembly in 2017, the subsequent private member's bill to introduce an offence against hospital workers fell. I don't think the current Minister or her immediate predecessors can be held responsible, whether it's on the lapse of that preceding consultation or on that preceding legislation or on the current consultation, for the lapse in time that was created solely by the absence of a Northern Ireland Assembly. So while we make specific provision for offences on assault on police, fire and rescue personnel and ambulance workers, we should be aiming also to encompass a wider range of emergency workers such as nurses, midwives, prison officers, social workers and mental health care professionals. These outstanding matters, Principal Deputy Speaker, can surely also be dealt with within the current consultation. The amendment calls on the Minister, and it makes it clear, to bring forward a revised sentencing framework based both on the recent consultation as well as sentences available for equivalent offences in other jurisdictions on these islands. It seeks, therefore, to address any perception of disparity. In closing, Principal Deputy Speaker, I will caution against any move or request to move towards any process which would replace the perception of disparity around sentencing with perception or reality of a hierarchy of victims set out in law. For example, this disparity would differentiate, I would imagine, between the sentencing and killing of a police officer or another services officer in a public incident and the sentencing of the killing of a bystanding civilian, possibly on the same day, in the same street and in the same overall set of circumstances. This creates, without doubt, a hierarchy of victims. I am almost finished too, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I really don't see the moment. I have about 30 seconds to go. Such a move, as described, Principal Deputy Speaker, is a disservice to fairness and victims alike. There should be no difference in the sentence for murder. I move and I urge support of the House for the amendment.
Thank you. Before I call the next speaker, I want to remind the House I have plenty of names on my list, and further down the list is a Queen's Counsel and a former Justice Minister. And I think they will have a valuable contribution to make to this debate, so I think it's important that we... Now, Mr Story, don't chunter from a sedentary position. You'll get in too. I think it's important that we try to keep the debate moving to let people make a contribution. I call Ms Linda Dillon.
And I intend to make my contribution brief, so hopefully that will assist in letting other members in. I think that it's unfortunate that Mr Given made some of the remarks that he said around why he voted against, or why he was against the Belfast Agreement, because it allowed people who had killed police officers and others out of prison early, with no thought for the families who lost loved ones at the hands of police officers through collusion and directly. So I think that maybe, and I agree therefore with Mr Blair's comments around the hierarchy of victims. I'm going to leave that aside for now, because that's not really what we're talking about today. So I rise to support the proposed amendment. And firstly, I would like to place on record, and it's stating the obvious, but it can't be said enough, that we support all of our frontline workers, and any attack on our frontline workers, particularly attacks that result in serious injury or death, are completely unacceptable. These staff, whether in our hospitals, in our prisons or on our streets, need to have maximum protection measures put in place. We need to be putting measures in place to prevent and reduce these attacks, to ensure that they don't happen in the first place, because that's really where you want to be. The punitive measures are okay, but the harm is already done. So we really want to be at a point where we're looking at what can we do to prevent these attacks from happening in the first place. And in that, I welcome some of the Minister's actions so far in terms of the prisons and what they can do to reduce attacks on prison officers within the prisons. So the DOJ has recently carried out the public consultation, and I'm sure that many of you will have responded to that, and I'm quite certain that many of the remarks that have been made today will have been fed into that consultation. In our response, we asked that a sentencing review, that a sentencing council should be established to look at the sentencing tariffs. I believe the original motion removes the ability of a judge, who will have all of the facts of the individual case at their disposal, to look at both mitigating and aggravating factors when applying the sentence, and this deeply concerns me. There is no doubt that those who attack our emergency services and frontline workers should most definitely be brought to justice. As in all cases, we want to see the sentencing reflects the crime. So in that, again, I say we cannot have a hierarchy of victims. The person who is attacked or killed as a result of domestic violence, their life has no less value than any other member of our society, and we need to acknowledge that. And we also need to look at all of the mitigating factors where people have mental health issues, addiction issues. And I'm not saying that they should get away with attacking our frontline services, but we have many incidences where people in our frontline services would not want to see the book thrown at those people, because they work with those people day and daily. They understand the challenges that they face. We have people with all types of learning and social disabilities who have great difficulties in communicating with others. So we need to acknowledge all of that in terms of this, and I think that we are not doing that if we do what the original motion asks us to do. So I rise to support the amendment and thank the party for bringing it forward.
Mrs Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. At the outset, on behalf of the SDLP, I want to take this opportunity to place on record our sincere gratitude to all those emergency workers who courageously put on a uniform, step forward for the good of society on a daily basis. It's not their uniform that sets them apart from other individuals, but it's their commitment and courage to play a part in our society. I acknowledge the sentiment brought here in the House by Mr Given and Mr Story in the motion, and through its contents I also acknowledge the horrendous death of PC Andrew Harper as being the catalyst for its timing. The voices of PC Harper's wife Lizzie and his mother Deborah have resonated with many, and serious questions surrounding the determination of murder versus manslaughter and consequential appropriate sentencing have legitimately been raised. I rise, however, to support the amendment brought here today by Mr Blair and Mr Dixon, which cuts right to the heart of this debate within a Northern Ireland context. As we know, there is a current review on sentencing underway here, and the consultation having closed in February of this year. On behalf of the SDLP, I wish to add support to the words in the amendment, which shows gratitude to all those victims who courageously engaged with this consultation. It's fair to say that since March of this year, nothing in this House or outside it has been business as usual, and I believe it is reasonable that we have to give some latitude to the speed with which this matter has moved within the Department to date, as resources were hastily, temporarily and correctly directed towards the united fight against COVID-19. However, as business as usual begins to resume, albeit in a period of COVID coexistence, I would urge the Department to build back momentum into developing the sentencing review. Mindful that a flow of information into the review may have been hampered, I also welcome the wording in the amendment that calls on the Minister to look beyond the consultation and consider sentences for equivalent offences in other jurisdictions in these islands. I would further urge the Minister to consider options for sentencing on cases that sit within that fine margin of a determination from murder to manslaughter. The question raised before us in the House today is this: do we task the Minister for Justice, who already has limited time remaining in this mandate, to begin to explore the possibility of creating a piece of legislation that looks specifically at sentencing of emergency workers, or do we as a House unite behind the broader sentencing review which has already started? The rigours of the legislative process will facilitate the level of discussion, deliberation and debate that would be required when considering a proposal to break from the principle that all lives should have equal protection from the law and be equally subject to the law. The public and victims are all too often left outraged that sentencing does not reflect the horror of the crime committed, and rightly so. I believe we as a House have a duty to remedy this wrong as quickly and effectively as possible. The SDLP therefore believes if the Minister is allowed to continue undeterred with the comprehensive sentencing review, we will have the opportunity to explore in detail all those issues raised in today's motion. 3 years of absence, COVID-19 and Brexit have all stripped our departments of time and resource. It's critical, where possible, that we get behind a focused way of moving such an important issue through this House. The SDLP therefore acknowledges the motion, recognises the sentiment behind it, but supports the amendment as the solution to getting things done. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Mr Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the members for bringing forward this important motion for discussion. I have to say I'm a little bit uneasy about it. Not the spirit of the motion. I fully understand the spirit of the motion and what it's trying to achieve, and I will be supporting it, as will the Ulster Unionist Party. But I guess I'm uneasy by categorising any sort of a victim. Yes, we must protect our blue light services, the police, the fire service, the ambulance service, the army operating under Operation Helvetic, which is a blue light service, as well as our nurses, paramedics and prison officers. Attack on them is utterly reprehensible, and any sentence must match the crime to act as a deterrent. But what about school teachers? What about bus drivers? What about taxi drivers? What about the old? What about the disabled? What about our children? Are they less deserved of stiff, strong, deterrent sentences. 50% of mainstream teachers and 90% of special needs teachers are attacked each year. 45% of them are verbally abused each year. Everyone, not just emergency workers, expect and are entitled to go to work free from the threat of physical, mental or verbal violence. So for me, the issue is not about sentencing for attacks against emergency services. For me, it's the sentencing framework which is our genuine concern. Death or injury through drink or drug driving needs to be treated with the severity that it does act as a deterrent. And I know there's some people out there and say deterrents don't work, and I do not agree. Attacks on children must be seen with an aggravating factor, and the same with older people, and the sentence must reflect this. Terrorism sentencing must be addressed. Former Royal Marine Kieran Maxwell, who was tried and found guilty of terrorist offences in Northern Ireland, but was done in Great Britain, got 18 years in jail. Had he been tried here in Northern Ireland, he's likely to have got 10 years and would have been out after 5. That, for me, is unacceptable. And this licensing, 50% licensing that we do for custodial sentences, I think is partly the cause of this, or this 50% parole for extended custodial sentences. The Ulster Unionist Party did feed into the sentencing review. And we noted the 5 purposes of sentencing, which are listed as punishment, protection of the public, deterrence, rehabilitations and reparations. We do not see prisons as a warehouse for offenders, but we do believe that rehabilitation seems to have trumped everything else. And at times, sentencing must be about the protection of the public, and it must be about a deterrence. The principles of sentencing, proportionality, transparency, fairness, and the use of punishment sparingly, injects a bias against harsh custodial sentences, and we have a concern in regards to that last principle. So what am I saying? I'm saying deterrence work. I'm saying deterrence against attacks against our police officers, our prison officers, our emergency service workers and nurses. A deterrent does work. It must be seen to be working, and the people out there want to see it. They want to see our frontline services protected, but they also want to see our teachers protected, our young people protected, our disabled and the old people protected as well. So it's a sentencing framework that we really have to deal with. I also note that the First Minister's call for those who disappeared their victims to be refused parole unless they give the whereabouts of their victims, and I absolutely stand by that. I think that is something that we must address, and we must address it now, and I believe that should be retrospective. So those people who disappeared, Columba McVeigh and Robert Narak, if they're still about, should be returned to jail. Sentencing is always going to be emotive. We know that. We know what we're trying to achieve here, but I'm happy to support the motion, and I'm happy to support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Paul Fruit.
Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise, of course, to support my colleagues in this very worthy motion at this time. And I suppose it is reprehensible that our public servants and their families are not given the protection within law that they and their jobs merit. For police service or soldiers and our prison officers, their job is not a 9-to-5 job. And even if it is, it doesn't end at 9 and 5. Their whole lives are wrapped around protection, around worry, around sincere measures that they have to put in place, even children, to protect them and their families from a terrorist threat. and has always been the case here in Northern Ireland. And I suppose if there's one thing I could appeal to the party opposite has a horrendous past in this regard, like no other party in this House. And I would say that whilst we can't change the past, you can't change your past, you can make a difference in the future by protecting these people going forward, them and their families. And to do the right thing by those people would be enormous and would be a recognition of the sacrifice of the past. But, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, if I could speak on the other aspect that is bound to be neglected here. We're going to focus on the murders. There's no doubt about that, because obviously those are the most horrific of crimes, and the loss of family and the sacrifices made. But there's also an issue around assaults and the damaging of people. And that goes right across the spectrum of people who serve. That affects nurses and ambulance workers, and we have made a difference. We have made differentials between different people and their jobs, and has always been the case. So our job is to try and find that differential and try to be fair around that differential. And we have made exceptions for police officers, for firefighters. And lately, a number of years ago in the Justice No. 2 bill, when my amendment for assaults on ambulance workers was successfully passed in this House. And that made a difference to those people and those workers who serve the community, who help vulnerable people, and who at times during their service fall under circumstances where they are assaulted, some of them very grievously, and damaged in the course of their actions. And Mr. Blair, I think, alluded to the fact that I had a private member's bill in the front of this House, this Assembly, around the same protections around assaults for emergency workers. And I must say that private member's bill was proving to be a challenge for a number of reasons, one of them being, where do you extend this protection to? Because social workers are going into people's homes where they could be vulnerable and could be attacked also. And there's a wide range of healthcare workers, even people who work in mental health hospitals, who on a daily basis find very challenging scenarios to deal with. So that all had to play in the mix, and I believe should play in the mix. But one thing that is important when looking at all of this is the impact of a crime on an individual, how they suffer pain, how that affects them, how that affects their role that they play, how it affects their job, their sickness, when they can return to their jobs. But not only that, the impact on other people. If you take somebody out of service, so if you assault an ambulance worker or an accident emergency nurse or doctor or worker, and they have to take time off work, even at that time, even at that night when they're assaulted, that could have ramifications which could mean the death of someone else, indirectly. And that is something that we should be mindful of when we look at these sentencing laws and when we look at assaults. So even if a nurse or a doctor is assaulted and have to leave their place of work for an hour, that could have massive ramifications for someone's life, because that nurse and that doctor, that healthcare professional, is not there to administer first aid to somebody. And that could have massive ramifications right through the line and deprive people of their family members and their loved ones. And that is something that we should be mindful of when we pass these motions and this legislation. Thank you very much.
Ms. Janet Dolan.
I stand to support the amendment. There is a view that sentencing for attacks on people providing frontline public services does not reflect the gravity of the offence nor act as a sufficient deterrent. It emerged earlier this year that there were 36 attacks on ambulance staff in the North in January 2019 alone. And in the 12 months leading up to 30th September 2016, 4,382 assaults on nurses were recorded in the health and social care sector. Additionally, in April of this year, a survey by the Shop Workers Trade Union suggested that incidents towards shop workers has doubled, with 1 in 6 of the almost 5,000 workers surveyed saying they had been abused on every shift. Almost 2 out of 3 of those questioned said they had suffered verbal abuse, and around a third had been threatened by a customer. I am not downplaying the challenges our emergency workers face, but as Sinn Féin spokesperson on workers' rights, I found it horrific that any worker should face increasing abuse and violence. This should never be part of any job. And yes, whilst the punishment of the perpetrator needs to be a priority, so too does the support provided to the victims of these attacks. Therefore, in the process of the sentencing review, it is paramount that the contributions of victims to the consultation are fully taken into account moving forward.
Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. And the motion that we are debating here today is indeed an incredibly emotive issue. There can be no doubt in anyone's mind that we must have a societal attitude where people who are on the front line of our emergency response teams can feel safe in the work that they do. That they are assured in the knowledge that they can go about their essential work without fear of injury or their life being taken. Likewise, it is incumbent upon everyone in our society who is in their workplace, in their community, home, school or streets feel safe. The violence witnessed throughout the North for all too many years serve as a reminder to us that violence will only breed further violence. That assuredness of safety is underpinned by a societal response to someone who takes another's life with little or no motivation other than the job they are doing. Such a person must be assured that they will face the full consequences of the law of the land for their actions. A key component of that is a custodial sentence which is consummate to the crime that is committed. All too often we hear of people that have been charged with murder who then receive a sentence that seems wholly inadequate and does not reflect the horror of the crime committed, the pain that is felt by the family left to grieve, or the moral outrage felt by a society that has witnessed this. And whilst I support the sentiment of the motion, I say to the proposers that I worry that if we pass it, that we will set a precedent that says if you murder certain people, you will get a particularly long jail sentence, yet if you murder others, you will get a shorter sentence. In truth, there is a danger here, albeit I accept unintentionally, of creating a hierarchy of sentencing and a hierarchy of victims. And I believe that that is a dangerous message. I believe we need to send a clear and unequivocal message that if you set out to commit a murder, you will receive a sentence that reflects that. Now, obviously, I do not want to detract from the judicial process that will take each individual circumstance into consideration, but I refuse to accept a situation where someone's life is valued as less or more based simply on the job that they do. I am happy to support the Alliance Amendment because it does all of what I've said. It recognises the contribution and heroic work of our emergency services and accepts that they should not feel that their life is valued less than others or face the peril of murder when they are carrying out their work, nor should their families live in such fear. However, I will say that the motion correctly references the sentencing review consultation which took place recently, and I think it is important that we allow that consultation to conclude and then consider its recommendations before we prejudge and suggest changes to the current system. Many people believe that the system is too soft, and that is a view I am sure will be encompassed within the sentencing review consultation. I think it is best that we wait until we hear from that consultation, and I look forward to hearing its recommendations. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I support the amendment to the motion and hope that it can receive the support of this House, and that we will, at the conclusion of the consultation, send out a clear message that all murders will be considered equally and have the same rigours applied equally to. Thank you.
Mr. Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I hadn't minded to speak in this debate, but I couldn't not. Given that, and I have to declare an interest, I have 20 years' experience as both a prison officer in the Northern Ireland Prison Service for 4 years and 16 years as a firefighter. So if anybody wants to have a conversation with me with regard to what it feels like to work as an emergency worker and live under those threats, it is a job like no other. I've never been a nurse, but I do have nurses in my family who work. And many of these roles, they're not ordinary roles, guys. They are exceptional roles. And I pay credit to each and every one of those, whether they're in the police, the prison service, work in our hospitals, work in our health centres, in our prisons and the fire stations and our paramedics, and there are many others. And some of them have been named by members today. Absolutely. Well.
Also, in terms of the jobs and the settings that he's setting out there, acknowledge that we have a very committed and dedicated workforce in domiciliary care who are out there every day working in homes and who are also vulnerable to attack and dealing with complexity.
Member has an additional minute.
Thank you for that, and I absolutely will. I think for anybody that works in the community, you've got domiciliary care, you have mental health nurses who are working on their own in complex environments, and social workers, which is your own background, I believe. So we do have all of those workers who do step into areas where there is increased risk. It's not the same as working in a shop, actually. The risk is already there. It is slightly increased. And in fact, we have these peculiar circumstances in Northern Ireland, for instance, where if you're in the police, you're in the prison service or any security job, guess what? You're not on social media as your normal self. We're still not there yet, guys. It's still an increased pressure in Northern Ireland. So there is a conversation to be had. I do welcome the spirit of the motion. I also welcome the amendment. And as my colleague has said, we will vote for both. There were just a couple of things that perhaps didn't sit right with me with regard to the total conversation that we're having today. The member from Lagan Valley, we agree on about 90% of things, issues like abortion and so on. The one we don't agree on is the Good Friday Agreement. In 1998, I was 26 years of age, and I was a prison officer, and I voted for the Good Friday Agreement because I wanted something better. Everything that went on before that was absolutely wrong, and it was vile, and there were some things that stuck in my throat that I had to say, but I knew it was the best thing for peace. I would vote for it again, and I'll have a discussion with anybody on that again. But we're not in 1998, this is 2020, and this is a complex debate. And I do recognise the victims campaigners like the widow of PC Harper, and the pain that that lady will go through for her life and the impact on her family needs to be recognised when we have appropriate sentencing for premeditated murder. But there are many, many different types of violence that can be inflicted on each of the people that we're talking about today, whether that is social media, whether that's that coercive piece, whether it's the piece where you actually just don't get treated the same and you're slightly outside of society here in Northern Ireland, and that's mostly down to our security forces and the unique way they have to live. It's unjust and it's intolerable. But I believe, whilst I do believe in a strong deterrent, I'm also a keen advocate for rehabilitation and justice. I can't look at one without looking at the other. And if you're involved, as I am, especially in and around mental health and that field, we cannot neglect the high rates of mental health and addictions that we have in Northern Ireland, and the correlation between excessive drinking, drugs, mental health, and acts of violence. So, in essence, Mr. Speaker, I will support the motion and the amendment, but this conversation needs to be an adult conversation. The deterrent and the rehabilitation piece need to go hand in hand. Thank you.
Mr. Jim Allister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I do have to say this. This House significantly lacks credibility in discussing these issues and in propositions about tougher sentences being required. Because 4 of the parties that make up the government in this House were advocates for opening the prison doors and letting out the murderers, whether they were child killers or police killers. The unanimous view of 4 of the parties in this government was they are different, let them out. I listened to Mr. Blair talking about we can't have a disparity, a hierarchy of victims. It's a bit late for the Alliance Party to think in those terms, because in 1998, that's exactly what they endorsed. Now, if you killed a policeman, you got out of jail. If you killed your neighbour in a domestic or your wife, you stayed in jail. So it really is stretching credulity to hear people in this House talking about not creating a hierarchy of disparity when they, through their political parties, have done exactly that. That is why I say this Assembly, peopled in the main by folk from those parties, lacks credibility on this issue. And of course, lacks it particularly from the benches of Sinn Féin, who to this very day not only campaign for release of IRA murderers, but to this very day refuse to call them murderers, refuse to condemn them as terrorist acts, still justify those acts. And then they come here today nitpicking about whether we're going to be creating a disparity when they are the living, walking illustration of hypocrisy and disparity on the issue of criminality. When they yet cannot say it was wrong to kill. Nay, they celebrate, they glorify the killers. So I do stress the point. This Assembly starts from a very low base in terms of looking for pontificating about sentencing for all. I do recognise there is an issue about picking particular sectors for a particular format of sentencing, but there's a far bigger issue, and it's the one I've been talking about. But I do want to say to the Justice Minister, I think there is an issue she does seriously need to look at. In non-homicide cases, this 50-50 practice of you get half probation and half time to serve, it rightly is regarded as the soft option, because that's what it is. For most criminals, putting them on probation is that which causes them to laugh as they walk away from the criminal justice system. So this idea of a 50-50 process in sentencing is one of the things that is bringing the whole criminal justice system into serious disrepute. And if anything is to be addressed, that, I believe, is an issue that needs to be addressed in a very vigorous way. So I do think it's unfortunate that we're having a debate on an issue where there is an attempt to set up straw men.
To conclude his remarks, please.
To set up straw men about disparity, when the very creators of this disparity are the people sitting in front of me.
Mr. Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak against this motion for a multitude of reasons, which I'll try to outline today. But I want to begin by being very clear that this kind of a policy and approach in the motion is straight out of the right-wing playbook. The motion references the fact that Boris Johnson's Tory government is considering a similar move, but it's also the preferred approach by Hungary's Viktor Orban, who was elected to power by pandering to a right-wing base with promises that he would introduce mandatory minimum and whole life sentences. Bolsonaro has long advocated for harsher punishments in Brazil's penal system, and last year spoke of plans to introduce whole life sentences, which are advocated in this motion. Donald Trump, I know he has some fans across the chamber, when first seeking election, won support from the right for advocating mandatory minimum sentences for people trying to cross the US Mexican border. It is the preferred approach by those on the right who view the issue of criminality as an individual problem rather than a societal one, and who rely on retribution rather than seeking out the root causes of crime in society. This approach has been criticised and opposed the world over because it completely overhauls the principles of proportionality and rehabilitation. And the motion in front of us today references the south of Ireland as having desirable mandatory minimum sentences. I would refer members here to the Irish Council for Civil Liberties, who as far back as 1986 opposed such sentences, saying, and I quote, "The ICCL has always been opposed to mandatory sentencing on the grounds that it doesn't leave sufficient discretion to take into account the individual circumstances of the offence and degrees of culpability." The concept of proportionality has been recognised by the European Court of Human Rights as constituting an essential part of human dignity and grossly disproportionate. Sentences can be found to breach Article 3 of the European Convention on Human Rights. The detrimental impact of mandatory minimum sentences, Mr Deputy Speaker, on first-time offenders is also well documented and can be clearly linked to instances of reoffending. And most relevant of all, there is little evidence at all that tougher sentences actually deter potential offenders from committing the specified serious offences. It is also worth acknowledging that this approach would roll back on a series of reforms which sought to remove political interference in the courts and lessen the long-term detriment faced by those serving mandatory minimum sentences. This isn't a proposal which seeks to end reoffending or change behaviour in order to protect those emergency workers it references, because evidence shows that this approach proposed in the motion doesn't actually work. The motion is simply an attempt to pander to those who view offenders as simply incapable of change. Mr Speaker, I also want to speak to the hypocrisy I see with the approach often taken in this motion. There is already a massive disparity in treatment in the punishment meted out by state forces and those who aren't state forces. This is summed up well by the tragic murder of Mark Duggan at the hands of British police in Tottenham in 2011. Unsurprisingly, Mark's murder has been on many minds since the murder of George Floyd by US police forces, and many other innocent black people have been tragically killed. Not only was the media and wider public misled by the police who lied, claimed that Mr Duggan had opened fire on them, but even after that was deemed false, the murder of Mark Duggan was judged to be lawful. No mandatory minimum sentences, no consideration of a whole life sentence. Those who took aim and took the life of Mark Duggan were given effectively a free pass. And obviously there are countless other examples, including those which happen locally, of police and other state forces acting with impunity and without sentence of this kind. This motion, if it were to become policy, would serve to enhance that disparity. And finally, I do, Mr Deputy Speaker, find it galling that those emergency workers referred by this motion, including firefighters, search and rescue workers, frontline healthcare staff, have found themselves standing on picket lines begging the executive to pay them fairly, or in the case of search and rescue, carry out some of the most essential and worthwhile roles imaginable, aren't funded properly and have to rely on volunteers, donors and the goodwill of many people. The way this executive has treated these workers has been appalling for over a decade, and this
member's time is up.
This motion does not even acknowledge that. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Claire Sugden, but would remind her she has 5 minutes. If she gives way, I'm afraid I can't give her an additional minute. So, Claire Sugden.
Thank you. I might just do that, given that it never happens very often. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion as amended. This is my first preference. If the House does not accept the amendment, however, I am content to support the original motion. My support for the amendment, however, is on the basis that the Minister of Justice does review the consultation responses urgently, formulates new policy and bring forward legislation, if necessary, before the end of this mandate. If that's not possible, then I'm not sure we can support the amendment. I don't think that victims of this type of crime can actually go another 2 years without getting the proper justice that I sought to achieve when I announced the sentencing review in 2016. I will make a quick note about the delay in this review. I don't accept that it was because we had no executive, and I don't accept it's because COVID that nearly after more than 4 years later, we are still at the consultation stage of the sentencing review. As Minister, I instigated the Department to get on with the work. That process should have been allowed to happen. The Northern Ireland Executive didn't sit, but government departments continued to work. So why has it taken nearly 4 years to get to the point that we're at now? And certainly, I'm not putting the fault at the blame of the Minister. She hasn't been in post very long, but I would certainly encourage her to try and progress this as soon as possible. I do accept that this is a really significant piece of work. There will have been many responses to this consultation. However, if it's not possible to have a wider piece to address what has been raised by the various stakeholders, then maybe we do need to look towards succinct pieces of legislation which address elements of it. I sought to review the sentencing in 2016 mostly because of a lack of public confidence in our justice system amongst the general public. It was felt that sentences weren't fit for purpose. They didn't reflect the crimes that were committed. And whilst I've heard many arguments that we as legislators should not be guided necessarily by the emotion of the public, and we should look at this from a judicial and a fair justice perspective, we're legislators. The sentencing framework in which the judiciary will act will do so within legislation. We create the law, they interpret it. And if we, as representatives of the general public, are being told by our constituents that it's not fit for purpose, then we have to listen to that. I fully recognise and support the independence of the judiciary. They are far beyond qualified and experienced to be able to give their opinion in how we do this. And indeed, they are a major stakeholder, and we should be listening to what they say. But also, so are the general public, so are victims. The sentencing review that I announced was also in part led, and it would be remiss of me not to mention the case of Enda Dolan. His father, even in these last 4 years, has continued to pursue a change in the sentences around dangerous drink driving, and I fully support that. So whilst I am happy to acknowledge and support what the proponents of this motion have said, I do think it has to form part of a wider sentencing review. There's also the point of parity and the practical implications of that. Other jurisdictions within the United Kingdom, and indeed the jurisdiction of the Republic of Ireland, do operate differently in this area, as do we, and it causes difficulty between the regions. So if anything, we need to look at that as a practical concern of why we need to address this and address it quickly. I've heard some people talk of a hierarchy of victims. I don't accept that. I look at this as a context in which crimes are committed. And maybe evidence will suggest this, and I would really like to see this if we were going to pursue this type of motion. Disproportionately, prison officers, police officers, frontline service workers are targeted because of the job they do. And I think that's an important acknowledgement. These people are not being targeted because they are sitting in their homes with their families. They're being targeted because of the job that we as the public expect them to do to keep us safe. And I think that is an important distinction when we're looking at crimes like this. But again, maybe it's not about pursuing it through a new piece of legislation or changing the sentencing framework in itself. People have talked about everybody is equal, but we have circumstances where other contexts different types of victims are considered. For example, in the new domestic abuse bill, we have an aggravating offence against children. If children are present, then the sentence may be longer. So there are opportunities to look at this in other different ways. But I do support the sentiment, but I think we need to do it as part of a wider sentencing review. If anything, an end-to-end justice review, but maybe that's for the next mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, question time commences at 2 p.m. and we need to allow some time for members to change places and to sanitise the benches. As we don't have time for the Minister's full 15-minute contribution, I propose, with your leave, to suspend this sitting until 2 p.m. Sitting will resume at 2 p.m. with questions to the Minister for Infrastructure and this debate will then resume following the urgent oral question to the Minister for Health, which will be taken after questions to the Minister for Justice. Sitting is by leave suspended.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern
Okay, members, it is now time for questions to the Minister for Infrastructure, and we start with the list of questions. And I call Andrew Muir to ask the first question.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Invite the Minister. Yep.
Speaker, the bicycle strategy that the member refers to was published by one of my predecessors in August 2015. The strategy was based on 3 pillars: to build a comprehensive network for the bicycle, to support people who choose to travel by bicycle, and to promote the bicycle as a mode of transport for everyday journeys. There were no specific targets set out in the strategy, but a number of ministerial ambitions related to significantly increasing the proportion of shorter journeys made by bicycle. This desire to increase cycling journeys is reflected in the programme for government, and my commitment to increase the proportion of journeys made by walking, cycling and public transport. In order to achieve this, I want to ensure that in all transportation interventions, my department includes measures to improve walking and cycling as key components of the project, particularly in urban areas. I want to build infrastructure that makes walking and cycling journeys easier, safer and more convenient to undertake, including segregated and separated lanes and paths on the road, quiet streets where motor traffic is not allowed to predominate, and traffic-free paths away from roads. Finally, I want to support councils in their development of greenways right across the north.
I call Andrew Muir for supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her response. The Belfast Bicycle Network, which arises from the strategy, has targets within that and would require 12,500 metres each year to meet those targets. In 1920, only 120 metres of cycleway was created. In the Republic of Ireland's programme for government, they have committed to 20% of their transport capital budget being allocated to active travel. At this point, I would declare that I was previously an employee of TransLink. Will the Minister commit to making a similar allocation within the budget for the next financial year?
I thank the member for his question, and I think that one of the positivities to come from COVID is that we are seeing an increase in people engaging in active travel, and particularly in the area of cycling. The member will know that I have appointed a walking and cycling champion in my department, and that's to demonstrate that this policy area and this commitment is at the centre of the work of my department. You will also be aware that I have allocated a new blue-green fund of £20 million, and we're very keen to see more cycling infrastructure, to see the further development of greenways as well in particular. And the member also refers to the Belfast Cycle Network. And I would hope to publish the Belfast Bicycle Network before the end of the year, and this will set out the priority cycling routes for Belfast. But I'm very keen to try to see this agenda progress right across council areas, and so I would be very keen to see this replicated in towns and cities right across Northern Ireland.
Okay, thank you. And before I call the next speaker, next questioner, just need to remind members that questions 7 and 9 have both been withdrawn. So I call Trevor Clark. Oh, sorry. I'm way ahead of myself. Need to bring back Roy or Christopher. And I call Michelle McElveen, please.
Speaker, and thank the Minister for responses. As the Minister will be aware, momentum is growing in certain areas to move greenway projects forward. Will the Minister give a commitment to contact councils to encourage them to fully consult with landowners with a view to reaching agreement for routes in order to avoid vesting land?
I thank the member for her question. My walking and cycling champion wrote out to all of the councils in July, if I recollect correctly, asking them to be submitting proposals around greenways. So we're very keen to be working in partnership with councils to address the areas that you have highlighted as well. I would like us to be in a much more advantageous situation in terms of greenways, but there's money within my Blue-Green Fund to be able to work forward on design and feasibility, and also working in partnership with landowners, local communities as well, which is really important, and councils to try to address and preempt any difficulties that might emerge so that we can make as much progress as possible.
Thank you. And I call Karen Mullen.
Minister, in the Department's recent survey on student travel behaviour has shown that only 3% of students cycle as part of their journey to school, even though we know 50% of young people live within less than 3 kilometres from their school. Can I ask what your department is doing to encourage cycling, as well as working to expand the educational programmes such as active school travel?
And the member makes a very important point that survey did show, and I think almost every survey that has been conducted around active travel, particularly in cycling, has demonstrated that more people of all ages would cycle if they had safer infrastructure and space to be able to do that. We are engaged in a number of pilot projects, and we're working with Sustrans so that we can have cycling proficiency in schools, because we think that's very important in terms of the cultural change that's required. We are looking at a number of schools to see about cycling routes, what we can progress there, and then obviously the member will be aware that I announced funding for the 20-mile-per-hour speed limit to be rolled out around 100 schools this financial year. It doesn't solve the problem, but again, it's about creating that safer environment for children to be able to walk and cycle safely to school.
And I call Rachel Woods.
And thank you, Minister. Can I ask the Minister how much funding is allocated to the bicycle strategy currently for this financial year?
Thank the member for her question. We haven't allocated money as such to the actual strategy itself. What we're hoping to do is, because it's capital monies, to be able to utilise the money to be able to advance a number of projects within the scheme, but also any other ideas that councils or communities come forward with in terms of advancing the whole cycling agenda.
Okay, moving on to question 2, we'll call Trevor Clark.
Question number 2.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will answer questions 2 and 3 together. My officials are continuing to progress the application at pace in line with planning policy to a point where a decision is ready to be made. When all consultation responses are received and all statutory processes complete, a recommendation will be brought forward by my officials. I am keen to bring a resolution to this long-standing application for the sake of all involved. But if a sound decision is to be reached, it is important the planning process is completed correctly. At this time, my officials are liaising with colleagues in DAERA in relation to the updating of a statement of need for the facility in the context of the proposed development and of the strategic and long-term needs for waste management and the circular economy in Northern Ireland. When that response is received, officials will complete their assessment of the planning application. At this time, I cannot confirm when a recommendation will be made. And in the interim, I hope the members appreciate it would not be appropriate for me to comment on the individual planning merits or otherwise of this application.
And I call Trevor Clark for supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for her answer? Given the Minister prior to her appointment has maybe been publicly supportive of the No ARC21 campaign, does the Minister believe then that she may be conflicted when it follows the due process to come to the decision-making process, that she would have to abdicate from that position and pass that to someone else?
It is well known that I supported No ARC21 in my role as MLA for North Belfast. However, I am now the Infrastructure Minister, and as such I am guided by the Ministerial Code of Conduct, as well as the pledge of office I took when I accepted the portfolio for the Department of Infrastructure. As Infrastructure Minister, it is important to me that any planning decision taken is robust and sustainable, and that it is taken in an open and transparent manner on its planning merits. As such, I will not come to any conclusions on the processing of this application until I have carefully considered the report and recommendations of my planning officials.
I call Steve Egan for supplementary.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. And may I make a declaration of interest, because previously, along with the Minister in previous guises, I have stood on the platform for No ARC21 and believe very strongly that this incinerator is nothing more than a Ponzi scheme. But the question I would like to ask the Minister, bearing in mind the length of time this has been taken, could she outline for us the costs that have been accrued by the taxpayer for the considerable amount of legal activity that is ongoing, since one of her predecessors made very clear that this project should not go forward? And can she furnish those costs directly to the Assembly so we can review whether this has been good value for money by our department or indeed anybody else?
Mr Speaker, I don't have that information to hand, but happy to take that away and provide information as required.
Okay, thank you. And I call Jim Allister.
Does the Minister agree that whether it's this decision or any other planning decision, pursuant to the Executive Functions Act, she can now make that decision without recourse to the Executive and without waiting any amendment to the Ministerial Code? Does she agree with that?
I do. With the granting of royal assent to the Executive Committee Functions Bill on the 21st of August, the Executive Committee Functions Act 2020 is now in effect. This Act, by its amendment of the Northern Ireland Act, clarifies that any infrastructure minister, both now and in the future, can take planning decisions which are the statutory responsibility of the Department of Infrastructure. As such, and I see the taking of planning decisions as an important component in assisting our recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, I intend to begin making decisions shortly on a number of planning applications which officials have been working on to bring to a decision point. Having considered legal advice, I am satisfied that the amendments to the Northern Ireland Act allow me, as Minister for Infrastructure, to take planning decisions from the period of royal assent.
And I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, considering the weight and size of opposition to this application from communities and also from most parties in this chamber, and considering the detrimental impact this application will have on the environment, does the Minister agree with me that this project shouldn't proceed any further?
As I outlined in one of the previous responses, as a Minister for Infrastructure, I have to ensure that due process is completed, and therefore it would not be appropriate for me to comment any further on the application.
I call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I ask further to the questions that the Minister has answered? If any future decision-making process around this application will take into full consideration revisited and reviewed environmental concerns, consultation with the relevant environmental agencies, particularly with regard to air quality, and whether or not recycling and being replaced by burning our waste is a good idea?
I can confirm to the member that in the consideration of this application and in its analysis by my planning officials, all relevant information will be scrutinised and reviewed.
I call Orlia Flynn.
I would just like to ask the Minister on the topic of planning applications. I know that obviously a lot of people are waiting in anticipation around the Casement Park. decision. And I know you mentioned in one of your answers previously there that you will be considering some of these decisions soon. I'm just wondering, would you have at this stage any sort of timeline when the public could expect the decision just specifically on casement? Thank you.
I thank the member for her question. And as she points out, I have previously stressed the need for progression of this long-awaited application, and my officials continue to work at pace so it can be brought forward for a decision. Officials have substantively completed their assessment of the application and are presently considering a recently submitted objection to the application. It is important that due process is followed if a sound decision is to be made, and it is hoped that a recommendation on this significant application can be brought forward shortly.
Okay, moving on to question 4, I'll call Cathal Boylan.
Cormac, can I welcome you back to Kest Everett Cahar? Let a hold question number 4, please.
I was in Newcastle on Tuesday the 25th of August visiting homes and meeting residents, and could see for myself the extent of the flooding, the damage and disruption to properties, and the very understandable upset from people. My department has developed very effective emergency planning arrangements, and these worked well. Following the weather warning issued by the Met Office, my department's operational teams and multi-agency partners were in a heightened state of awareness from Monday the 24th of August and were ready to respond to the threat of flooding. Subsequently, on Tuesday morning, a multi-agency response in Newcastle was quickly established with operational teams and multi-agency partners present from early morning, distributing several thousand sandbags, pumping and providing assistance to property owners. It is believed approximately 40 millimetres of rain fell in just under 6 hours. That's roughly 50% of the monthly average. At this stage, a partial blockage to a bridge on the Bransford Road that occurred as a result of the high water levels in the Shimna River, carrying debris down the watercourse, is also thought to have been a contributory factor to the flooding. In order to reduce the likelihood of flooding in this area again, I am committed to delivering the Shimna Flood Alleviation Scheme in Newcastle. It is due to commence on site next summer, and I have asked officials to do all that they can to accelerate delivery of this important project.
Cathal Boylan, supplementary.
Cormac, and I thank the Minister for her answers. And the Minister is well aware of the stress and the concern and the worry of the residents. But leading up to the storm, there was reports to the Department in relation to debris and trees along the river. Can the Minister clarify when exactly they responded to that, or what did she do in relation to that on the Department?
I thank the member for his question. At 12:45, the department received a report from the PSNI that debris had built up at the Bransford Road Bridge that crosses the River Shimna, and this was blocking the flow of water. Action was taken to remove that. And I would say to members, because I know how close we are to our constituents, we're always keen to learn in the department. We put in a number of measures in advance. We couldn't foresee the exact location of the flooding or the extent. It was very much unprecedented. But we are keen to always learn and improve. So if members are aware of things that were brought to the attention of the department or things that they think we should have done better, I would be keen to hear them so that we can try to implement any learning going forward.
I think I'm going to call Roy Beggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it very strange that the department is being criticised in a lack of preparedness for this, especially given that there's been 3 years when we had no minister in post and the difficulties that were arisen during that time were not overcome. So does the minister agree with me that those who were responsible for those 3 years' delays and not removing the obstacles owe a responsibility to those who were flooded, and as they should take their responsibility and contribution for it rather than attempt to blame the department for what resulted?
I thank the member for his question. First and foremost, I feel for the residents because they shouldn't have had to undergo that horrendous experience. I also think of the frontline workers, both roads and rivers in the Department for Infrastructure, but also emergency response teams as well, who were working tirelessly to try to protect people and property. And I understand that with politics, party politics sometimes comes in to play, and I can understand why you have said what you have, but for the residents, they just want to know when is this scheme going to be implemented to prevent a reoccurrence. And when I was down in Newcastle, I gave them my commitment that we would be on site with a scheme next year, and I said very clearly to my officials, the Senior Director, in front of the residents, that I wanted everything to be done that can be done to escalate that and to bring that project forward as quickly as possible. I think residents don't want to hear us bickering and fighting among ourselves. I think what they want is action, and that's what I've committed to doing as Minister for Infrastructure.
And I call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, I know from speaking to party colleagues, they very much appreciated your very swift attendance at the scene of the flooding. Minister, are there any other particular hotspot areas that have been brought to your attention where there may well be flood alleviation schemes already in the pipeline, but unfortunately, as Mr Beggs has rightly pointed out, had been held up because there was no Stormont Executive and Assembly for the last 3 years?
Well, I think in the area of flood alleviation, and I think right across all government departments, there are many things that would be advanced and implemented if the Assembly had been sitting for the past 3 years. But as I say, our focus now has to be on, we're all in post. We have a lot of challenges. Flood is a hugely challenging area. We have had significant underinvestment in our water and wastewater infrastructure for several years. We're also in the face of climate emergency, so we're seeing flooding incidents happening on a much more regular basis. So we need to have a concerted effort right across all government departments, working with residents, working with local communities to try to do what we can to prevent these situations occurring. And I would like to say I was down in Newcastle, and the sense of community spirit was overwhelming. Even when people were standing up to their knees in water in their own properties, they were looking out for their neighbours. Local businesses rallied around to provide food free for the emergency services and the frontline workers. So even in the midst of all of that distress, I took heart from the fact that the community spirit, certainly in Newcastle and as well in Strabane, experienced flooding, was really very strong and very positive.
Moving on to question 5, I call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question number 5.
The member will be aware of my announcement about funding of £20 million for the blue-green infrastructure, which will support our communities through transformation, promoting active travel and shaping our places to live in the new normal. I am keen to see progress on better walking and cycling infrastructure throughout Northern Ireland, and am currently considering the basis upon which funding may be allocated for cycling infrastructure. Specifically in South Antrim, my officials are currently developing proposals to improve walking and cycling in the constituency, and have recently completed a shared use path at Loughnmore Road, Antrim. My department is working in partnership with councils and stakeholders in identifying and taking forward schemes that deliver on our programme for government outcomes and ensure lasting change for people across the north. Greenways are an important part of this positive change, and part of the blue-green infrastructure funding has been identified to support councils in delivering more of their greenway schemes. I am keen to work with all councils and stakeholders in the development of safe, active travel routes throughout the north, and would encourage councils to liaise with the walking and cycling champion in my department on suggestions for projects in their local areas.
John Blair, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And can I thank the Minister not only for that answer and the detail therein, but also her various replies from herself and officials on that issue to me in recent times. Can I ask, as a supplementary, Mr Speaker, can the Minister provide an update on greenway projects previously identified, specifically those for the South Antrim area from Ballyclare to Ballymena, and also from Doak, Ballyclare to Draperstown, which were previously identified in consultations?
As I've said, I'm keen to see progress, and it's very important that we work in partnership with councils. Councils are very well placed to be leading on these projects, and I'm saying very clearly that I want to do what I can to support them. Also, under the programme for government, greenways are an important part of the positive change that we're seeking to achieve. Under the small grants for greenways programme, Antrim and Newton Abbey Borough Council received funding to develop a feasibility study for the Doak to Larne Greenway, and in 2018 further funding was provided to develop a detailed design. Following the announcement of the Blue-Green Infrastructure Fund, my officials wrote to all councils in July asking for details of greenway projects that are ready to be taken forward to construction. I understand that from that exercise further work is required on this particular scheme, but I wish to reiterate again to the member that I'd be keen to do what I can to support that and be happy to have further engagement with the councils on how we work together to bring that forward.
I call Pat Sheehan.
I thank the Minister for her answers so far. I wonder, could the Minister tell us what her plans are for expanding cycle paths in general as a key element of the active travel infrastructure?
Thank the member for his question, and I'm very keen to see the extension of cycle paths and separated cycle paths. I've also been very clear, though, that if we're trying to bring about positive and lasting change, then we can't oppose change from on high, top down. We need to be working with local communities. We need to be working with councils and local reps as well to understand what changes will work best in those areas. We've been engaging primarily with the councils in that regard, but I am also had a really positive stakeholder meeting with groups right across the spectrum when it comes to active travel, and I hope to shortly be announcing a challenge fund, and that would be for communities themselves, community groups and others to be able to bid for, so that we can bring the type of projects that the member refers to in the right locations right across the north.
And I call Trevor Clark.
Mr. Speaker, and can I also thank the Minister for her answers? She referenced one of the paths, in particular in the Loughnmore Road, which is a good job. However, can I ask the Minister? I mean, some of the communities want to be active, particularly in the rural areas where they have nowhere to walk. But the criteria has been fairly stringent over the years in relation to the assessments that her department carry out for those to qualify. Can the Minister give us a commitment that she will look at those assessments to make it much easier for those communities to actually qualify to have these paths so they can be active?
I'm very conscious of the point that the member makes. I'm sort of caught between a bind where I have to have an objective matrix and sense of assessment so that I can fairly assess proposals going forward. But since I announced the 20 million Blue-Green Fund, I have had a number of correspondence from residents in rural areas talking about the even lack of extended pavements for them to go out walking. So it's something that I've asked my officials to look at to see. At the beginning, when I announced this fund, the focus was on urban areas because we were looking to see pilot projects in city centres and town centres that we could get up and running. But I am very mindful that there are rural communities and that they need to be able to avail of this fund. So I don't know whether we look at the assessment criteria or maybe through the Challenge Fund we try to do something more to encourage active travel routes in our rural communities.
Moving on to question 6, William Urban.
Number 6, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will answer questions 6 and 14 together. The DVA has reinstated driver testing services where testing can be done safely in line with PHA advice and guidance on social distancing requirements. This includes motorbike driving testing from the 6th of July and tests for drivers of buses, tractors and Module 4 CPC tests for lorry, bus and coach drivers from the 20th of July. From the 1st of September, Category B, which is private car, and Category C, lorry, driving tests have resumed, initially prioritising those requests from key workers, followed by those customers whose tests were cancelled due to lockdown. The DVA has directly contacted around 200 key workers and offered them a driving test. Officials are now in the process of contacting those customers who had their driving test cancelled between March and June to arrange a driving test appointment with them. The DVA estimates that it will take between 6 to 8 weeks to clear this backlog, after which the driving test booking system will be open to the general public to book a test. The DVA will continue to work with staff and trade unions in the coming weeks to ensure testing is conducted in line with public health advice and guidance to ensure the safety of all. The Craigavon Test Centre continues to be used for COVID testing, and given the very worrying rise in the spread of the virus in the area, I believe that this is a very important service in the fight against the virus. While this does not greatly impact vehicle testing, driver testing services cannot be safely recommenced until the site is vacated. Candidates wishing to be tested at Craigavon will have a choice of other test centre locations, but I do appreciate the inconvenience this is causing to driving instructors and candidates. My understanding is that the centre will no longer be needed by the Department of Health from mid-October, And in the meantime, officials are working with the Public Health Agency to enable driving tests to be restored at the Craigavon Test Centre as soon as is practicable once an alternative site for the COVID-19 testing has been identified. Officials have also met with a representative group of instructors from the Craigavon area to identify if there are any alternative workable solutions for the temporary provision of driving tests in a different location in the Craigavon area in the interim.
Okay, could I just remind the Minister there's 2 minutes for a question, but I appreciate there was a double bumper you had there. William Irwin, supplementary.
Thank the Minister for a response. The Minister will accept that Craigavon Test Centre, driving test centre, is the second biggest, largest in Northern Ireland. And given that at this moment the test can't take place there, it certainly is adding it's a larger area, and those young people have to test in either Newry, Lisburn or probably Armagh, and it's totally impractical for this to happen. Will the Minister assure me as soon as practically possible that this test centre will be up and running again?
Yes, and I said I do appreciate the inconvenience that it is causing, and while a case can be made that, you know, if you're to pass your driving test, you should be expected to be able to drive on any road and be tested on any road. I do accept that it adds nerves to the situation, and it's not an ideal situation at all for people to be inconvenienced and disrupted in this way. As I say, we've been working with our colleagues in health, and our understanding is that they will no longer need to use the grounds in mid-October. But I recognise that there's still a difficulty in the interim, and that's why we have been engaging with the local driving instructors, and they have suggested a number of possible interim solutions, and those are being explored by DVA staff, and DVA staff have committed to going back to local driving instructors to be able to update them on progress.
Call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for your work on this issue. And indeed, the rise in COVID at local level is something of major concern to us all. But Minister, you did say that there was ongoing communication with driving instructors. I take it that they'll play a key role in the consultation and the agreement around alternative sites. And could we have some idea of a time frame for when that might be resolved?
I thank the member for her question, and I know that she has been championing this issue along with local representatives in the area. Yes, we have engaged locally with the driving instructors, and they have suggested a number of alternative sites in the Craigavon area. Those are being explored. We also explored the possibility of actually being able to carry out both on site. The risk assessment said that that wasn't the right way to proceed. That was from within my own department, but also our health colleagues felt that that was too risky. That risk has been heightened by the fact that with the increase in the spread of the virus, we've seen quite a significant increase in the demand for services there. But as I say, the Department of Health is indicating they won't need the site from mid-October, which will provide a lasting solution, if you like, to the issue, but we are looking to explore what could be done in the interim. And as I say, DVA has met with driving instructors and is committed to going back this week to update them.
That ends the period for a list of questions. We now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call on Colm Gildernew.
Topical cast ever again. Topical question number 1, please.
No, you have to ask the question.
You want me to ask it? Okay. So, Minister, in recent weeks there have been concerns over a lack of social distancing and in terms of capacity on public transport, including on the Belfast to Dublin train line. And I'm just wondering what assurances can you give that such issues are being addressed?
I thank the member for his question, and I'm aware of the incident that he referred to on the Enterprise. There were technical difficulties, as I understand it, with another train which reduced capacity, and it was an unacceptable situation, and it shouldn't happen again, and learning has been implemented. I have to say a number of measures were taken when this situation started to unfold. Passengers were advised that there was alternative bus provision. A number declined to take that up, and we have taken learning from that and are implementing that going forward. I have to say, though, that while that situation was unacceptable, it isn't a common occurrence, thank goodness, and I think that's testimony to the fact that TransLink have put on a number of additional contingency measures. So, for example, there's additional capacity on standby if required, if we can see that the passenger numbers are going to make social distancing difficult. This is a very challenging environment, but it's one that we're keeping under constant review and trying to implement learning as we go along.
Colm Gillernew, supplementary.
Would the Minister agree with me on the need for the strongest possible messaging to encourage compliance with COVID-19 measures on public transport?
Absolutely, I completely agree. We need a very strong and uniform message. The member will know that I moved to bring in mandatory face coverings on our public transport. Prior to that, there was only around 10% of our passengers wearing face coverings. In the most recent survey that's been conducted, there are up to 86% of passengers who are wearing face coverings. I think that's a very positive sign. But absolutely, we have to be very mindful. We can see what's happening in Craigavon. This virus is still very much amongst us, and we are all still very much at risk of it. So it's very important that we follow all of the public health advice. I think some of us think hand washing is a small and minor thing. It's actually critically important. Social distancing is critically important, and there's an onus on all of us to be conveying that message at every opportunity.
I call Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and welcome back as well to the Chamber. Can I just ask the Minister, I am one of those people who has now received a second date for their MOT, which is perfectly fine, and that's okay, and I understand that. Can I just ask why we have moved to an almost paperless system when it comes to MOT certificates?
Yes, we moved to the automatic issuing of temporary exemption certificates. There was a lot of confusion around the TEC process. People weren't sure, did they have to apply, was it being issued automatically, when they were getting the certificate in the post. And so we tried to move to an automated system to reassure people that once you come for your MOT to expire, you will be automatically issued with a temporary exemption certificate. That was to take some of the pressure off the customer and to reassure them they didn't need to be doing anything, and that DVA would be doing that on their behalf. You can also go onto a website, it's the DVLA's website, but once you put, the member's nodding, so the member has done this, you put in your registration details and that will confirm to you that a TEC has issued, and obviously then you can tax your vehicle. But it's always important to remind people that responsibility for the safety of your vehicle rests with the vehicle owner, and that applies equally at all times.
Paula Bradley, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her answers so far? Minister, I think this, you'd said that it was to decrease confusion. I think it has actually increased confusion. I know certainly amongst older people within our community. I know my own father has had done my head in over recent weeks about his MOT certificate, because people are used to seeing a certificate. It's called an exemption certificate, and I know from my office perspective as well, we've had many people have phoned up because they're unaware, because their MOT has been changed again. So could I just ask that you maybe look at that for some of those more vulnerable people that maybe don't have the same access to online, or don't have the ability to navigate that?
And it is an important point. I suppose we're caught between, a very strong push for putting all of our services online in this digital age. But as you say, there are people who aren't able to access. And so I will take it away and look at it. I can't see us reversing the automation, but maybe there is more that we could do around ensuring that the message of automation is communicated in a very accessible way, for example, to older citizens. So I'll take that away and have a think about how we might be able to better raise awareness among the community.
And I call Gemma Dolan.
Is the Minister aware of the unacceptable sewerage problems facing residents in Gallia and Enniskillen?
I am aware of the situation in Calliove and it is an unacceptable situation. It's also a very complex situation in the fact that the water and sewage system is not owned by Northern Ireland Water, though Northern Ireland Water have on a few occasions stepped in terms of pumping when the situation was particularly bad. Notwithstanding that it is a very complicated issue, it is something that I'm looking at. I'm very mindful that Northern Ireland Water doesn't have the resources in order to be able to meet its statutory duties and obligations, and this would be outside of it. But certainly I'm willing to have engagement with the Finance Minister to see if he might be able to assist in finding a financial solution to the situation.
Gemma Dolan, supplementary.
And thank you, Minister, for your answer. Would the Minister agree to accompany me on a visit to Gallia and to provide residents with reassurance that these issues will be addressed?
I'm always happy to meet residents. I think for that meeting to be as useful as it could be, it would be important that I have the engagement with the Finance Minister in the first instance, so that when I'm going down, hopefully I'll be able to give them a progress on how those discussions might be going.
I call Chris Little, question 4.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Education Minister has referenced the need for an increase in the amount of journeys to school made by walking and cycling. Can I ask the Minister for Infrastructure if the Department of Education contributes any funding to the Department of Infrastructure Public Health Agency Active Schools Travel Programme?
My understanding is that it's Public Health Agency and the Department for Infrastructure, though I will stand to be corrected if the Department for Education is contributing financially. But what I think the question does demonstrate is that if we're trying to address these issues, we need to come at it in a partnership approach. Public finances are extremely tight, and I think when we pool our resources, we can actually make much greater progress. So happy to engage with the Education Minister and other ministers as well to see how we can work together in terms of having a common policy approach in these areas, but also being able to bring the resources and the public messaging to ensure that we can make as much progress as possible. We're in a climate emergency. I think active travel is an important element of that, but we also need to drive cultural change, and as the Eco Schools initiative has proven very successfully, when you're changing that culture and behaviour in schools, it has a lasting impact, not just on the young people, but also from their parents as well. So happy to work with any minister and the all-party group on cycling as well in that matter, Chris.
I call Chris Little, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Minister for her response and welcome her commitment to work with the Minister of Education to increase active travel journeys to school. Can I ask the Minister if part of that engagement she has any plans to increase on-road cycle proficiency training available to school pupils?
As a member will know, we are involved in cycling proficiency initiatives and we make a contribution to that. I suppose the challenge for me as a department is that I have very little wriggle room when it comes to resource expenditure. I would like to be doing so much more, but it just is a very challenging environment, and that kind of curtails what I would like to be able to achieve. But I very much recognise the importance of this initiative and would like to do what I can to try to help it.
Question 5, William Urban.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In relation to 20-mile-an-hour speed limits at schools, can the Minister inform me how many schools in your area has been able to avail of, will be able to avail of the scheme?
Yes. So, as I referenced earlier, the member will know that I'd allocated £2 million to see the rollout of this scheme, and we're estimating around 100 schools this financial year. The way that that has broken down the 100 schools is we have taken them 25 schools per division, and we have carried out an assessment which is complete. This afternoon we should be publishing the list of 100 schools, and I would say it will cause some disappointment to schools, and I would like to be doing so much more. We're in a very constrained period of time to be able to deliver on this, but we're working at pace, and I'm writing out to schools as well today to advise those who will be included in the scheme that they will be, but also to those schools who weren't successful this time round to assure them that I want to see this programme rolled out going forward, and would hope to be in a position to commit further funding to it so that we can see it extended to many more schools.
William Irwin, supplementary.
Thank the Minister for a response, and I too would encourage the Minister to roll that scheme out as widely as possible. I'm aware that the Minister has just recently announced a Road Safety Community Fund scheme. Will this scheme be available to schools to apply to?
Yeah, this is a fund of £100,000, and individuals and groups can make an application for a grant up to £10,000. Be very keen to see that money spent, and it's just for people who have any ideas or initiative about promoting road safety in their area. I'd be really keen to see projects coming forward that are very much focused on active travel as well and road safety around those issues. So I would appreciate any support that the member could give in terms of raising awareness of that grant scheme and encouraging people within your constituency to apply. Done.
Question 6, William Humphrey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for answers so far. The Minister will be aware that on the 1st of July this year, the SDLP proposed a motion in Belfast City Council with regard to buses coming from North Belfast and Greater Shankill into the city centre, in Donegal Place in particular. This has caused real concern to my constituents and yours, to the Belfast Chamber of Commerce, and I met the Chief Executive over the summer, and indeed to Translink, and I met the Chief Executive of that organisation over the summer as well. Can I ask the Minister, it's important to get the balance between people being able to be transported into the city centre, the environment, and in terms of the progression of the city, which has been devastated in recent years with the bank buildings fire and more recently with COVID. Can I ask the Minister, is the Minister in support of this proposal?
I'm willing to consider all proposals, but as you say, we need to get the balance right. And I've been saying, in terms of the active travel work that I've been doing, and even transportation plans, we need to be feeding into local communities and getting their feedback on it. So I'm happy to take the issue up and discuss it further with the member or any of the residents that he might have who have been contacting him with concerns.
Mr. further to that, and I thank you for our answer. Have you discussed those concerns with the Chief Executive of Translink, which is an arm's-length body company within your own organisation, and with Mr. Simon Hamilton, Chief Executive of the Chamber of Commerce?
No, I haven't. I've met with Simon Hamilton, but we discussed a range of issues. This wasn't one of the particular issues that he raised, but as I say, I'm happy to engage with all partners and stakeholders on it, and happy to meet with Translink as well. I'm in discussions with Translink on a very regular basis, particularly as we respond to COVID, be in very regular contact, getting reviews and updates about how we're managing that situation. So certainly happy to have discussions with anyone, try to address any concerns people might have.
William Humphreys, supplementary. All right, Mark Durkin, question 7.
Thank the Minister for her answers thus far. The Minister will be aware of the Financial Times report that the British Government plans new legislation to end the legal force of customs arrangements designed to avoid a hard border in Ireland. As an Executive Minister, can she update us on the Executive's discussions with the British Government on Brexit and the work of her department in preparation for the EU exit and the implementation of the protocol?
I thank the member for his question. It is clear that we need to ensure that both the letter and spirit of the protocol are infused into the negotiations themselves and reflected in the negotiated outcomes. The member is correct. If reports are true, then this is entirely unacceptable. Any threat of a hard border on the island of Ireland must be resisted by this Executive and indeed by this Assembly. The Executive meets weekly to discuss EU exit issues, but it is clear to me and to the stakeholders that I've been engaging with that not enough clarity is being provided to ministers from the British Government, and I will be pressing yet again at the Executive and the British Government directly for answers in light of these alarming reports. Businesses and communities are facing an unprecedented challenge and they need answers. As my department is working to do all that we can to prepare, and I've just recently held sectoral meetings with the industries to discuss Brexit, it is really important that we work in partnership over the coming months. In addition, the member may wish to know that in the department's EU exit legislation programme, there are currently 8 EU exit-related statutory rules at various stages of development which need to be made before the end of the transition period. It should be noted, though, that the number of SRs remain under review. The Department seeks to ensure it addresses any emerging need for legislation, particularly in relation to the developments in the UK-EU negotiations on future arrangements.
Okay, members, time is up for that session, and we're moving on now to the questions to the Minister of Justice, and I call Orlia Flynn. Members, just take your ease for a moment. Okay, we're now opening the session on questions to the Minister of Justice, and I call Orlia Flynn.
Question number 1, please.
Thank you for the question. The Reducing Offending in Partnership, or ROP, is a multi-agency approach led by the Police Service of Northern Ireland in preventing crime and reoffending, which focuses on the most persistent and prolific offenders as identified by criminal justice partners. It uses proactive engagement to prevent and reduce crime and delivers tailored interventions as part of individual action plans based on assessed risks and needs. Within the PSNI, the work was initially developed as a specific project but has now become mainstreamed and integrated within the organisation, with reducing offender units, well established and designated officers in place. As this is in the main an operational issue, PSNI reports on ROP on a regular basis to the Northern Ireland Policing Board. My department and its agencies continue to be engaged in the identification and assessment of individuals, along with the delivery of interventions and supervision. I'm aware that a review of the police service role in ROP and how they manage repeat offenders has been commissioned. This is essentially an internal PSNI review undertaken with a view to commending a way forward, which reflects a broader change in crime trends, a changing operational environment and the impact of vulnerability in our communities. The Police Service view this as a maturing of the review of the offenders programme and a move to a new level of collaborative service delivery. I look forward to hearing the outcome of that review.
I call Leah Flynn, supplementary.
I thank the Minister for her answer. I would just like to ask also what mechanisms are there in place for reporting on the impact of work to reduce offending, for sharing good practice and from learning from experience to date?
Well, as part of the work that the PSNI do, they first of all try to identify offenders who are at risk of reoffending and then work with them alongside partner agencies and the community based on the risk assessments that they carry out in order to try to prevent reoffending. So I think that it is possible, therefore, using a managed set of interventions, sequenced and tailored to respond to the risks and needs of the individual, to then have a measurable outcome in terms of whether or not that person later goes on to reoffend. Of course, the interventions have a key aim of trying to disrupt the individual's criminal activity, but it is also about supporting compliance and reducing their offending and giving them the other support that they may need in order to be able to desist from offending and have more productive lives in the community.
Thank you. And I call Rachel Woods.
For her answer, can I ask the Minister for an update on the delivery of a Centre of Restorative Excellence in Northern Ireland to contribute to reduction of reoffending interventions?
Well, I thank the member for her question. There is ongoing work in terms of the restorative justice element. We have already signed off on the new arrangements in terms of the basic plans for restorative justice, and people have now, I have signed off on those to take it forward, and we will of course continue to make progress in that regard. I believe that restorative justice, far from being an easy option, is one that challenges offenders in terms of having to confront the impact that their actions have on their victims, and is a good way for us to deliver the kind of responsive justice that I think most people in this chamber would wish to see. And so I believe that by properly adjudicating, measuring and quantifying the work that's done in partnership with other parts of the justice system, we can use restorative justice in a way to bring home to people who are offending the seriousness of their crimes, but also hopefully to support victims in seeing that the crime that has been committed against them has not just been acknowledged, but the reparation for that has been made. But the Centre will go ahead as we had previously discussed, and I'm happy to bring an update to the Justice Committee in due course as we make further progress in that regard.
Question 2 has been withdrawn, and I move to question 3 and call Catherine Kelly.
Question 3, Littlehill, question 3.
Although the operational responsibility for leading this pilot lies with the judiciary, I'm grateful for the opportunity to place on record my thanks to Her Honour Judge Smith for initiating this pilot to fast-track serious sexual offences cases involving children under 13 years old to the Crown Court. I would also like to thank the NSPCC Young Witness Service and criminal justice partners for signing up to the voluntary protocol and for their hard work and dedication to improving the experience of child victims of serious sexual assault. This judge-led pilot applied to cases received by the PSNI from the 1st of September 2019. It was a one-year pilot, and the multi-agency group which has taken this work forward is now reflecting on the application of the protocol. It will report back at its next meeting later this month to determine whether and how the protocol can be continued on a voluntary basis. My department will also wish to consider any lessons or best practice arising from the pilot, and will continue to work with our criminal justice and voluntary sector partners to improve the experience of the criminal justice system for children at what must be an extremely traumatic time in their young lives.
I call Catherine Kelly, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. The Barnahus model of how child victims and witnesses are dealt with and assessed for serious crime or sex offence cases is an international gold standard for responding to the unique needs of children. Can the Minister tell us whether she plans to introduce a similar system here?
Well, I'm pleased to be able to respond to that specific issue because, as the member will be aware, implementation of the Gillen Review into law and procedures in serious sexual offences is a key priority for me and for my department. The department, working with multi-agency partners, has developed a phased implementation plan for Gillen, which prioritises the recommendations which will have the greatest impact on complainants going through the system, including children. There are 4 strategic priority areas which include remote evidence centres, separate legal advice and representation for complainants pre-trial, support for child victims, including the Child House or Barnahus type model, and also committal reform. So we are in the process then of bringing those work streams forward to set specific delivery dates for the change, and that's going to be monitored by the Strategic Justice Group on Sexual Harm and overseen by the Criminal Justice Board.
We move on to question 4, and I call Sinead Bradley.
Mr. Speaker. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I want to answer questions 4, 8, 9 and 11 together. I have consistently expressed my concerns around the delay in implementing the Victims Payment Scheme. We have waited too long to have this important scheme in place, and victims have waited too long to provide support that they very much need as survivors of the Troubles. In seeking to avoid any further delays, I previously indicated that I was content for my department to be designated to deliver the scheme. Following the recent court judgment, the Department of Justice was formally designated by the Executive Office on the 24th of August to carry out the administrative functions of the Victims Payment Board on the Board's behalf. Work has already commenced within my department, and a project team has been established to progress the development of delivery structures under the new scheme. A number of important operational steps need to be advanced to implement that scheme. This includes the development of an IT system, deployment and training of staff for administrative preparations, development of a medical assessment process, and appointment of members to the Victims Payment Board. Not all of these issues fall within the direct control of the Department of Justice. However, subject to funding for the scheme being made available, it is anticipated the scheme could open for applications by early March 2021. The Executive has currently made £2.5 million available in this financial year to support the development of administrative arrangements for the scheme. A component of that funding will enable my department to advance a number of key priority operational activities. At this stage, it isn't possible to indicate when payments to victims may commence, as that will be a matter for the Victims Payment Board when it is established. However, every effort will be made to ensure that the scheme can open for applications at the earliest opportunity and that payments are advanced as quickly as possible. Although the Westminster regulations came into force on the 29th of May, the important issue of longer-term funding for the scheme remains outstanding. I am strongly of the view that the UK Government has an obligation to make the necessary funding available, and I am committed to working with the Secretary of State, with Treasury, with Executive colleagues to ensure that all of that is in place. In that regard, I am due to meet soon with the First Minister, Deputy First Minister and with the Minister of Finance. I know that delays have been deeply disappointing for many victims and survivors who need this important financial support. I share that disappointment and will do all that is possible to get that scheme delivered as quickly as possible. As progress is made on the development of the administration arrangements in conjunction with the Executive Office, there will be ongoing engagement with key stakeholders, including victims and survivors groups, in order to keep them fully informed of progress.
I just remind the Minister there's 2 minutes for answer for the questions. And I call Sinead Bradley for supplementary.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Minister for referencing that disappointment and frustration that is continually felt by those victims. And I note your reference to the operational steps, which appear to be quite detailed, and there does the recruitment exercises, etc., that have to be gone through. But given that I think most in this House are in agreement where a lot of the funding should be coming from, regarding the finances, I would ask the Minister, within that capacity of building the operational systems that are required, could she give an anticipated timeline of when that structure will be in place that would allow for applications to the scheme? I thank the member for the supplementary. As I've highlighted, there are a number of important operational steps to advance before the scheme can open for applications and payments could commence. I remain committed to ensuring that this new scheme is operational at the very earliest opportunity. We currently estimate that it could open for application by early March, although a number of the operational steps are outside our control. However, we are currently looking to see whether that timescale can be further shortened. But there are a number of very critical steps that must be in place before we open the scheme for applications. The issue of when victims will begin to receive payments obviously will depend on how quickly all of the evidence can be gathered to enable a proper assessment of the individual applications. So officials have been engaging with the PSNI, with the Public Records Office and the Department of Health regarding the evidence and information retrieval systems which need to be put in place.
I call Gary Middleton.
Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her responses so far. Obviously, we do welcome the fact that progress has been made in this issue. Shamefully, it has taken much longer than expected. Would the Minister give a view in terms of the substantial legal costs which have arose from obviously the fact that the victims had to go to court to push this on? And where does she believe that bill should be paid for?
Well, with respect, Mr. Speaker, to the member, I was not party to the ongoing court case, and neither was my department, so it would be inappropriate for me to give any opinion on whether and where those legal costs should be laid.
Okay. I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, so far for your questions. Minister, can you confirm, for your answer, sir, can you confirm that those people injured as a result of their own malicious actions will not receive this victims' payment scheme?
Yes, I can. Anyone injured by their own actions will be automatically ineligible for the scheme. Others who have serious convictions that may mitigate against them being able to apply to the scheme will be open to apply to the scheme, have those convictions and any mitigating circumstances considered in the round by the panel, and they will be the ones who finally decide on eligibility or otherwise for individual applicants. I think what is important from my perspective is that the decision as to who will and will not receive the pension will not be a political decision for me, but will be an independent decision made by the panel.
And I call Alan Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Minister, for your responses so far. Can the Minister disclose the specific eligibility requirements that would allow those with convictions of more than 2.5 years to claim the payment?
Well, the eligibility requirements, including the regulations and the explanatory guidance which has been issued by Westminster, are in the public domain, and the member is free, of course, to read those. It would not be appropriate for me to suggest how those might be interpreted by the independent panel that will be put in place, but it's fairly clear from the reading of those, the eligibility criteria that exists. It is also clear that it's not eligibility to be able to apply, but it is what will be considered by the panel in terms of how they will take it forward once they're impanelled.
I call Jim Allister.
The Minister will be aware of the great anger and frustration amongst victims that it took a judicial review to break some deadlock on this matter, with resulting delay and cost to the public purse. What confidence does she have that there won't be further contrived delay when it comes to the issue of agreeing the funding? And is there a risk of another judicial review, which would be quite shameful if that was necessary?
Well, first and foremost, I think that whilst the judge did not rule on the matter of funding, he made clear the intention that he would have were a similar judicial review to be brought on that basis. He made clear that the Executive Office have a duty under the law to fund the department which is designated, which is now, as we know, the Department for Justice, and therefore it would be important that they are able to do that. There is a substantive point of difference here, because whilst the Northern Ireland office are claiming that it's not for them to pay, or that the money is already there as part of NDNA. That is simply not the case. The legacy money set as part of NDNA, set aside for that, was set aside for specific purposes around the HIA, which is also under question at the moment, but it's not accessible for other legacy issues, and was not, to the best of our knowledge, having previously approached the NIO about the matter, available for the issue of the pension. So we will need to make a joint approach as an executive in order to be able to seek funding to see the scheme through to its conclusion. In terms of my own confidence and how well we will be able to do that, I can only say that both the Finance Minister and indeed the Executive Office have sought to meet with me at the earliest opportunity to discuss how we can make that joint case to the Treasury and to the NIO.
And I call Linda Dillon.
Has the Minister had any direct discussions with the Secretary of State in relation to funding, and has he given any indication that they will be prepared to discuss funding? Because the previous Secretary of State said that funding would be sorted and that an approach would be looked on favourably.
I have had those conversations. I have not had those reassurances, but I can assure you that those conversations are by no means concluded.
I call Paul Given.
The Minister will know Sinn Féin's position continues to argue for the perpetrator to be eligible. Can the Minister provide an assurance that under no circumstances will that position that they want to take forward in negotiations in the future will delay this scheme? And furthermore, can she give an assurance that the Department for Communities, of which I have some sympathy with the Minister's position, would have been better placed to deal with this, will not in any way frustrate the efforts of her department in getting the appropriate structures in place for applications to be opened?
Well, first of all, on the latter part of the question, there's no reason why the Department for Communities would be in a position to frustrate what we are trying to do. Whilst there is cooperation and collaboration in the Executive, I think the judicial review, whilst I agree with others, it was very unhelpful and difficult for the victims, has at least brought clarity to the matter that this is a matter of law that needs to be progressed, and I think that that will be helpful in progressing any areas of future dispute. I'm also not aware of the Department of Communities trying to frustrate any engagement with the Department for Justice, and I would want that placed on record. In terms of the victims' payment regulations, they provide that a person is not entitled to the victim's pension where they were convicted of conduct which caused the incident wholly or in part. So that is as explicit as I can make it from the regulations. The judgments that will be made in that regard will be up to the independent panel, and I believe that it is right that it should be independent of political interference, and that they should be free to make their decisions based on the regulations and guidance.
Question 5, I call Robin Newton.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
There is no specific offence for fuel laundering. Offences associated with fuel laundering are generally prosecuted under the Customs and Excise Management Act 1979 in relation to evasion of duty. Prosecutions for these offences are brought by the Public Prosecution Service on behalf of Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs. In the years 2017-2018 to 2019-20, there were 16 successful prosecutions in Northern Ireland for offences under the Customs and Excise Management Act which related to hydrocarbon fuels. I have a table which I will share with the member after we meet here today, which provides the annual breakdown for each of the 3 years, but it was 4, 4 and 8 in each of those years. Penalties imposed in relation to those convictions included custodial disposals, suspended custodial disposals and monetary penalties.
I call Robin Newton, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her offer of providing the table, and I look forward to receiving that. I wonder if the Minister would accept that great success has been achieved by the PSNI and the NCA over recent months in their fight against very serious criminal activity. Is it the case, Mr. Speaker, that the technology that has been used in those successes could in fact be used in the fight against those who are engaged in the fuel laundering activity?
Well, with respect to the technology, clearly there are a number of factors to be considered, because with respect to fuel fraud, there are particular complexities in terms of detecting fuel fraud. However, In the wider context, I think the important thing is that the relationships that are built between the NCA, the PSNI and indeed An Garda Síochána have been absolutely vital in terms of disturbing the work of organised crime groups and preventing them from exploiting any industry where there is an opportunity to make profit. Fuel fraud has a far higher political profile in Northern Ireland because of the disproportionately higher level of fuel fraud when compared to the rest of GB, and because some of the organised crime gangs involved have links to paramilitary organisations, which brings them to the attention of the police service in more than one guise. I believe that by addressing the harm caused by these crime gangs, including paramilitary groups, that's a key focus for our executive as they work together, and it's a key part of creating a safe community where we can respect the law and respect each other.
I call Sinead Bradley.
I would like to ask the Minister if she could give an indication as to how those figures for 17-18 and 18-19, I think it was, compare with earlier years.
I wouldn't have that information to hand, so I would need to write to the member to clarify. But it has been, if you like, increasing. So it was 4 in the first year, rising to 8 in the most recent year.
I call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And could I ask the Minister to outline, either separate to the speculation of today or otherwise, what her department is doing to prepare for any potential smuggling and fuel laundering challenges arising out of Northern Ireland Protocol and EU exit in general?
Well, there has been a lot of work undertaken, both in terms of preparing for the end of the withdrawal period at December the 30th this year, and also it is important that we have in place robust communication measures between police forces on these islands and indeed beyond these islands, because we have also recently seen very effective work done by the PSNI in terms of organised crime emanating from parts of Eastern Europe and indeed further afield. We should never fall into the trap of thinking that Northern Ireland is a backwater when it comes to the opportunity for creating crime, when it comes to the opportunity for exploiting differences. And Brexit will be challenging. It's why I believe it is so important that we get clarity on the economic agreements that are going to happen as part of Brexit, because you can be absolutely sure that every differential that there is at the border will be exploited by some crime gang or other in order to try and make an illegal profit, and yet will potentially undermine valid legal business in the way that they can do their work. So it is important that we get that clarity on the economic arrangements and agreements, but it is also important that we put in the requisite alternative means of being able to ensure good cooperation and communication between police forces, not just in these islands but further afield.
Moving on to question 6 then, I call Colm Gildernew.
Gormayagat Cancolia, Kesh Everashay. Liddahul, question number 6, please.
I remain committed to working with criminal justice and health partners to further improve how cases of child exploitation are handled. This includes working collaboratively to address strategic and operational recommendations from the Sejini reports on child sexual exploitation. The most recent Sejini report contains 2 strategic and 7 operational recommendations to improve the practice and approach of criminal justice agencies in handling child sexual exploitation cases. The majority of the recommendations are operational and will fall to statutory partners to deliver. But the report recognises the importance of ensuring a coordinated, strategic, multi-agency approach to this important issue. It is important to note that my department does not have the strategic lead for issues related to child protection, as the member will clearly know. However, I recognise that more can always be done to enhance our strategic response and ensure that by working closely with partners we get the best possible outcome for victims.
Call Colm Gildernew, supplementary.
Gormayagat Minister, for your answer, and I will declare that interest that I have previously worked in this area in terms of my social work job. In our response to the child sexual exploitation consultation, Sinn Féin proposed to extend the abuse of trust laws to include any adult who holds a position of trust, power or authority over 16 or 17-year-olds. Can the Minister indicate whether she intends to legislate for that change?
Well, I have set out my own legislative programme, as you're aware, in a number of months ago, and it is quite a heavy legislative programme. We have 5 to 6 bills that will need to pass by the time we end this mandate, which is, I think, a marathon effort, both for myself and, if I may say, for the committee, for the Justice Committee, who have been incredibly cooperative in that regard. It is not at this point within the list of things that we are taking forward here, but it would not be for the Department for Justice to take that forward, because we're not the lead agency. It would be for the Department of Health to bring forward those changes, and they may have some capacity in terms of their legislative programme to do so. And if they choose to do so, we will work closely with them when it comes to things like penalties and so forth as they develop their plans.
Question number 7, I call John Stewart.
In 2019, the Northern Ireland Court of Appeal confirmed that the normal level of sentence for the attempted murder of a member of the security forces is in the region of 25 years imprisonment, and in some cases a sentence in excess of 25 years may well be proper. This aligns with the sentencing guideline case for the murder of a police officer, where a life sentence with the tariff of 25 to 30 years may be appropriate. The tariff set by the court, after considering sentencing guidance and any aggravating and mitigating factors in the case, will be the minimum period the convicted person must spend in prison before being considered for release. No remission is available on a tariff. After release, the person remains on licence for the rest of their life and may be recalled to prison if they breach the terms of that licence. My department's recent consultation on sentencing included an examination of the current sentencing guidance mechanism for Northern Ireland and the setting of tariffs on murder cases. A report on the responses to that consultation is due to be published shortly.
Call John Stewart, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. I'm conscious that there is an ongoing motion debate in the House at this moment in time, but the question was submitted prior to that getting onto the agenda. There does seem to be, in recent years, a never-ending series of reviews and consultations on sentencing tariffs, particularly for crime, including murder. 5 years ago, a former MLA asked the former Justice Minister about this very issue of lenient sentences handed down to the murders of Constable Stephen Carroll. Nothing seems to have changed in that 5 years. Could I ask the Minister, is it the position of the Executive that sentencing tariff guidelines for the murder or attempted murder of public servants, including police officers, need to be toughened up and brought in line with the rest of the UK and the Republic of Ireland? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question. I would correct his assertion that nothing has been done in the intervening 5 years. He will, of course, appreciate that we didn't have an executive for at least 3 of those. But in the last 7 months, we have been able to take the review of sentencing, which was actually instigated by the previous Justice Minister, so the one following the one to which he referred, Claire Sugden, to be clear, that the review that she set up has now gone forward. They have reviewed the sentencing that we have and looked at the structures in place. It has now gone to public consultation. That has come back. It will be with me very shortly, and then will be shared with the Justice Committee and others so we can have that discussion. With respect to the view of the Executive, I have not taken the views of the Executive at this point because we do not have a policy proposal to take to the Executive for discussion.
And I call Liz Kimmins.
Can I ask the Minister to give an update on the sentencing review carried out by her department, please?
I think I just did in a very indirect way, but the sentencing review was completed earlier this year in February. My officials then undertook to go through the responses that were received, to consider the issues that had been raised and to produce a report with respect to what may or may not be required in terms of changes to the current sentencing arrangements. That includes not just looking at the consultation but also the wider work of the sentencing review in terms of the impact on the justice system in other places. Because obviously we all appreciate that changing sentencing is merely the tip of the iceberg. The ramifications throughout the wider justice system are quite significant, and so we have to weigh up all of those decisions very carefully. However, that report will come to me, hopefully in the next few weeks, and I look forward to be able to take the time to reflect on that, and indeed the debate which will recommence after this question time and the views expressed by members there. It is important that people have confidence in sentencing. This is the largest review undertaken for 15 years, and we need to get it right, not just get it done.
That ends the period for listed questions, and we now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. And I call, first of all, Declan McAleer.
Does the Minister share my concern that the NAO statement of the 18th of March on legacy represents a major departure by the British Government to implement the Stormont House Agreement?
I do share those concerns, and I believe that it was an unhelpful way forward. We have struggled in this place to be able to find any agreement on the issues around legacy and how we will take them forward. Stormont House Agreement was imperfect, as will any solution be at this remove from the events about which we are trying to seek justice. However, I believe that it was, despite its imperfections, the best and perhaps the last opportunity we will have to bring justice to many of those who were made victims during the period of the Troubles, and therefore I believe that it is regrettable that the rather delicate ecology of agreement, which often equates to simply lack of active opposition in this place, has been disturbed so dramatically by the intervention of the current Secretary of State. However, I believe that it is important that we continue to work diligently with him to ensure that we have Article 2 compliant investigation, because the legal requirement for us to deliver that from the Department of Justice element of this does not be removed simply because of the wishes of any Secretary of State.
I call Declan McAleer, supplementary.
I thank the Minister for an answer. Does the Minister agree that, given that it is 6 years from the Stormont House Agreement, that it is unacceptable that the British Government is still in default of its obligations?
Well, I think that a number of parties have been in default in their obligations over recent weeks and months, and indeed over recent years. And so I think that the important thing is how we take this forward. I believe that we need to engage with the Secretary of State, and indeed all parties need to engage in order to find a way forward, because with the greatest of respect, this is not about differences between us as parties or differences between us and the UK Government's perspective. This is about innocent victims. This is about people who were shot, who were injured, who were killed, who lost loved ones, and who still do not have the answers for which they have been seeking for many years. It is about upholding justice in this new dispensation that we find ourselves in a way that will build confidence that justice can be reached and can be available to everyone concerned. We need to be honest and say that not everyone will be able to access justice, given the remove that we are from the events of the time. But I do believe that where justice is possible, justice should not be denied. And I think that we need to work together now to find a way forward through this morass, not for ourselves, not for political expediency, but because I think victims deserve it.
On question 2, Mark Durgan.
John Corlea, and thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Following the news at the weekend that a prisoner in Maghaberry has become the first and met here to test positive for COVID, can the Minister outline what work is being done with the South Eastern Trust to manage and minimise COVID risk in our prisons to prisoners and staff?
Well, I thank the member for his question, and I would want to first of all put on record my huge appreciation not just of the work being done by the South Eastern Trust, but also the work being done day in and day out by the Prison Service of Northern Ireland to keep people safe who are in their care, to ensure that those who visit our prisons of necessity are kept safe, but also to ensure that we have a humane regime in place during a time when lockdown and other things can become very stressful, not just for prisoners but also for their families. I think that all of those people have worked together very responsibly, and what I would want to take away from that, and what I hope members will take away from the fact that this was discovered, was that the system worked. So by ensuring that anyone remanded into the prison system immediately goes into isolation for a period of 14 days, so that if they do develop symptoms, they don't then transfer COVID into the main prison population, that was effective. We were able to identify someone remanded into custody who had COVID-19, and they will then be taken care of, as you would expect, with the highest possible dignity for their case and respect for their privacy. But it is hugely important that we don't drop our guard when it comes to COVID-19. And I think that prisoners have actually played a huge role positively in terms of cooperating with what is a very different prison environment over the last number of months, in order to ensure that we have maintained not just stability in the prisons, but also a good, healthy prison population.
Mark Durgan, supplementary.
The Minister for that answer. Perhaps the Minister could expand on what arrangements are currently in place to manage visits and ensure prisoners' families are able to see their loved ones, particularly at this extremely difficult and stressful time, and are there any plans to review those existing arrangements?
It is a very stressful time, and it has been a very stressful time. I'm pleased that we have been in a position now to restart in-person visits in the prison, though the mechanisms for those will be quite different to how they were conducted previously, both in terms of the volume of requests that we've received, but also in the protocols that will need to be followed in terms of the normal things that we accept in the chamber, wearing of masks, washing hands, and social distancing and so on. However, we are going to retain the capacity to have the virtual visiting, which we put in place as an alternative. We want to retain that for a number of reasons. First of all, it is not always easy for prisoners' families to come to the prisons to partake of those visits, particularly if they are themselves vulnerable, or indeed if they have disabilities which make their mobility, which make mobility around the prison site difficult, or indeed for some children who find it quite frightening to come into the prison environment, despite our best efforts to make that a relaxed environment. Being able to see your family at home is something that prisoners very rarely get the opportunity to do, and has been very welcomed by some of them. And in fact, when I was in McGilligan last week, I talked to some of our officers about one gentleman who said that the highlight of COVID for him was that he finally saw his dog again at home, and was able to be content that his dog was healthy, well looked after, and know that things at home were normal, and that home was still there, and the people around him were healthy and well looked after. So we will continue to keep both of those tracks in place.
Question 3, John Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I ask the Minister to outline what impact any attempt by the UK Government to undermine the Northern Ireland Protocol, as alleged in the Financial Times, could have on justice delivery in these islands?
Well, first of all, like others, I have not seen the detail of the internal market bill, which will be laid in Westminster on Wednesday. So I think it's important that we consider its provisions once it is properly available to us. That being said, I think any action that seeks to undermine the withdrawal agreement or the Northern Ireland Protocol could destabilise progress towards a future security partnership with the EU, which aims to support cross-border law enforcement and cooperation across Europe. My department has been working closely with law enforcement partners to prepare for the end of the transition period and ensure that the UK Government understands the key issues for Northern Ireland, such as organised crime, data adequacy, cross-border cooperation and the fight against terrorism, must be prioritised in order to avoid a loss of operational capability. It is also the case that when one signs up to agreements in good faith and then one does not follow through with them in good faith, people may be much more reticent in terms of actually signing up to future agreements. That does not only have an impact, I have to say, on the justice arena, but I think on the wider economic future that we hold together on this issue.
John Blair, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm going to thank the Minister for that answer. And in addition to the negative impact outline, can I ask that if such a distraction at this time is likely also to have a knock-on effect and very negative impact on programmes already underway, policing budgets, for example, work being done with partners for delivery for the public good, and a whole raft of effects right across the remit of the Department and beyond?
Well, I would agree that it is a distraction. Some in this chamber will not want me to say that, of course, I would have said Brexit was always going to be a distraction. But having set that point aside, of course, it is a distraction to the main thrust of the work that we have to do, because what we are doing is replacing complex arrangements, particularly in the justice sphere, which have allowed us to have the kinds of successes to which other members have referred against organised crime, both at home and abroad, to have the kind of successes that we have had recently when it comes to, for example, issues around counter-terrorism. All of those things are hugely important, and any distraction from being able to take that forward, rather than spending our time actually trying to replace what we already have with what are inevitably going to be suboptimal solutions, I think is a distraction. For example, the issue of data sharing is one of the key issues for our department. Whilst it has impact on health, education and the economy, it has an enormous impact on the delivery of justice. Unless we have data adequacy agreements with other EU countries, we will not be able to do the real-time sharing of data that goes on a daily basis, an almost hourly basis, between police and justice agencies across these islands and beyond. And I think it would be shameful if we were to find that the biggest loophole through which criminal enterprises could escape is one of not being able to have these issues addressed.
Question 4, I call Pat Sheehan.
Can the Minister provide an update on her Phase 2 plans to implement the executive action on tackling paramilitarism, criminality and organised crime?
Member for his question. There is this week to be the first meeting of the political panel, which will discuss how we take forward the paramilitary action plan, the second phase of that plan. As you know, that there is a programme board which has developed the second phase, but I think what will set this phase out from the previous phase is that I hope we will have a fully functioning executive and the political impetus this time to put the weight behind it that is required in order to actually deliver results. I think the Tackling Paramilitarism plan is hugely important. I think that this is a priority for the executive, and it is one which all ministers will be engaged at some level. While Justice may lead on the issue, not all of the implementation will fall to the Justice Department, and it's therefore hugely important that that political coordination panel fulfils its role and is able to drive this forward with some enthusiasm and energy.
Supplementary.
I got to go and break a selection aras of the Fragger. Thank the Minister for that answer. And I wonder, would she agree with me that full buy-in and participation from local communities is essential in tackling all of these issues? Thank you.
I agree that it is important that we have the buy-in of local communities. Of course, there will be those within the community who are opposed to tackling paramilitarism because they are the beneficiaries of it. And for that reason, we also need to be sure that when we are talking to local communities, we do that through a range of mechanisms that allow us to determine what the actual views of communities are, as opposed to simply passing through gatekeepers in those communities. I think that's hugely important in terms of getting buy-in for local communities. We also, I think, by doing this, will help to reinforce buy-in on the wider criminal justice sphere from local communities, because many of them feel that they are frustrated by the continued existence of paramilitary godfathers in their local communities. And I think a visible undermining of that current situation would make a huge difference to confidence in policing and justice more generally.
I call question 5, William Humphrey.
I thank the Minister for her questions so far. The Minister will know that drugs and the sale of drugs is a particular problem across Belfast, and including the city centre. Over the summer period in July, I met with the then commander for the police in Belfast, the commanders for North and West Belfast, and the officer leading in relation to the tackling of drugs in our city. Can I ask the Minister, is she convinced that enough is being done, it can be done? And I know the Minister will be reluctant to get involved in questions about operations, but can I ask the Minister, does she believe there's enough resource being put in to tackle this issue in our city?
Well, again, I would be, as you're rightly saying, reluctant to opine on operational matters for the PSNI. However, I would argue that this is not simply an operational matter for the PSNI. I think that there are a whole range of agencies, including the work that we do through the Police and Community Safety Partnerships and through a number of other agencies with whom we work with people at risk of offending, to tackle this issue. There is a role for the Department for Health to tackle this issue, because many of those who are engaged in taking illicit drugs, it's often illegal prescription drugs as opposed to other drugs that may be available, and it's often in an attempt to self-medicate for harm caused by mental health and other stressors in the community. I think that there is work that can be done through the Department of Communities in terms of actually supporting people who are at risk and in need. So I think that there is a multi-agency approach that is required on this issue, but I do agree it is a growing concern that we see the degree of dependence on drugs and the degree of harm and destruction that they cause, not solely to the person who takes the drugs, but to their family and the wider community around them. And those who sell those drugs, I think, have to be the main target for the police, because it is cutting off the supply as well as trying to address the demand that will bring an end to this particular issue.
Sorry, members, but time is now up. Could I ask members to please take your ease while the Minister and members come to the chamber for the urgent oral question? Okay, members, John O'Dowd has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Health. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Health whether the Regulation and Quality Improvement Authority has inspected or been asked to inspect Craigavon Area Hospital following recent COVID-19 outbreaks.
And I call the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I would like to express my deepest sympathies to the loved ones of those who have passed away recently at Craigavon Area Hospital with COVID-19. My thoughts are with them, and their grief sadly highlights the ever-present threat that this pandemic poses. Mr. Speaker, at all times, citizens should expect the highest standards of infection control to be in place across our healthcare facilities. And in light of these recent clusters, the Southern Trust's immediate priorities are to care for affected patients and staff and prevent further spread of the virus. This morning I chaired a discussion with the senior management of the Southern Trust and the Public Health Agency to make my expectations clear on this very serious matter. I have been assured that everything that needs to be done in relation to infection prevention and control is being done, and that support is available for families, patients and staff. As I said last week, a thorough investigation is required to provide patients and bereaved families with the answers they are entitled to. I can confirm that investigation will be in the form of a Level 3 serious adverse incident, which I have asked the Trust to initiate immediately. This will be independently chaired and its findings will be made public. Mr. Speaker, it is important to be very clear at this stage that whilst we want a thorough investigation, we simply cannot put a timeline on this until we have greater clarity around the underlying causes which the investigation will provide. During this morning's meeting, I raised the role of the RQIA. As members will know, they undertake inspections of acute hospitals under its hospital inspection programme and conduct rolling programmes of hygiene inspections and inspections of augmented care services. Whilst the immediate focus is now on the investigation, I have asked that the RQIA play an important part in that. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, there are undoubtedly questions that will have to be answered by the Trust in relation to these outbreaks once the immediate threat has been brought under control. The necessary steps are underway and any lessons are being shared across all health and social care trusts as they emerge. COVID-19 remains a lethal and highly infectious virus.
And I call John O'Dowd for a supplementary question.
Minister, thank you for your answer to my question. Minister, we have 3 outbreaks, and just before I came into the chamber, a 4th death was confirmed in relation to the COVID-19 outbreaks in Craigavon Hospital. We have 17 members of staff in the haematology ward who have tested positive. We have a total of 56 staff who are isolating as a result of being in close contact with COVID-19 or a COVID-19 infected person. Minister, when is it the time to call in the RQIA? Surely they should have been in the hospital before this, and giving an independent inspection of the measures put in place to prevent the spread of this infection across the hospital. Well, I use my term differently because we're told these 3 outbreaks are not connected, but I'm not aware of any other acute hospital in this region which has had a COVID-19 outbreak, which raises serious concerns for me in relation to Craigavon Area Hospital and how infection control has been managed. And the only way that can be reassured is if a body like the RQIA, which is legislated to inspect hospitals, does so. Though I do welcome the Minister announcing this morning there's going to be an independent investigation, but we need answers now to prevent further outbreaks.
No, and I thank the member for a supplementary, and I share his concern because the number of outbreaks that we've seen across our health and social care service haven't seen anyone lose their life. And what we've heard today in regards to another life lost is a death too many. And I stand here as Minister saying that. And that's why I chaired this morning's meeting in regard to the work that the Trust is currently doing to prevent that every safeguard is in place. That's why they've got the additional protocols in regards to ensuring that the inspections of PPE, support for staff and support for patients and support for all those families are in place. In regards for the role of the RQIA, it has an ability or a responsibility to undertake inspections of acute hospitals under its hospital inspection programme, and that conducts the rolling programme. This is a very specific, targeted piece of work. That's why I've asked the Trust to implement the serious adverse incident inspection and get that piece of work going now. And speaking with both the Trust Chief Executive and the Chair this morning, they are fully aware of the seriousness of this outbreak in the Craigavon Area Hospital and taking all steps that they can to support the staff, to support the families and to support the patients who need the support at this minute in time.
And I call Pam Cameron.
And thank the Minister for being here and hence for this urgent oral this afternoon. And obviously our thoughts are with those families who have been plunged into grief at this time. And it is very disheartening to hear that there is a fourth patient who has lost their life from that haematology ward at Craigavon Area Hospital. Minister, can I ask you how the Test, Trace and Protect initiative and the Stop COVID NI app, what role has it played in particular in relation to Craigavon Area Hospital outbreaks, and also do you have a percentage from positive tests that are showing to be asymptomatic cases, and if that is the case, how are you planning to combat that complacency that's out there and the conspiracy theories behind this pandemic?
The Deputy Chair of the Health Committee for her questions. In regards to these specific outbreaks, because they are hospital-based, we can do a lot of very intense work actually through the support of the Trust and the PHA as an integral part as to how they manage and oversee this outbreak management as well. So they are there, they're already part of that incident management team who are meeting daily to make sure that they can do all they can to support the Trust and its officials at this minute in time. In regards to the specific question, in regards to asymptomatic patients coming out from the test system, I think that's one of the things our test system is actually identifying, is those people who are asymptomatic, who may not be showing symptoms but still have the potential to spread COVID-19. We are indicating that, and concerningly, over the last number of days we're seeing a dramatic increase in the number of people who are testing positive for COVID-19. And in the member's question, she refers to the complacency that has set in. There's a narrative we're testing more people, therefore we're finding more positives. That's true, but also the percentage of people who we are finding positive is also increasing. So, in August and July, we were seeing less than 0.2% of the people tested actually testing positive. In the past 3 days, we're seeing 3% of everybody tested is actually testing positive. So that percentage of positive tests across the increased number of people that we're testing is actually increasing as well, which is a concern for us. We're also seeing a change in demographic, that it's younger people that are testing positive. So the asymptomatic carriers, the people who we need to really ask to support us in our public health message and the social distancing, good hand hygiene, face coverings is even more important today than it was in the early days of this outbreak.
I call Colm Gillernew.
And I thank the Minister for coming today to address this very serious situation. And it is particularly concerning that we have an outbreak in a haematology ward where we should have the utmost layers of protection at any time, even short of COVID. But could I ask the Minister what precautions he has taken to ensure that the virus is now contained within the affected areas?
And I thank the Chair for his question. In regards to the update we received this morning from the joint meeting that I chaired between Trust and PHA, between infection control nurses, infection control specialists, the haematology consultants, the entire team across the Southern Trust are involved to make sure that every precaution that they can put in place in regards to supporting the families, but also to support the staff who are finding this a very difficult time as well as they go about their daily business, but they also, is that thought, is there anything more I could have done? Is there anything more I should have done? So the inspection, we've on-site inspections within the hospital to make sure that all protocols are being kept up and should be kept up, are strengthened, and that reinforcement piece is also been done as well. In regards to managing the infection within the unit itself, PHA are currently doing a genotyping of all those people who have tested positive so they can see the specific chain of infection for each case, so we can determine exactly where it came from for each case as well. So that sort of enhanced, I suppose, investigation, so we can see where the chain come from, to see where else it could be within the hospital if there is a risk of that actually happening. But that's why, you know, there is so many, I think as Mr O'Dowd said, you know, that's why we're seeing so many staff self-isolating at this minute in time, while we're advising patients to self-isolate should they be in contact or have been contacted, to make sure we break these chains of infection, to make sure that we can get this outbreak as under control as quickly as possible.
And I call Justin McNulty.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for your statement today, and I welcome the designation of a serious adverse incident, and I welcome your commitment to an immediate and thorough investigation. 6 months into this pandemic, and I recognise the duress that our medical staff are experiencing, and the increased strain that these outbreaks are going to put on the staff in Craigavon is enormous. That said, 4 families are grieving. The McShane family, Alice McShane's family, are grieving. They're grief-stricken and angry. John Fleming's family are grief-stricken and really angry. I spoke at length with Yvonne Stewart over the weekend, who is beside herself with anger and with grief. She does not want her father's life to have been lost in vain, and his final wishes were that she'd take this up and she'd do something about it. And the 2 families who are still nameless, they're going to be grief-stricken and beside themselves with hurt. Can you commit, Minister, to meet with Yvonne Stewart to ensure that her father's death is not in vain, and ensure that this does not happen again, and the lessons will be learned to prevent any other family going through the pain that they are experiencing? We're remembering that these 4 families went to the haematology ward, free from COVID, to a ward where there should have been a ring of steel around those families, around those patients, to protect their loved ones. Thank you, Minister.
In regard to meeting Yvonne, I'll meet Yvonne, and I think the private office has set that train in motion, because if anybody heard Yvonne speak on Friday afternoon in regards to her father, the support that she expected from a health point of view that her father was going to receive, and to hear the final words that he asked, I don't think there's anyone in this House, there's anyone across the health and social care system, and there's anyone in the Southern Trust could not be moved when you hear a daughter's commitment to her father and her father's last wish. And I think, you know, as the member indicated, I'll meet with the families, and as I say, the private office has set that in train, and that's why I moved this morning when I had that meeting, to move to the serious adverse incident with the independent chair, to make sure we get to the bottom of those questions. But the answers to those questions won't bring back the people who have lost their lives. But what they can do and what they should do is ensure that this incident is not repeated across any of our other trusts or again in Craigavon Area Hospital. And I'll give the House that commitment, because the dedication of our staff are there. The dedication of our staff has been unquestioned over the last 6 months during this pandemic. And today, those members of staff feel this hurt and feel this loss as much, I think, as I do standing here today as Minister.
And I call on Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm sure, Mr Speaker, today the thoughts of this entire House are with those grieving families. I think also our thoughts would be with the families who have patients currently in that hospital. It must be a really stressful time for them and for their family member. But it must also be a particularly stressful time for the staff of the hospital, and certainly our thoughts are with them as they try to bring this outbreak under control. The message here is that this virus is no respecter of either location or person. If it can overcome all the infection controls in a hospital environment, would the Minister agree that it's more important than ever that the general public continue to follow the advice and the regulations to the absolute limit to avoid any more grieving families? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his sentiment, because it's that message that we've been putting across from the Department of Health, the Executive has been putting across, and every member of this House has been putting across. You know, where this virus goes and how this virus spreads is in our hands. This virus doesn't follow any plan, any protocol, but our actions, the actions of the general public, have a direct effect as to where this virus spreads and how quickly it can spread across our province. And I think the member makes the valid point in regards that is no respecter of either person, profession or workplace. And that's why I just asked, and again I'll reinforce that message, just ask the members of the general public to help us combat COVID-19 by reinforcing and re-practicing the steps that got us to the place where we were in July and August, where we were seeing a very low number of positive cases and a low number of deaths, because any life lost, Mr. Speaker, in regards to COVID-19, especially in this instance, is a life too many lost to COVID-19.
Thank you, Minister. Before I bring anybody else in, could I actually urge members, notwithstanding the very serious nature of the discussion at hand, but there are quite a number of members who do wish to ask the question, so could I ask members to move quickly to their questions? Thank you. And I call Andrew Muir.
Mr. Speaker, and I would echo the words of other members in terms of our thoughts, first and foremost, with the families of those bereaved as a result of this horror which we're enduring in 2020, which is COVID-19, and also for the staff, which Alan Chambers has been talking about in terms of the work that they're doing. Obviously, the first focus has to be about ensuring that we stop the spread of the virus, but what impact is it also having upon the services being delivered, particularly as a result of the amount of staff having to self-isolate as a result of it?
And again, I share the member's concern, but in regards to the service provision in Craigavon, the focus of that hospital must be at this time in bringing this outbreak under control. So in regards to there are other services will be affected and reduced while we do this, while we make sure staff are supported and there's enough staff in place across the existing services so they continue. So it will have a knock-on effect in regards to the number of staff who are currently self-isolating, but we must take that procedure. We must take those steps, and we must do that now to make sure that we get this outbreak under control and break the chain of infection. So the adverse effect of some services being lost in Craigavon are such and in place in the Southern Trust's management that they are doing it under a managed risk procedure. So if there is additional risk to any other provisions or any other services, those services will be stepped back, because that's what we need to do to get this outbreak under control.
I call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for responding. In my experience, the remit of the RQIA is quite limited, especially in respect to direct patient complaints and enforcement. Would the Minister give his view on their responsibilities, and does he have any plans to strengthen their remit so that maybe we could feed into this bigger issue?
Yeah. And again, the member rightly highlights the role of RQIA within the hospital setting. While they will be involved in the serious adverse incident as that investigation goes forward, they do take a proactive role in inspections. Could they be doing more? I think they themselves would like to be doing more, and we've seen that across a number of incidents recently where the RQIA have been involved and have been cited. Current legislation does hamper them and some of the things that they would like to do, some of the things that their inspectors would like to do. But while that legislation is in place, so it's something that I've committed to do in recent months as well, even in regards to where we saw outbreaks in care homes, that regulation, quality and improvement function of the RQIA should be strengthened and expanded.
Call Jerry Carroll.
for your answers so far, and I want to give my sympathies to everybody in Craigavon who has contracted the virus and to the families of those who have passed away. Given the cases in Craigavon and the figures we heard yesterday or this morning, that there may be a per head population when we have twice the number of cases here than in England, is the Minister confident that the Executive is on the right path to eliminate this virus?
Again, in the minister's, or sorry, in the members' comments, the steps that the Executive have taken, I think, were proportionate to where we were seeing the spread of COVID at any point in time. Will we have to look at the possibility of localised lockdowns should we not get these number of cases and the expansion of cases under control? I think that's something the Executive will have to seriously consider. There has been issues raised in regards, the local council area was too large. I've asked the PHA and our own statistics team to look at that as a postcode area as well. Should we have to bring in enforcement measures at that more localised areas, the way we can manage those outbreaks, because we can't keep on in this trajectory. What we are seeing now, and the member will see, from our dashboard when it's published, we are seeing an increase in number in Belfast. We are now seeing a number of increased cases in regards to ABC Council, where Craigavon Hospital is situated, but that's connected to, once we have an outbreak, contact tracing kicks in, so there's more tests, there's more positive, so that's to be expected. But it's always about taking that managed approach as to where we specifically see, if we see a localised outbreak and that being continued and not coming under control, I would recommend, and Anne will be bringing to the Executive, the need to look at more localised enforcement or guidance or protocols to make sure that we can support those people in that geographical area to bring and break the chains of infection that we've seen in the past.
And I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to be associated with remarks so far in sympathising with grieving families. I think this is a day we all prayed would not come again. We're now looking at deaths within our hospital, and there's concern for patients and staff in Craigavon Area Hospital. But I too have concerns, and I know that these bereaved families are foremost entitled to answers, and the investigation that the Minister has announced. I welcome to find out the root causes of what has happened. I'm firmly of the belief that that should be independently led, not just chaired. And I would ask the Minister perhaps to maybe elaborate on the type of investigation that he's outlining. Does independently chaired mean independently led, to ensure that the complete confidence of both those families, and also to allow our health service to benefit from outside expert advice in their post-analysis of what actually happened and went wrong at Craigavon Area Hospital? Thank you.
In regards to a differential between independently chaired or independently led, I recognise no difference. For an independently chaired serious adverse incident at level 3 has the ability to do exactly that. So when the terms of reference are appointed, when the chair is appointed, they go and do their piece of work to whatever level they need to, with the full open access and with the full support of my office in regards to getting to the root cause analysis of this outbreak and why those lives were lost in Craigavon, to make sure, as the member says, to make sure this is not repeated anywhere else across our health and social care system.
I call Linda Dillon.
I was contacted by a domiciliary care worker in the community today and asked why whilst patients who are leaving the hospital and going into care home settings are being tested before they go into those care home settings, patients who are going back out into the community, where care workers and district nurses and so on have to go in, they are not being tested. So she actually asked why is that not happening, in order to protect those staff in the same way that the homes and the care homes are being protected. And I would also like to be associated with the comments around sympathies with the families and also support for the staff within Craigavon Area Hospital.
The testing programme that we have in hospitals is always constantly under review. One of the concerns that was had very earlier on was the transfer between hospitals to care homes. So there was an automatic testing programme and protocol put into place. For those members returning to the general public or returning to their own homes, there currently isn't a testing protocol put in place. because of the incidents in regards to time we'd have to wait and results coming back. But it's something, as I say to the members, constantly kept under review in regards to some of the last as well is actually looked at in regards to Craigavon Hospital, in regards to the support of those members and families currently associated with this outbreak.
Nicole Pat Cadney.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, Minister, for your questions so far. And I also like to pass on my sympathies to those families as well that find themselves in the situation of lost a loved one. Minister, I can't confirm if this is right or not, but on Saturday night I was told that the Chief Medical Officer was in Belfast along with the Chief Constable of the RUC going around public houses. I need to ask you what you had said there, is that, and I know, I want this to make this political to you, that you would do everything in your power, and I want to give you everything that I can in order to support you, but I don't think that is the best use of our Chief Medical Officer when we were having a pandemic outbreak in Craigavon Hospital. I think time could have been better spent.
And what I will say to the member, how we challenge and combat this virus is multifaceted. The fact that the Chief Medical Officer took time out of his own Saturday night to accompany the Chief Constable of the PSNI around a number of areas in Belfast and to highlight those public houses and those drinking establishments that were in breach of COVID-19, and that's some of the locations we're actually seeing where that younger population is gathering. If there's people there, if there's facilities and if there's locations that are breaching COVID-19 regulations, those places need to take on their full responsibility as well. So in regards to the best use of the Chief Medical Officer's time, I've seen a man that has committed hours, days, months and weeks into combating this virus over the last 6 months, which I think goes far and beyond what many other people holding a similar role across these islands have done as well. So I wouldn't agree with the member's assertion that his time could be better spent, because the fact that he spent his own Saturday night going out round and challenging some of those who were breaching COVID-19 protocols, I think was a dedication and a testimony to the man and how he spent his time that could have been spent with his own family.
Sinead Bradley.
I too would like to add my name to the condolences to those families of loved ones who have died at Craigavon, and I'm all too aware through communications in my office of the anxiety and ongoing distress that exists with staff and patients that are there and their families. Minister, given in light of the circumstances, and I welcome the reference to an investigation, does the Minister agree with me now would be a good time to lift additional burden off Craigavon Area Hospital? And in that I'm referencing the fact that Daisy Hill ED was closed at the outset of COVID, and those people who would have attended Daisy Hill are now extra traffic who are making their way to Craigavon. It is anticipated that Daisy Hill would open at the end. The Daisy Hill ED would open at the end of this month. Given these circumstances, would it be prudent to step forward and make that happen immediately and safely?
I don't want to tie the two issues together in regards to opening provision and open facilities. In regards to the serious adverse incident that I've declared today, and the fact we have seen people lose their lives, the commitment from the Trust is to open that facility at the end safely. It's been managed safely due to the access of staff during to make sure the provision and the facilities are in a safe working area as well, in a safe working condition that we can support staff and patients as they use it. So I don't think this is a reason or a rationale as to expedite that process or that decision which has been made by the Trust. And I'll support them in making sure that we do get it open as quickly as possible, but at the time they have decided as is safe to do so.
Okay, we're really out of time now, so could I call Paul Gibbon?
Can I too associate my name with the sentiments being expressed in sympathy to the families? The Minister has said that there will be services adversely affected in Craigavon Area Hospital as a result of measures taken now to limit the spread of COVID-19. And we have deaths directly attributed to COVID-19, but we also have deaths directly attributable to the consequences and we have an impact on patients as a consequence of the measures taken to contain COVID-19. When will we have a system in place whereby all patients are having their needs met, which currently isn't the case as a result of COVID-19? And is it sustainable to have the period of self-isolation for significant members of staff, if that is replicated in other hospitals, and that impact it is going to have? So this is a difficult task that the Health Service have in managing and taking proportionate measures, but how is all of that being dealt with through this managed risk assessment that the Minister has alluded to in terms of services at Craigavon Area Hospital?
So, in regards to the period of self-isolation for staff, that's crucial. It's crucial that they follow that period of self-isolation to make sure anyone who is carrying the virus or has been infected by the virus doesn't spread it to other patients, because that's the last thing I think any of us want to see in a hospital setting. So it's not just a matter of rushing staff back in to a provision where they could actually be causing greater risk than they solve. In regards to the rebuilding programme, we've made it very clear across the Department of Health, across the trusts. We've done that in a 3-monthly programme. That has been published, and it's due, the next step is due to be published towards the end of this month for October, November, December, because it is a gradual increase in the provision that we do provide. That's why we announced the regionalised approach to orthopaedics and elective care surgeries to reinvigorate and get the health service back onto a footing where we're supporting all our patients equally. But the member has to be aware of the risk that does come associated with COVID, because we've now seen the danger and, unfortunately, the high risk that it does present should it get embedded and into a hospital facility. And that's why we have always taken that cautious approach to make sure that every step of everything we do keeps COVID out and away from those patients who need the full support and rigour of the hospital service. Unfortunately, what we've seen in Craigavon and the loss of life that we've seen there is something that I deeply regret, something that the Trust deeply regrets, and something that the staff themselves will regret as well.
And that concludes this item of business, members. Thank you all. Could members just take a raise for a couple of minutes just to change the table here? Thank you.
Okay, members, we now return to the debate on custodial sentences for attacks against emergency workers. I now call the Minister to respond to the debate, and she will have 15 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I wanted to start my contribution to this debate by, first of all, putting on record my appreciation and our shared indebtedness to all of those frontline and emergency workers who daily put themselves in harm's way to serve the common good. We all know the terrible price that some of those valiant public servants pay as they selflessly discharge their duties. I'm sure that I'm speaking for all of us in the chamber when I say that our thoughts and prayers go to all of those families who have suffered loss through criminal and reckless behaviour in our community. As lawmakers, I recognise we have a duty to adequately protect those whose role it is to protect the weak and the vulnerable. I also appreciate recent trials in London and in Dublin have thrown into sharp relief the issue of the adequacy of our laws in addressing attacks upon emergency workers. However, behind the rhetoric and the bold headlines, it is important that we bring calm heads to consider just what the differences in law are between the different jurisdictions across these islands. In truth, they are not as great as has been reported. For example, all of our respective jurisdictions provide a mandatory life sentence for murder. Sentencing decisions are incredibly complex. Rightly, they are in the main left to our independent judiciary to determine. They not only have the experience and expertise, but the benefit of having access to all of the pertinent information required when reaching a sentencing decision. It is easy in many ways for us to sit in this chamber and express opinions about the robustness or leniency of any particular sentence, and we have all done that at different times. However, I'm very conscious that sentencing on individual cases is a matter for the judiciary, and that we ought not to, as legislators, second-guess the factors that led to those sentences, but rather focus on the framework within which those decisions are taken. It is also unfortunate that sentencing is, because of its complexity, often poorly understood. Recent reports on life sentences have, for example, conflated the starting points provided for a judge commencing consideration of the appropriate tariff for murder with the actual tariff finally imposed, and more worryingly still have conflated the tariff imposed with the actual sentence handed down. Further, few recognise that any tariff set is merely the first point at which someone can apply for parole. For example, with extended custodial sentencing, a full risk assessment is then undertaken of the prisoner before decisions are reached. Judges apply both the law and guidance handed down by the courts or a relevant sentencing body in arriving at those decisions. In Northern Ireland, there are very specific guideline cases for the murder of police officers and other members of the security services. Current sentencing guidance for murder of police or prison officers was highlighted in the consultation document which my department issued as part of the major sentencing review last year. For those of you who didn't have an opportunity to engage in the exercise or read the document, the guideline cases relate to sentences of 25 to 30 years and may be higher in certain circumstances. When compared to the actual custodial sentencing for similar offences in other jurisdictions, those are not dissimilar. The sentence for murder in all cases is a mandatory life sentence, regardless of the jurisdiction. I want to return to the consultations on sentencing shortly in my remarks, as I believe that that is the appropriate mechanism through which to assess the issues we are discussing today. However, I, like other members, share the revulsion over the recent loss suffered by the Harper family, and I want to join with colleagues in their expressions of sincere and deep sympathy for the family on their loss, the result of a terrible and wholly unnecessary act and a wanton disregard for life. I understand that an appeal has been lodged, as well as a reference to the Court of Appeal for undue leniency, and therefore members will appreciate that I cannot make specific comments on that case or the sentencing decision. Whilst the murder of public servants, such as policemen, in the course of their duties is now thankfully rare, that does not diminish the grief of the families or the impact on communities when those things happen. I also appreciate that too many public-facing public servants continue to be assaulted in the course of their work, a matter highlighted by Paul Frew, Robbie Butler and others in the debate. Our current sentencing provision and guidance, whether in the Magistrates' Court or the Crown Court, specifically addresses the aggravating effect of attacks on public servants, where the victim is engaged in providing a service to the public, and sentences are expected to reflect this. Doug Beattie and indeed others raised others who are also vulnerable, others who work in frontline services and others who may be vulnerable victims themselves. Again, vulnerability of the victim is an aggravating factor which judges can take into account as they set the sentence.
I'm going to thank the Minister for taking the intervention. Earlier in the debate it was outlined that within the domestic abuse bill, the current domestic violence bill, that an aggravating factor is whenever a child is in the vicinity of an attack. Would the Minister agree with me that whilst it's okay to have what you've just outlined in terms of somebody's role being an aggravating factor, that's very different to what this body of this motion asks for?
I think it is in one sense, in that the aggravating factor is one of many factors that are taken into account in sentencing. I think the danger comes when there is a very blanket approach taken to the particular circumstances that removes judicial discretion, which I think is hugely important in terms of setting the correct sentence. The approach of our judiciary to such mindless attacks, I think, is best reflected by the Recorder of Belfast warning earlier this year that those who engage in attacks on medics or other healthcare professionals in their line of duty can expect to be sent to prison. Recognising the complexity of sentencing in this jurisdiction, I was very grateful to my predecessor, Claire Sugden, for commissioning a major sentencing review which I inherited with this ministerial post, and I want to thank her for her contribution today. However, I do take issue with her view that the Department has been in any way tardy over recent years in terms of advancing that review. The review was much more wide-ranging than a simple public consultation. A number of factors, including COVID-19, recovery of the justice system, and indeed development of policy ahead of the Miscellaneous Provisions Bill next year, has impacted in terms of the small team that we have to develop these measures. However, I am convinced, and I know that my staff are convinced, that this is an important piece of work and that we will expedite it as soon as possible. As part of the review, an important consultation document issued last autumn, and the responses to that document will be published in the coming weeks. I know some members and political parties contributed to that process, and the conclusions and recommendations of this sentencing review will be helpful to me in considering what, if any, changes should be made to our current sentencing arrangements. As Minister, I was, however, disappointed to note when preparing for today that the party which brought this motion, and whose members have spoken passionately in favour of reviewing sentencing, did not in fact make representations to the Department on the wide range of matters included in that sentencing review consultation, including a specific chapter on the consultation document reviewing the current sentencing here and elsewhere for assaults on emergency workers. Regardless, in responding to today's motion, I appreciate members' genuine desire to protect our public servants and deter attacks upon them. I share those concerns and will be looking carefully both at the outcome of the sentencing review and evidence from other jurisdictions on their approach to addressing this issue of public concern. As members will appreciate, we already have legislative provisions specifically for offences against the police, fire and rescue personnel and ambulance workers. I also notice that the motion wishes to extend the range of public servants covered by protective legislation. I intend to give full and careful consideration to the findings of the sentencing review, which also considered the range of public service occupations which may require specific legislative provision. In considering tougher sentences, I will give careful consideration to what has been said during this debate and in the evidence on effectiveness of sentencing. And I want to thank Jim Allister for his contribution in this debate with respect to the issue of 50% remission and on whether or not that is appropriate, or whether, as in the cases of extended custodial sentences, a review of public risk at the halfway point in the sentence may be a better approach. I have been concerned about suggestions over the past few days and today in this chamber, however, regarding fixing minimum sentences for some offences. We should approach with caution any move away from respecting judicial discretion by imposing fixed minimum tariff or sentences. Where we decide to do so, we must also consider the introduction of some judicial discretion to depart in the interest of justice from any such legislative provision made. These are complex issues and not ones which are amenable to off-the-cuff answers in the heat of debate. I have always had reservations regarding mandatory minimum sentences. I consider it important that we respect the faith and trust placed in our independent judiciary to determine sentences on the basis of the evidence provided in court. I am equally aware, however, of the public demand, which some paraphrase as demanding tougher sentences, but which in truth actually means longer custodial sentences. I, like other members, recognise the need to be responsive to people's concerns, but we must also ask ourselves what is the purpose of sentencing and how we balance the need to deliver rehabilitation, which is a fundamental part of that purpose, with ensuring that the punitive and public protection elements are adequately addressed. I'm also clear that there will be exceptional cases from time to time where the near equivalent of a whole life sentence may be absolutely appropriate, and our current structures do allow for that eventuality. However, thankfully, such cases remain rare. We must, however, guard against a populist approach, however superficially attractive, to sentencing that would lead to the situation prevalent in places such as the United States and Russia, where draconian sentencing has done little in practice to improve public safety. And I would acknowledge the comments that Jerry Carroll made in that regard. As elected representatives and legislators, we are therefore to be thoughtful and considered as we work to provide a balanced framework that results in sentences that are compliant with law, including international obligations, and proportionate to the crime committed and the culpability of the offender. Yes, that engender public confidence, but also, and I would argue more importantly, that are effective in terms of delivering public safety. Our programme for government includes, as an important goal, the creation of a safer community for all. Within the criminal justice system, this has focused attention on measures which will reduce reoffending and will promote the rehabilitation of offenders. It is right that we discuss these issues and consider together the role sentencing plays in making our community a better and safer place. However, it is worth noting that a 2018 survey found that fewer than 1 in 10 people said having more people in prison was the most effective way to deal with crime. Early intervention, promotion of better parenting, discipline in schools and better rehabilitation were all rated as more effective responses. The sentencing review currently underway is the most substantial review of sentencing in Northern Ireland in the last 15 years. I want to reflect not only on the views expressed in today's debate, but also on the views of those who took the time and effort to respond to the consultation phase. I wish to have time to reflect on the responses from the public. In particular, I need to consider the impact on other victims if we were to create a differential between victims based on their perceived value or contribution to society. It is right that we acknowledge that some public servants, however, due to their occupation, place themselves at risk of harm in serving the wider community and require specific protection under law, as Paul Given has already stated. I will.
The Minister for giving way, and I welcome the distinction that she's making in terms of some specific public servants. Can I just ask the Minister, maybe she is coming to this, other members have indicated support for your party's amendment on the basis of that being the vehicle in which these issues can be teased out and the quickest way to do that. Can the Minister give me some assurance that that will be brought forward to the Justice Committee, and what will be the legislative vehicle where there will be legislation changed, and that would allow us, I think, to get on board and to try and get consensus as a way that we know we'll be able to address these issues in the future?
Well, as the member knows possibly better than most other people in the chamber, we have a very heavy legislative programme over the next while. The deadline essentially for new things to be added to the miscellaneous provisions bill has now passed, and so it would be very difficult, given that I won't see this report and we won't be in a position to make recommendations, for us to legislate in this mandate. But we can certainly prepare legislation in this mandate that would be of and ready then for someone who wished to take it forward at the beginning of the next mandate. And there are changes short of legislation in terms of sentencing that could also be considered throughout the rest of this mandate. The important part of this is that we allow the committee and the Assembly to have full scrutiny over what we're intending to do. And once I have received the report in relation to the consultation, I will be bringing recommendations to the committee in order that we can have that informed discussion. This is a sensitive issue, and I think we all recognise it. In my time as Minister, I have met with families who suffered the loss of a loved one through the violent act of another. Those families speak of the contribution made by their family member to their lives and the lives of those who knew them, not solely in terms of their employment. They may have been a teacher, a solicitor, a student, a carer, a volunteer. They may have worked in the public or private sector, been a homemaker, retired or unemployed. Such meetings are difficult for all concerned, but they drive home to me the fact there is no hierarchy of loss. To the families, their loss is a terrible thing to bear, and no less so because of the occupation of their loved one. I'm clear that to provide good law, we have to approach sentencing holistically rather than a piecemeal or a cherry-picking approach. And we need to look at a coherent sentencing framework in order that we can do that. I believe the sentencing review has done that so far, and I think there is merit in maintaining that holistic approach as we come forward and introducing a coherent sentencing bill as soon as the Assembly legislative commitments permit. I want to bring proposals for legislative change to the Assembly's Justice Committee for its consideration as part of the ministerial and Assembly decision-making process. Turning finally, therefore, to the amendment, I welcome this as a measured and balanced approach. It reflects
just advise the Minister to draw remarks to a close.
It reflects my own views and rightly recognises both the balance between protecting our emergency workers and the need to have a holistic approach when it comes to sentencing, and I thank members for their support in this matter.
Thank you, Minister. Now I call Mr Stuart Dixon to wind on the amendment. And Mr Dixon, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to everyone who has participated in this debate today. Can I start, first of all, by thanking frontline workers who protect and provide vital services to our community. As we all know, they face considerable risks on a daily basis, and we as legislators must work to make their jobs as safe as possible. I would also like to express my deep sympathy to PC Andrew Harper's widow and family. His death was an appalling act, and I think the lack of remorse for those was particularly upsetting. And I do understand the cause for a serious look at sentencing. Frontline staff across our society face threatening behaviour on a daily basis, and that is clearly unacceptable. So thank you to those who have supported our amendment. I believe it offers a sensible way forward while recognising the crimes that have been committed. We are completely at one when it comes to the victims of attacks on frontline workers and indeed attacks on anyone. I want to welcome those who have contributed to this debate. There is a problem, however, Principal Deputy Speaker, with lists, because you risk leaving somebody off that list. I want to acknowledge those that propose the original motion and encourage them to support this amendment today. A number of people across a wide range of jobs have put their lives at risk in the public sector, and I don't believe it is possible to enumerate all of them in a piece of legislation. It's important that we recognise what emergency workers do on a daily basis. I also want to acknowledge the comments of Jim Allister in respect of this debate today, and indeed many members who have spoken around the chamber, particularly what the Minister has added to our discussion in her preceding comments, and welcome her clear setting out of the guidelines and the consultation that is currently underway. I would also welcome Mr Given's acknowledgement as proposer of this motion of our amendment, and hope that with the Minister's assurances that he can now support the amendment in front of the Assembly today. It must be very difficult and would be extremely difficult to tell one grieving family that their loved one's death was considered to be lesser than another according to law. We must allow our judges and our judiciary to set the appropriate tariff in every circumstance. We do, as the Minister has acknowledged, have mandatory life sentences for murder in Northern Ireland, and it is clearly for the judiciary, following victim impact statements and others, to set out what is the appropriate tariff in every single circumstance and sentence. I would ask members to support the motion and support the amendment to the motion today, to call on the Justice Minister to bring forward a revised sentencing framework, which I believe is a balanced approach to this issue. Thank you very much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you indeed, Stuart, and I would just say great to see you back, and I wish you all the very, very best for the future. Okay. I now call Mervyn Storey to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. And Mr Storey, you have up to 10 minutes. Okay.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I think that we all do well to pause in this chamber today and to reflect on the many families across a long period of time, many years, who lost loved ones to the hands of those who perpetrated evil against them. And our thoughts are with those families today, and to be assured and to assure them that every effort will be made by us to ensure that their memory is not forgotten, or that it isn't somehow tarnished by our actions. Particularly, of course, we think of the family of Adrian Donoghue in recent times, and also of Andrew Harper. But as has been mentioned already in this debate, we are never surprised by the actions and the words of the party opposite, because never do they come into this chamber, but that they take the opportunity to visit and revisit their view of those who have protected us through the years. And I make reference to the comments made by Linda Dillon in relation to yet again seeking to sully the memory of the members of the Royal Ulster Constabulary and the Police Service of Northern Ireland. And I think that it is but a reflection of that party's view of law and order. And of course we have seen many examples over the last few weeks of their partial approach to even being able to stay within the confines of the COVID regulations. It's good enough for others, but it's not good enough for us. And so, yet again, not surprisingly, the party opposite displays duplicity, hypocrisy and double standards. I have to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, in coming to the debate, I welcome the fact of having to follow after the Minister. And I think that there is some glimmer of hope that the Minister is prepared to bring forward the information to the committee that would see a possible change in the framework, in the sentencing framework. And we welcome that that is a fact. While the amendment is not what we would have put, and obviously our motion is what we would prefer to be able to get through this House today, we do welcome the fact that others have said, in the spirit of and with consideration of, then we would be happy that the Minister would bring forward that to the committee. However, it is disappointing that the Minister hasn't been able to give a definitive, conclusive time frame in relation to this. And I accept the fact that she has said in regards to the amount of legislative pressure that is on her department, and I accept that that's the case. But she, as a Minister, has the power to be able to prioritise. She was able, in a correspondence with me recently, to be able to tell me that it wasn't a priority for her, the additional police officers, even though it's in the new decade, new approach. And the Minister has said that's not a priority for her. So clearly she has some degree of flexibility. I would ask her to revisit that one as well. However, this afternoon we've had a varying degree of comments that have been made, and normally when you come to this part in the debate, it is a rehearsal of all that everybody else has said. I'm not going to go down that laboriously because everyone has had the opportunity to say what they had to say, but I will comment on a few that have said some comments in this House this afternoon. I do welcome the comments from the former Minister for the Department of Justice, Claire Sugden. And I think that while it was batted out of court by the Minister, I have to say the member was on the money. And here is where we sometimes run a risk as politicians, that somehow we are seen to be ungrateful to the service of our public servants. That is not the case. However, it is not good enough that with all the seriousness of the issue that we are debating, that in 2020, having had a consultation launched in 2016, we haven't seen progress. Yes, the Minister.
I have to correct the member. The consultation was not launched, as he suggested. The actual review was launched in 2016. The consultation was only launched in 2018. It's a much more complex piece of work than simply putting it out to public consultation.
Yeah, and again, the Minister's defensive of the system, and probably to a lesser or greater degree. When I was a Minister, I would have been defensive of my civil servants in the two departments that I was in. But at least I was prepared to come to this chamber and actually to say, whenever it wasn't good enough, whatever it was that has been done. And of course, you would also think, to listen to the Minister, that there wasn't a problem. That somehow, there's a bit of politicking going on and there's a few noises being raised. There is a problem. And there is a problem in society today that it seems as though you can break the law, you can riot, you can protest, you can do all sorts of things. You can attack frontline workers, police officers, members of the ambulance service. I came from a meeting today with the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service, and we have seen the attacks, the disgraceful attacks on members of the ambulance service. You can go down all the list of public service, and somehow we have to get to the root cause. We have to understand why someone has decided to inflict their form of justice on public servants. Well, it's not good enough as a society. And we have a society today that seems to have more emphasis on human rights than human wrongs. That is an industry that needs to be radically changed. But then, of course, when we say that, we are being accused of being extremists. We're way out far right. That's an awful place to be. Tell the victims, who are those who have to suffer as a result of these actions, and I think they are more prepared to accept that when you stand before the court, you will get a sentence that is fit for purpose and reflects the crime that was committed. Let's look at another case where we had recently of Christine Connor. 7 years. 7 years to bring that person to now, thankfully, she's in behind bars. And the Minister has to take responsibility for ensuring that there is the processes are in place to quickly deal with and appropriately deal with those who would inflict awful pain and suffering in our community. And of course, the Minister made reference to the fact about being populist. Dear me, not been an awful thing. The Alliance Party has never been populist. Like, really, I do think that the seriousness of this, and there has been a debate, and I think I welcome many of the comments that have been made. However, the seriousness of this cannot be underestimated if we believe that victims need to be listened to. And of course, we know the attitude of the party opposite to victims. The IRA were victim makers for far too long in Northern Ireland. And of course, we saw how that the party opposite had to be trailed to address the issue of victims in the courts just a few weeks ago. We welcome that was the case. Yes, I'll give way.
I think you will acknowledge that your own First Minister was taken to court to deal with the victims issue as well, in terms of what happened in Loughgall and the fact that she wouldn't allow that to come to the executive table.
Well, I think that the member is seeking to try, as is always the case, and create a diversion. Wasn't us. Well, I'm glad to be able to stand in this House today and say that I have never been supportive of a private army that has been responsible for the murder of innocent victims in Northern Ireland, and then try to justify it as though it was some campaign for human rights or some ills that have been heaped on society. And so let us, in this House, in conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker,
just advise the member to draw his remarks to a close.
I think that while it is not the perfect place that we would want to be in terms of the motion and the amendment, if the guarantees that are given in this House today are delivered on, then I think we can begin to try and address this issue. However, I would urge the Minister,
Members, time's up.
At some degree of haste and priority in this would be very much
thank you,
welcome.
Mr. Story.
Thank you.
The question now is that the amendment standing in the names of John Blair and Stuart Dixon be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. We have that again, just. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Okay. The question is then that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Okay. The motion as amended is now carried. And the question remains is that the motion, the motion is now carried. Just move. Okay. Members, just take their ease for a few minutes till we move to the next item of business. Sorry, I just... Okay, members, if we could just resume our seats again, please, and thanks for the forbearance. The next item on the order business, or on the order paper, is a motion on future support for businesses and workers during COVID-19. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That this Assembly recognises the significant impact that the COVID-19 crisis has had on the public, notes that the Department for the Economy projections show that more than 100,000 people could be unemployed by the end of 2020, acknowledges that COVID-19 has continued to spread and may result in further restrictions on workers and businesses, expresses deep concern at the political decision to end the furlough scheme in October, and calls on the British Government to extend the furlough scheme to provide future support to businesses and workers during the course of the COVID-19 pandemic as a critical lever to economic recovery.
Thank you. I call Nicola Mallon to formally move the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is hard to think...
Excuse me, Nick. Just beg to move.
I'm out of practice, Mr Minister. I beg to move.
Okay. Thank you for that. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. One amendment has been selected and is published on the marshalled list. So please open the debate on the motion now. Nicola,
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is hard to think of a more fitting message for this Assembly to unite behind on our first day back after recess than that outlined in the motion we have laid today. It is right that the Executive has agreed to write to the UK Chancellor stating our belief that the furlough scheme should be extended beyond October, and I believe that the louder we make our voices heard on this issue, the more political weight that message will have. I rise to speak today, Mr Deputy Speaker, as the SDLP Assembly Group Leader and an MLA for North Belfast, a community where COVID is compounding disadvantage and deprivation. Families in my part of the world, in North Belfast and indeed across Northern Ireland, are facing a severe cliff edge. The facts are very clear and they are very stark. Over 330,000 people in Northern Ireland are currently receiving support from the Government through both the furlough scheme and the self-employed support scheme. That is 330,000 families who are nothing less than reliant on these schemes for the most basic of life's necessities. Last week, the most senior civil servant in the Department of the Economy was candid enough to say that by the end of this year, the unemployed claimant account here could reach 100,000 people. Even that is a Conservative estimate. Take the employees whose jobs are in those sectors which have not yet been allowed to reopen under the current guidelines. So-called wet pubs have caught the headlines in recent weeks, but look beyond that. For example, the arts and culture sector is nowhere near its pre-COVID level. Our theatres, large and small, remain closed. Festivals which in normal times run all year round in our cities, towns and rural locations are on hold. Airlines and airports are practically dormant. That means that tens of thousands of people have no work to go to. Are they to be punished financially for adhering to the prevailing government health advice? How can a pilot go to work if the planes are grounded? Where can an actor, a lighting technician or a sound engineer earn their living if the government has closed the theatres? If the level of COVID-19 cases was falling week on week and more sectors of the economy opening up, we would be in a much different place. But we have to be honest with each other. The level of infection is rising, with 118 new cases reported in the last 24-hour period. We are not yet emerging from the coronavirus crisis, and that means that we cannot simply shake off the measures which the government put in place to deal with this emergency. Social distancing, a necessary measure which we all should follow at all times, will prevent any form of a smooth path back to full economic activity. That is not the fault of business. and certainly not the responsibility of people who could face redundancy in a few short weeks. We must intervene to protect jobs and promote financial stability. All of us from this Assembly, our executive, and yes, Boris Johnson, you too. If the government delivers on its intention to end the furlough scheme by October, the UK will stand alone in Europe again. But should we be surprised if they do? Over the course of the past 24 hours, reports claim the British government is planning to end the legal force that would avoid a hard border on the island of Ireland. Let me be clear. Brexit is an act of economic self-harm. It will plunge our economy from the crisis of COVID to further crisis. The Ireland Protocol was designed and agreed to protect our island and our economy, and any attempt to rip it up is a further act by Boris Johnson and his Tory government to undermine the wishes of citizens here, citizens who voted to remain in the European Union, of course.
The member acknowledged that Northern Ireland's biggest market is actually the GB domestic market, and putting anything in the path of businesses trading freely east-west would actually be more devastating to local businesses than anything that could happen north-south.
The member will be aware that, of course, everyone is supportive of unfettered access, yet we have to see that materialise in anything coming forth from the British government. But we have a protocol which is an international agreement, and the British government must implement the protocol. And the reason I say all of this is because we need to be aware of the context in which we are operating. Our economy and our communities are living through a crisis and facing into the further crisis of Brexit. And the British government needs to understand that. We need to act now to protect our economy, our workers, our businesses from COVID, and prepare for the challenges of Brexit. Furlough is an absolutely necessary part of that plan. It is a safety net for the short term that cannot be removed. This is being recognised and acted upon across Europe. In France, a version of the scheme, flexible and targeted, will run for a full 2 years initially. In Germany, their short-time working scheme has been extended to 21 months due to the COVID impact. The Spanish government has committed to delivering its support scheme to the end of this year and, if necessary, into 2021. And the Italian government is actively considering a similar extension. A lot has happened since March this year. We will never forget this year, and we all fervently hope that we never have to experience anything similar in the future. This was the year when everyone made enormous sacrifices in order to help each other out. I know that none of that was easy. Our business community in the North is resilient. It does have underlying strength, and I am confident that in time our economy will recover. There is a time ahead of us when our streets will be busy, our pubs opened and full, our entrepreneurs will be exporting goods and services, our theatres and cinemas will be operating as normal. That time will come. But we are not there yet, and we need to plan to deal with the situation we face in the immediate future. So let our Assembly add its voice to that of Nicola Sturgeon and Scotland. Let us join those businesses and political leaders in Wales who have made the same call. Extend the furlough. Do not abandon entire sectors and the hundreds of thousands who work there. In announcing the scheme back in March, Boris Johnson was explicit. He said, "We, the government, will stand by you. We will help workers of all kinds to get through this crisis, supporting them directly in a way government has never done before." The Chancellor told the House of Commons, "I want every person in this House and in the country to know that I will never accept unemployment as an unavoidable outcome." So what has changed, Chancellor? Will you stand by those words? Because right now, in the absence of a government support scheme, unemployment is not unavoidable, it is inevitable. You do have the power and you have the resources to make it avoidable, but not by sitting back and doing nothing. We know that Boris Johnson has already ruled out an extension of the furlough scheme. However, this is the Prime Minister who is well used to U-turns. So I am not resigned to the end of the furlough scheme becoming reality in October. In fact, as an Assembly, we should be determined to avoid this disaster by making our position very clear. Let us speak with one united voice and send a message loud and clear. Extend the furlough scheme. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And agus now I'm sorry, Kiva Archibald, leis an lasú a chur hontásaí. I now call Kiva Archibald to move the amendment.
And I think there's likely consensus across the Chamber and more broadly across society that the Coronavirus Job Retention Scheme, or the Furlough Scheme as it's better known, has been a lifeline for many businesses and prevented hundreds of thousands of redundancies. However, the Job Retention Scheme introduced by the British Chancellor has to an extent been rigid since its inception, with cut-off dates for employees to be on the payroll, ruling out newly recruited employees, and further cut-off dates in terms of businesses being able to enter the scheme. The most recent figures published on the 21st of August stated that 249,600 employments have been furloughed over the course of the scheme in the North. The crisis caused by the pandemic has undoubtedly impacted on some sectors and workers more than others, with greater numbers of workers in certain sectors furloughed. The accommodation and food sector has seen business down over 93% in Q2 this year, while manufacturing is down 20% and construction 36.5%. 71% of all eligible employments in construction here have been furloughed. Young people are the most likely to be furloughed, with over 60% of 17-year-olds furloughed and 45% of 20-year-olds. For some businesses, like those in hospitality and tourism, they've not yet been able to reopen, while others, for example in manufacturing and a number of sectors, while operations have restarted, orders have slowed and there's little sign that business activity will pick up anytime soon, certainly not before the end of October when the scheme is due to end. The changes that have been made to the scheme already have placed a burden on employers in terms of paying national insurance and pension contributions from the beginning of August and at least 10% of employee wages since the beginning of September. As a result, we have seen a number of redundancies over recent weeks, and there are likely to be more in coming weeks. So to try to avoid mass redundancies and to take account of the much slower return to business than perhaps originally anticipated, we've been advocating for the scheme to be extended and for flexibility to be built in to support those sectors most impacted. And I welcome that the Finance Minister is writing to the British Chancellor on behalf of the Executive calling for the scheme to be extended. I think it would be remiss of us, when we're talking about the impact on businesses and workers, not to also mention those who have been missed out from any support. And the British Chancellor needs to look at reforming other supports, including the Self-Employed Income Support Scheme, to ensure those who have been unfairly excluded due to whatever bureaucratic process, and in some cases not even able to access universal credit, who may not still be able to go back to work, can also access support. While, as I said at the beginning, the scheme has been broadly welcomed, that doesn't, however, mean there isn't room for improvement or learning to be had from other countries that have put in place similar schemes. Across the EU, including Germany, France and in the South, their job retention scheme equivalents have been more flexible since the get-go, allowing, for example, for part-time working, while here in the North and across Britain, part-time working through reduction in hours has only been allowed since August. Some of the schemes also allow for claims to be made retrospectively for loss of business. This means that businesses who have recently faced losses, or where business has been up and down, which is likely to be a trend for some time, those businesses can enter the schemes, and that is not possible with the British version. So, for instance, in the event of any future lockdowns, including localised lockdowns, currently, even if there was an extension to the overall scheme, any business that isn't already in the scheme would be unable to receive help. So it is important that a degree of flexibility is added and that deadlines around entry are reformed to allow for employers that may in the future need support to be able to get it. The Coronavirus Job Retention Scheme has been an important response, but it also needs to form part of the recovery. In some of the other countries, the scheme has been extended up until as much as December 2021. This is a smart move because any economic recovery strategy has to be about helping businesses respond to changing circumstances. That's not going to happen overnight or in the short term, so businesses will require flexible supports over the next number of months. This is vital to avoid mass redundancies, which would be devastating for workers and their families. Without the
Thank you, Member, for giving way. Well, I acknowledge, and I'm sure you do, the intervention from the British Government and how important it is that they play that role in continuing this furlough scheme and supporting workers. Do you agree with me that it is essential that the Executive in this place does so much more to support businesses that have already missed out? We know that £56 million returned from grant funding that hasn't been reallocated, and there are thousands of businesses in Northern Ireland who still haven't been able to avail of any support here. So is it important, do you think, as part of that joint strategy that we play our role here via the Executive to support our local businesses?
Thank you for the intervention, and I do agree, and I would hope to see some of the further interventions to support those who have been excluded being brought forward by the Economy Minister in the next number of weeks. Because without the support of the furlough scheme, businesses which have been able to hit pause will be forced to hit stop as bills pile up and business remains either impossible or much reduced. And just as a final point, which is particularly topical today, it's impossible to talk about the short and medium-term outlook for businesses without also looking at the impact of Brexit. Given speculation since last night, which seems to be firming up, the likelihood of a decent free trade agreement seems to be slim, and therefore businesses are likely to be facing worsening trade circumstances. For those businesses in the north which trade north-south and east-west, the lack of clarity about how they will be doing business come January is a worry they don't need whilst trying to recover from the worst economic crisis in living memory. The British Government needs to live up to their commitments in terms of implementing the protocol and through the Joint Committee put in place the best possible trading conditions. And the EU needs to ensure the safeguards of the protocol are fully implemented. I
call Mr Gordon Dunn. Gordon.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and good to see you back in your place at the top table. I do welcome the opportunity to speak on this very important issue. We all recognise the significant challenges which COVID-19 has brought upon us, not least the severe impact it has had and continues to have on our local economy. It is a global pandemic, and the challenges we face are not exclusive to Northern Ireland. There has been a very significant amount of support delivered by the Executive to date, and particularly through the Department of Economy over the last 6 months, when we began to face COVID-19 head-on and deliver direct financial support where needed. I believe we must put on record our thanks to the Economy Minister Diane Dodds for her efforts in supporting our local economy as we look to rebuild and regenerate, and most importantly give confidence for the future. The Finance Minister recently confirmed that £2.2 billion of additional funding has been provided to Northern Ireland to respond to COVID-19, and that figure alone certainly reinforces the value of being part of our great United Kingdom, where we have benefited from one of the best economic rescue packages in the world during these unprecedented days. The furlough scheme, the self-employed income support scheme, alongside the various local support schemes, including the 10k and the 25k grants, the micro-business hardship fund, as well as schemes such as the bounce-back loan scheme from the banks and the various relief measures have all been introduced for businesses. As a local MLA, I have been pleased to assist many local business owners who have benefited from these measures and which they recognise were a real lifeline for them and their families in these difficult times. I fully recognise that there is need for additional support to sustain jobs in our existing businesses, and there is a real need for Invest NI to look at alternative support for businesses and support upskilling, training, innovation and research and development. Invest NI need to be more proactive rather than reacting to each job crisis when they arise. Encouraging people back into the workplace, including the public sector, back into our town and city centres must continue to be a priority. The public sector must be encouraged back to work in a safe COVID-19 compliant manner. The Eat Out Health Scheme, with 2.7 million meals being served, I'm not sure how positive that has been for the health service, but it was a real success in relation to confidence boosting, a great example for the hospitality sector and the general public, eating out in a safe and controlled way, whilst protecting valuable jobs and encouraging people to enjoy the very best of Northern Ireland. Will do.
Deputy Speaker, while acknowledging the Eat Out to Help Out scheme has inevitably been of value to businesses and to those who are able to afford to eat out to help out, could I acknowledge and could I ask the member to acknowledge that there are many of my constituents, as I'm quite sure many of his, who quite simply could not afford to eat out to help out, and the Chancellor might have done more for food banks and others.
Thank you for that. And the member wishful thinking there for you, Gordon.
Go easy,
member's
go
an
easy.
extra minute, if he so wishes.
Well, I think we all recognise as elected representatives there is great need out there. We're all aware of the need for food banks. We're also very much aware and recognise the success of the Eat Out scheme. And there are differences, there are variations, and again we must all do what we can to help those right across the various sectors. We have also seen the various business revitalisation scheme, which was rolled out recently, which was supported by DAERA and the Department of Communities in conjunction with our local councils to support our town centres, our city centres and villages and help them to adjust to the new challenges facing such businesses. The Apprenticeship Recovery Scheme, announced last week by the Minister, will see employers receive up to £3,700 for every apprentice brought in to the workplace and retained, and £3,000 for new apprentices, which is exactly the sort of positive financial support scheme we need as we focus on our recovery, growth and the skills for our future. Undoubtedly, challenges will remain with us for some time. Every sector has been impacted by COVID, but certain sectors, including the tourism, hospitality and aerospace sectors, will require tailored support going forward, and we must all continue to work together. The continued support of business through the continuation of the furlough scheme, even in a phased way, is vital as we seek to further build confidence in our economy and continue to make Northern Ireland a great place to live, work and to invest. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I now call Mr Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion and the proposed amendment, and more particularly the workers and businesses of Northern Ireland who have faced extremely challenging circumstances over the past few months as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Unemployment has historically been a serious and persistent problem here in Northern Ireland, but in recent times it seemed that we were improving on this. It's therefore extremely concerning and disappointing that we could see more than 100,000 people out of work by the end of this year. The Coronavirus Job Retention Scheme has indeed been a lifeline to businesses and workers alike. While not perfect, and there have been many who have been excluded, and I use that term carefully because there is a group called excluded, and there are those who do genuinely feel that they have been excluded by all of the schemes. But nevertheless, given the exceptional circumstances and the speed at which the scheme was implemented, it has provided support and stability for millions of workers across the United Kingdom and continued that connection between employer and workers, which would otherwise have been broken and seen a massive spike in unemployment this spring. To end it completely by the end of October, I believe, would be a major, expensive and indeed unnecessary self-inflicted wound. It is perhaps penny wise and pound foolish. This will cost us more in the future. Many businesses and workers face an uncertain and difficult winter. These are the otherwise viable businesses, in the absence of a pandemic, would be employing people, paying taxes and contributing to our economy. These range from travel agents to hotels to soft play facilities to after-school time to the aircraft industry. Employers that we need. We need to support these businesses. We need to be able to say we will be supporting you, your employees and your businesses until we can return safely to relative normality. In a similar vein, I welcome the proposed amendment which calls for businesses to be able to furlough staff again if restrictions or closures are again required. I really hope that that will not be the case, but we must continue to support workers and employers as we try to control the virus and be fully aware of the difficulties that these restrictions place on society. The UK wide furlough scheme, even with its inadequacies, even with those that have been excluded, has been helpful and should continue perhaps in a more targeted form. But there's much more that can be done here to support people. In fact, money is still waiting to be spent, and it needs to be decided how to be spent, and quickly. There will be extreme anger should any minister in this Assembly and in the Executive here in Northern Ireland end up returning money to the Treasury. I think most would be aghast at the underspend on the micro business hardship fund, not least of all because so many small businesses and sole traders have been excluded again and again. I look forward to meeting the Minister later this week with such a group of people to discuss this. It is also crystal clear that we need an economic recovery strategy to focus on creating jobs or future economic development with clear actions and measures led by the Department of the Economy. Thus far, we are yet to see anything concrete. Perhaps the Minister for the Economy can, indeed sadly she's not here today, to advise us on what progress is being made. The challenge to the Minister is to produce that plan. We must not allow people to fall back into long-term unemployment, so when jobs cannot be saved, people must be offered the opportunity for supported options to help them back into work. Skills and retraining for our economic recovery are vitally important. We need to seize those opportunities now. I do welcome the announcements on funding for recruitment and retention of apprenticeships. But again, with many on furlough, I have concerns that there quite simply will be a cliff edge for apprentices. We must also note the particular socio-economic harm that the recession is doing to our young people. It affects their earnings and their careers and their futures. Therefore, I would call on the Communities Minister to get moving with schemes like Kickstart and equivalent schemes for young people who are unemployed. Closing, Mr Speaker, it's clear the UK-wide job retention scheme should continue.
Could advise the member to bring his remarks to a close, please.
Indeed, it should be widened and even in the case of further restrictions. Can I encourage this Assembly to support the amendment and the motion in front of us today?
Thank you. I call Mr Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There is no doubt that the COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant impact on our population. First and foremost, we must continue to recognise the health impact, the hundreds of families who have lost loved ones due to the virus, and the many who continue to suffer with the effects after contracting COVID. We of course recognise the serious economic impact that COVID-19 has had and continues to have on the livelihoods of so many of our constituents. We don't have to travel too far within our own constituencies to see the devastating impact that COVID has had on our many businesses and workplaces. Without the significant financial packages and measures put in place through the UK Government, through our own Economy Minister and indeed the wider Executive, the impact no doubt would have been greater in a shorter space of time. The UK Government has provided more than £2 billion in funding in responding to the pandemic, and that doesn't include the value of the furlough scheme. There is no doubt that the job retention scheme has prevented many businesses from closing their doors and has kept many people in employment. The figures show that roughly 240,000 people were furloughed by mid-July. That's a significant number given the size of our population. In addition to this, the Self-Employed Income Scheme has had over 76,000 claims made in Northern Ireland. So based on these figures, that means that around 316,000 jobs in self-employed received support through the retention schemes. That's 36% of those in employment. It has been estimated that in the medium term, many of those who are furloughed are at risk of redundancy, particularly within our SMEs. This presents a significant problem as the job retention scheme comes to an end. As efforts have been made to kickstart our economy, it is evident that for some industries it is going to take much longer than hoped for to recover. This is through no fault of those involved in these sectors, but simply dictated by the nature of their business and the restrictions that continue to be in place for the safety of the public. In a few short weeks, many thousands will be facing the prospect of unemployment and their livelihoods thrown into chaos. It is vitally important that the UK Government addresses the furlough issue and the scheme. This could be done in a targeted way, encouraging businesses back to work whilst providing a lifeline for some of the industries who are facing particular challenges, such as those within our aviation industry, our travel industry, our entertainment venues and tourism and hospitality sectors. I will indeed.
Thank you, Member, for giving way. Would you agree with me, while it has been crucial that our businesses and our communities have been able to access one of the most unprecedented financial packages from the British Government in our lifetime, certainly in this pandemic, but would he equally agree that it's going to take as innovative as possible approach going forward to ensure that industry can continue to cohabit with what is an already alarming situation with the outbreak of COVID in Craigavon Area Hospital, for example?
And the member has an extra minute added to his remarks.
Absolutely, and I completely concur with that point. I think that we do need to be innovative. We do need to look at a targeted approach, and I'm confident that the Executive has written to the Chancellor. I think it is important that he does take on those views, particularly from the industry leaders as well. Our town and city centres are far from what they were 7 months ago. There are many more shutters down and empty units. Once busy streets are now empty. When I speak to businesses directly within my own constituency, particularly in the city centre, they stress the importance of getting public sector staff back into their offices. This must only be done in a safe and practical way. The many coffee shops and restaurants and sandwich bars may have reopened, but they are struggling due to the lack of footfall through the many office workers working from home. We need to bring life back into our town and city centres. I believe there's an opportunity for our government departments to take a lead on this. Absolutely.
I'm grateful to the member for giving way on this point. Does the member agree that whilst the $2 billion that he referred to from Treasury represents a significant subvention from Westminster to help our economy, ultimately that money is going to have to be paid back? And the best way to safeguard and progress economic recovery is to start moving in as safely a way as possible as to get as much of our economy functioning again.
Well, absolutely, and I do agree with that point. It does lead me on to the next point, in that we do need to get life back into our city centre, and we do need to get businesses opened up in as safe a way as possible. And to that end, I think it is important that we recognise the work of the Economy Minister to try to rebuild our economy in this unprecedented environment. We must too grasp the opportunities in the emerging sectors, fintech for example, to drive job creation. We must continue to explore how departments could help firms improve their supply chains or apply dynamic new ideas or technologies. There's a short window of opportunity to ensure that jobs are protected and the economic impact is not worsened. The Executive has provided effective short-term measures to support businesses. However, long-term strategic plans must now be put into effect. We need to get on with the investment in our city deals. This will give a strong positive signal to businesses that there is a long-term plan to support and rebuild the affected sectors in the coming month. We must get on too with delivering an infrastructure investment to stimulate connectivity in Northern Ireland through digital, education and transport projects. We need to get on with promoting Northern Ireland as a great place to live, work and travel to. This investment is now more important than ever. Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I support the motion and amendment.
There's an issue here, Sir Melissa McHugh. I now call Melissa McHugh.
I've got a last Carla. I welcome just the opportunity to speak on this motion as well too. That since the sort of inception of COVID and the likes of it, we've all become familiar with a new vocabulary in many respects, and we're starting to come to terms with actually the meaning as well too. That whenever they talk about suppressing the curve and even furlong and that, for many people, they didn't really understand what the concept was. But it isn't enough to say that for 1 minute that it's something that's completely and absolutely new. It's an instrument that has been tried and tested for over 100 years for long in itself. And just in the way that we talked about suppressing the curve in order for the health system to be in a position to be able to cope with what in fact we knew was coming down the line in terms of the amount of people who would require hospitalisation, so too is it the case with furlonging. That in fact, if anything, it is there initially to help the system to cope with is unemployment. And we have, in a sense, suppressed that to date. And now with the suggestion that in October that it's going to be removed, then we can expect that same surge then in terms of unemployment within this economy. Now, in an economy in itself that has limited businesses, much less businesses per head of the population than in Scotland, Wales or in England, all the more reason why it is that we should be there and ensuring that we're protecting those jobs in every respect. Not just in protecting the jobs per se, but also the skills that have been acquired over a long period of time in the whole area of manufacturing and the likes of it, in Mid-Ulster, an area very close to my own constituency, where it is now, if anything, the manufacturing base here in the north of Ireland. We do not want to see those skills lost. And that's what furlonging in itself provides for. It ensures that you still hold on to and secure those skills. Now, as I said, that this was a system tested and tried a long time ago, initially in Germany in the 1920s at the time of hyperinflation, and more lately in 2008 at the time of the world recession. Once again, the Germans were the people that came to the fore and provided the world with a system that ensured that they could at least absorb gently, if anything, the more negative aspects of that same recession that happened at the time. And it isn't by accident that they are the same people now who wish to extend their scheme for another 2 years, because they know exactly the impact that that sudden rise or impact of unemployment will have on their economy. And let's not forget just one other element of this as well too, when we do talk about workers who haven't been laid off but are furloughed where they're receiving the greater part of their income, that they're the same people who, if anything, sustain and maintain our domestic economy. That is in that other area of the demand for goods and services domestically, that they still have the resources in order to be able to sustain and maintain that. So again, just I make this point that when we look at it as an instrument that can influence so many elements of our economy in itself and our industry, all the more reason why we have to ensure that we give total and absolute support to our executive and to our economy minister as well too, and to our finance minister, and making their appeals to the British authorities to ensure that they continue to support a furlong scheme extended well beyond the month of October, and if anything for this next 2 years. And another point just that I do think that it is critical and essential here, that has been alluded to by a number of different speakers. There are people who would only but now be coming into that whole sphere where they would require that same type of support, but have been excluded by a time frame. And I think to it that in itself is despicable. But all the more reason why it has to be looked at very, very carefully to ensure that we get the best possible results for all of our people and for all of our elements of industry as well.
Thank you. I now call Christopher Stolford, please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and welcome back. It's good to see you back in place, not least because it eases the burden on Roy Beggs and myself, and we now get to participate in some of these debates, so it's good to see you back, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am happy to support the motion and the amendment, although I don't wish to be cruel to the previous speaker, but I'm not entirely certain that late 1920s Germany is really an economic model that we want to be following, because the member will know that that model was funded through a series of complicated loans, which were then called in, and, well, read the history books and see how that ended up. I want to make just a few comments about a couple of key sectors of the economy. Firstly, in relation to aerospace, my colleague from Foyle, Mr Middleton, mentioned the aerospace sector. Aerospace employs 10,000 people in Northern Ireland, and the contribution that the aerospace industry makes to our economy runs into the hundreds of millions, if not billions of pounds. And so I think, but yet it is one of the sectors, because of the unique circumstances that we've been facing, that has been absolutely devastated by COVID-19. So I do think there's lots of people in my constituency, East Belfast as well, East Antrim, employed in those North Down, employed in those aerospace industries. So it is really important that measures are taken and steps are taken in order to protect them. Anyone who has engaged in, and rightly so, I hope we all have, anyone who is engaged in trying to support the local tourism and hospitality sectors around Northern Ireland will have seen so many of our towns, places that we would traditionally go, certainly if you're from Belfast, places that you traditionally would go during the summer, Portrush, Newcastle, places like that, completely deserted. And we can all see the impact that COVID has had, particularly since there was an outbreak in Newcastle and County Down. You can see the impact that has had, and that's why I think initiatives such as the Eat Out to Help Out scheme, taking on board what the member for East Antrim, Mr Dixon, said, were positive and were welcome. The massive scale of the impact that COVID has had is measurable in the fact that the £2 billion of additional expenditure has come from the Treasury to this part of the UK to try and shore up our economy, to ensure that once those vast swathes of the economy that have been put into deep storage are brought out of it again, there will actually be something left. I think it's testimony to the benefits of actually being part of the United Kingdom that our government was in a position to provide that subvention. But, and we need to be realistic about this, it's money that our children will be paying back, and future generations, perhaps even their children as well, will be paying back. So while I sing the praise of the Eat Out to Help Out scheme, I'm mindful of the fact that there's no such thing as a free lunch. And the borrowing that has taken place in order... Yes, I'll give way.
Thanks very much, Member, for giving way. But I hope you would agree that the Eat Out to Help Out scheme at least got people used to going back in to public houses and to restaurants again, and give that hope going forward into the future. Thank you.
I absolutely do agree with that, and that's...
The Minister, sorry, the member has an extra minute.
Thank you.
Okay.
I absolutely do agree with that, and that's where I think, in a sense, and again, I must underscore and underline that I don't want us to do anything out with the best scientific medical advice, but in a sense, I think we've almost been victims of our own success in terms of putting the frighteners on people to encourage them to stay in a form of lockdown. And if we can encourage people in a safe and managed way out of self-imposed lockdown into businesses like you're mentioning, then I think we should encourage that. So I think that's absolutely right. Yes, very briefly, yes.
The member brought in relation to the Eat Out Help Out scheme the slight contradiction. While it was a good scheme, we have some of those people that we talked about from the public sector that were perhaps availing of the Eat Out to Help Out scheme, but yet citing the same arguments that they couldn't go out in public as to returning to their workplace.
I think that it's important. I think that it's important that we try to take as broad a view as possible. I don't want to get into... I'm certainly not going to criticise people if they have legitimate fears and concerns. I think our job as a government is to demonstrate the progress that has been made in addressing those concerns in order to make people feel safe to go out and to spend money and to help generate economic recovery. The person who proposed the motion, Mrs Mallon, isn't here, unfortunately, because I heard in her introductory remarks she cited that we should follow the lead and the example given by Nicola Sturgeon, the First Minister of Scotland, who proved her economic prowess in 2014 by telling us all that a barrel of oil would be $110 today. When I checked on Business Insider, it's $41.98. So I don't think we'll be taking our economic predictions or hypotheses from the SNP-led administration.
I would advise the member just to bring us.
And I've made the point that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Agus neis here, Sir Pat Catney, and I call Pat Catney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. As I said, this is an incredibly important motion, although more and more of our businesses are able to come back. In some way or form, there are still many out there that are not allowed to open. I obviously need to declare an interest as a former publican, but they are an integral part of our hospitality trade and sector. Across the world, the Ulster Irish pub is famous. They have been part of our history. Relationships have sparked, revolutions plotted, and all the world's ills put right over, as I say, all the world's put right in our pubs. They closed in line with government guidance, and they remain closed. Some have been with us for hundreds of years. I want to speak about my friend's bar, Brian, the Maypole in Hollywood. This has been a licensed business since 1857. I know the owner, Brian, well. He is hard-working, hands-on publican whose family has provided a centre point for the community for decades. I also would like to speak just of another little bar called Lavery's in Chapel Hill that 100 years ago, just 2 weeks ago, found itself burnt in the notorious or infamous burnings in Lisburn over the shooting of Swansea, who, in his place, had murdered the Lord Mayor, one of 3 Lord Mayors in Ireland then, in County Cork, Thomas McHugh. Of these businesses, there is a history attached to them, and that's my reason for bringing that out to you all here now today. With support, places like this could be gone forever without support. All of these businesses are happy to comply with public health guidance, but you cannot escape the hypocrisy of some of the guidance and of pubs being blamed for outbreaks when a third of them can't even open. Even for those that can open and doing everything they can to stick to the guidelines, they have had to live in fear of visits from the large number of PSNI officers with the power to shut them down for the smallest infraction, instead of making pubs seem like they are the troublemakers with visitors from the Chief Constable and teams of officers. We need to stop ignoring them, listen to them and work with them. Pubs that have remained closed have lost businesses to the pub down the street. I mean, I know of pubs that are selling a bowl of soup. They are traditional wet bars, and they find themselves being able to open. This is very unfair to those public houses that are following the law, because once that business goes, believe me, we're creatures of habit. It's very, very difficult to get that revenue back into your public house. Absolutely.
I thank the member for giving way, but the member agreed with me that support for our social and sports clubs who cannot open under the regulations also require additional support. Otherwise, they may never reopen, and we would lose vital community hubs in our towns and villages.
Absolutely.
The member has an extra minute.
Absolutely, 100% right on that there. And they also, like our sporting clubs, be they rugby, GAA, soccer, handball, whatever, are the backbone of those local communities, and it is a source of revenue, so I do have to agree with you on that. But pubs that have remained closed have lost their businesses, as I've said. This won't come back. It's a double hit. Closed bars make no money, but it still costs a lot of money in order to try and maintain them and run them. We need to find a safe way for those small family businesses to open and give way the financial support that they have lacked throughout this pandemic. You know, a lot of public houses, folks, the owners still live above those pubs, all right? And this is strange what I'm going to say to you, but in a way their public house is an extension of their living room. They're very, very responsible people, settled strongly within that community, and you find these pubs have been passed on from generation to generation. Mr. Speaker, my office cannot only be overwhelmed by the number of calls and emails coming in from people that could potentially lose their jobs. They come from across our society. They are our shopkeepers, our trade workers, members of all families. To just end the support of the furlough scheme in October is just not acceptable. I don't deny that it took a big step to propose the furlough scheme. Surely the steps that need to be taken to continue with it are much more smaller and not beyond the possibility of political thought and ability, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I must also mention all of those that have not been able to avail of any of the support mechanisms that have been put in place due to COVID. I have been asking questions for months now of ministers who have assured me there will be more support coming, but still we have 10,000 sole traders and small businesses who have received nothing. The support mechanisms were blunt tools. They had to be set up quickly to help people as quickly as possible, but now we have had time to reflect, time to look at the impact of the scheme, and time to figure out how and what has been missed. We need to look at the underspends in the schemes in our budgets. We cannot go through another budget process without putting something in place for those left behind. Mr. Speaker, we must use all of the pressures we can to support those working to get through this terrible time, and I urge you to also support this motion and the amendment. And on top of that, Mr. Speaker,
advise the member to draw his remarks to a close, please.
Thank you. I was just going to say that. Okay, thank you.
Call John Stewart.
Deputy Speaker, and again, can I say it's good to see you back in your chair, and also my party colleague, Presumptuous there. My colleague from East Antrim, Stuart Dixon, it's nice to see him back as well. It's the first time that we've sat in the chamber since I was elected, so good to see you back, Stuart. Can I say I rise on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party to support the motion and the amendment, but I would like to say that I probably would have liked to see the motion go further. I think, as has been discussed already in here today, we recognise the importance of the job retention scheme, but it's only one pillar of several pillars that are integral to supporting our local economy here. We talked about the grant assistance and an economic recovery strategy, and also schemes that have not to date helped those who have been excluded from support measures, and I think it would be so much more important if we were discussing that as well. So I think it is critical that we all agree that the executive not only finds the money to support businesses here, but also is directed to create schemes whereby that money can be spent efficiently and effectively to help those who have especially missed out to date. The introduction of the coronavirus scheme by the Chancellor was big and bold and was a huge move at the time, and there's no doubting the unprecedented nature of that, with 80% of wages up to £2,500 a month to employees. It was something akin to what we would have seen from a social democratic Scandinavian country than what we'd be used to from a Conservative government. But it has also been an undoubted success. It's kept unemployment down to a level, it's to a very low level. It's directly protected 9.5 million jobs across the UK and up to 300,000 jobs here, and been a lifeline to those employees who would otherwise have not had an income and would be continuing to worry about their future. It hasn't been cheap, upwards of £40 billion, which, as the member for South Belfast says, will have to be paid back, and that amount of government intervention continues to grow by the day, especially with the other schemes that are there. But I think it has been essential to prop up the economy thus far, which makes it so frustrating that the Chancellor plans to end this in October, long before people who are affected by the pandemic are able to get back to work effectively. There are some businesses are returning, we know that, and many who have been furloughed are starting to drift back to work, and that is also vitally important for the economy, especially as Mr Middleton said about getting people back into our town centres and city centres. Getting people back into the workplaces safely is so vital for the local economy. But there are other sectors that can't get back, and we've mentioned them today about wet pubs and the creative industry and the events sector and so many others who, through no fault of their own, are either banned from reopening or just simply can't. And it is essential that a scheme continues to be in presence to give them the support that they need. Rishi Sunak, the Chancellor, said that the furlough scheme, when he launched it back in March, would be a bridge through the pandemic. And I believe by withdrawing the furlough scheme prematurely, he risks building a bridge that does not reach the other side. I think it is integral that he finishes the job. Even to next June, the spend, potentially £10 billion, would be significantly less than that's been spent so far. But the cost of not doing it could be even more, and the impact on our economy in Northern Ireland of upwards potentially of 100,000 jobs lost, and maybe upwards of 1 million across the UK, would be disastrous. We've heard today that Germany, Belgium, Australia, France, significant other countries have already pledged to extend their scheme, albeit in different guises, and I think that would be probably what is integral. We do know that businesses want flexibility, and those of us who speak to them want to know that if they can get people back into work, maybe for a period of time or part-time, or if they get people back and things get difficult again for them, that they'll be able to slot back in. I think that is integral as well. So we can hopefully all send a joint and strong message to the Chancellor and to Boris Johnson. And he's getting that from all sides, and also from his own government or from his own backbenchers. I know Julian Knight over the weekend, the Conservative chair of the Culture, Media and Sport Committee, said that there's growing momentum for that from all industries, especially those that can simply not get back or seek to exist under social distancing. And he said that the British government would look ridiculous and set the economy back a generation if our world-leading creative sectors go belly up for the sake of a few billion. And I know we're talking about billions here and billions there, but given the gravity of this scheme and the fact that the British government is spending money at a rate not seen since wartime efforts, I think for the sake of a few more billion, it would be almost ridiculous if we did not support those. The protection, as I say, of key skills should be a strategic priority, and will be the building block of getting the economy back up and running post-COVID. And I think it's integral then that scheme is there to support those that are unable to get back, but those key skills need to keep existing. So, like I say, I'll finish off, Deputy Speaker, by just saying I do think it is important that we recognise how important this scheme is, but also that it's only one pillar of so much more, and the executive needs to play its role. And I think it is imperative that we see more of that money that was released or returned from the grants and budgets being made available for those that have been excluded. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Could I call Andrew Muir, please?
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's good to see you in your place alongside my colleague Stuart Dixon. We've had many Zoom calls over the months, but we've never actually met in person until today. So, the launch of the furlough scheme in March was an unprecedented but much-needed decision by the UK Government. Few would dispute that, had it not been brought in, the situation today would have been infinitely worse. I will forever remember the moment furlough was announced on the 20th of March, after previously standing in a local business on St Patrick's Day, with staff, owners and I in tears, facing down the prospect of closure and redundancies. Furlough saved that business and the jobs of the employees, but many others still need furlough to survive. Failure of the UK Government to reverse its decision to end the scheme next month would have catastrophic consequences for working people and their families across Northern Ireland. The Alliance Party supports an extension because the furlough scheme is necessary given the restrictions on our lives imposed as a result of COVID-19. Most importantly, we must acknowledge that the vast majority of people who are furloughed desperately want to get back to work and are really worried about the grim alternative if this scheme is ended, namely prolonged unemployment without the means to sufficiently support themselves and their family. I know these people, their friends. They're worried what's going to happen in October, and they're desperately keen to ensure that furlough is extended. We have a furlough scheme because necessary COVID-19 restrictions have made thousands of jobs temporarily unviable. People didn't see this coming. Thankfully, some of those restrictions have been eased and large numbers have gone back to work, yet important restrictions remain, derailing previously viable jobs. We must continue to support these jobs or risk losing them forever. While the Executive has been able to loosen restrictions, we are well aware that some of those may need to be reimposed, as indeed some already have been. Local lockdowns, as we've heard today, are also a very real possibility. For businesses that have run out of any reserves following 6 of the toughest months on record, the furlough scheme remains vital to ensuring that they can afford to keep hold of their staff. The requirement for an individual establishment, such as a restaurant, to close for weeks at a time because of a case or cluster of COVID-19 could be fatal for the business if the furlough scheme is not there to support staff costs. Speaking to a local businessman a fortnight ago, his business has emerged from the lockdown with his reserves eliminated and £26,000 worth of debt, but he's determined to make a go of it. Forcing his and other businesses to close once again without any assistance, such as the ability to furlough employees, would, I fear, be the last straw and result in closure of that business. Mr Deputy Speaker, if we were to end the furlough scheme, we'd be asking furloughed workers to either find new jobs or rely on support from existing and very limited safety nets. We cannot expect those furloughed in Northern Ireland to find new jobs that simply don't exist. The furlough scheme is expensive, estimated at over £35 billion at the end of August. But we have seen other similarly placed countries, such as Germany and Ireland and others mentioned here today, recently extend their furlough schemes well into 2021. If these countries can stand by their workers for the duration of the pandemic, there is no reason why the UK Government cannot do the same. Furthermore, there is strong evidence to suggest that ending the furlough scheme in October will cost more money in the long term than closing it. Analysis from the National Institute of Economic and Social Research has shown how, through curtailing unemployment benefit claims this year and several years into the future, continuing the furlough scheme into the middle of 2021 is the least expensive option. As other members have also outlined, Northern Ireland also has its own economic powers. We have many money has been allocated through Barnett Consequential still sitting unallocated. It's essential it's allocated, and it would be frankly unforgivable if departments were surrendering money at the end of the financial year without rolling out support packages as soon as possible. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, we still need the furlough scheme, and closing in October as planned would be a big mistake. Furlough is not a luxury, but an unprecedented scheme for unprecedented times that is absolutely necessary to support a large number of workers in Northern Ireland. I support the motion and the amendment.
Thank you. I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I would like to say hello to Mr Dixon. We believe we've been met yet. I welcome this motion and amendment today. Extending the furlough scheme would, of course, go some way to provide a safety net for many workers that have been affected by this pandemic. It is inconceivable to expect businesses that have been unable to reopen, or those who are not able to open fully, to survive without any further support when they have had little, if any, income since March. Grants only cover so much, and loans just kick the financial problems down the line. Many trade unions have rightly been calling for the extension of the furlough scheme for months to protect jobs, livelihoods and families across Northern Ireland. It's a no-brainer. We know the magic money tree can be shook when it is suited. But it's not a long-term solution. What we need is imagination. We need to think differently, and we need a bespoke economic plan for the people that we represent. The motion calls to action is clear and something I support, but what difference will it really make in light of the British Government already refusing to extend the scheme? The key question here for this Assembly is what are the Executive's plans to create new employment opportunities for the estimated 100,000 people that are going to be unemployed by the end of the year? What about those not included in this figure who are already struggling? Those who have had their hours cut, who are in precarious and unstable working conditions, those relying already on our social security system, those who are having to give up work or not being able to return because of childcare decisions, those who are self-employed, and those who did not qualify for the grants and assistance offered by Westminster or by the Executive here. They have been left behind and excluded, and there is nothing that extending the furlough scheme can do to help them. Take, for example, a constituent of mine who has been left behind, and I'm glad she's given permission for me to mention her today. Mrs Judith Cree had set up her own business in Holywood in April 2018, but did not meet the criteria in the scheme set by Westminster, nor any implemented by the Executive here. She, alongside others, including excluded NI, have lobbied for assistance in line with Scotland from the Department for the Economy and from this Executive, and have been turned down repeatedly. She has also lobbied for the scope of the criteria to change, but has also been turned down on that too. She was informed that she was not able to avail of as much support as others, and that it's impossible to provide funding for every scenario that has presented itself during this pandemic by the Minister. But why is this Executive not listening and acting to help those that need it? What are the plans to protect jobs under threat? Where are the plans to create new jobs? And how are the Executive using available funds and investment to drive forward economic recovery? Where is the imagination, and what of the underspend? There are new ideas and new ways of dealing with economic recession and increased unemployment here. We do not need to look too far for opportunities presenting themselves, issues that we know we need to deal with, which will necessitate job creation. Dealing with fuel poverty, for example, and the poor condition of housing here is one example. The mass retrofitting of houses that is required for people is a perfect example of what the Executive should be doing and investing their energy in, not focusing on business as usual. What we need here are green jobs and a green stimulus package from the Executive. We need a just transition to protect workers and create jobs from the future. And this will require investment in people, education, apprenticeships, widespread and far-reaching structural change, including cooperatives and community-based models of business to implement a fair and just transition to low-carbon economy backed by green investment. This Assembly has already backed a Green New Deal, and it was agreed with New Decade New Approach. So where are the green jobs? Where is our economic plan and a just transition within it? Whilst we welcome the call for extending the furlough scheme, it's also time for the Executive to pull the finger out, present this Assembly with a comprehensive economic plan and deliver green jobs for the future.
Call Mr Jim Allister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It would be hard to dispute some of the recitals in this motion, recognising the significant impact that COVID-19 crisis has had on the public, noting projections of more than 100,000 people could be unemployed by the end of the year. But I do have to say, there's something churlish about this motion. No acknowledgement whatsoever of the very substantial assistance that has kept our economy afloat. Now, of course, as taxpayers, we're entitled to benefit from our membership of the UK, and that, of course, is the big advantage of being in the UK. But I don't think it would have really done the proposers of this motion any harm to acknowledge the sheer scale of assistance that has been provided. I've always thought one of the self-inflicted dangers for devolution, not just here but elsewhere, is the risk of it simply becoming a grievance machine. Can't blame Westminster for everything. My goodness. In respect of expenditure here, this executive hasn't been able to spend to date all the money it has received in respect of COVID from Westminster. Mr. Dixon rightly told us, and I'm sure each one of us could add to it, about the small traders who have fallen through the net with no help. A haulage sector with next to no help. Yet money in the coffers not provided. So before we take the moat out of the eye of Westminster, maybe we should have a look at our own executive. But there's some, of course, and their whole raison d'etre is just to blame the Brits. With Mr. O'Dowd's, in a moment, with Mr. O'Dowd's infamous shower of bees comment. We had the illiteracy of our finance minister talking about the lockdown being blamed, could be blamed on austerity. There does come a time when this Assembly has to grow up in terms of recognising responsibilities in the here and now that are here, not elsewhere. Yes, I'll give way.
Member for Given Way. I don't deny that it was a huge effort and a huge amount of money which come forward for the furlough scheme. But I think this would be a smaller step in order to try and retain it, and not beyond our political thought and our political wishes in order to try and maintain our economy as battered and bruised as it is.
I'm not saying that the furlough scheme should not be extended, but it can't be extended forever. There are businesses which sadly will never reopen. Some point, some realities have to be faced. You can't just keep putting your hand into the pocket of the Treasury if there's no realistic prospect of that spend turning good. So there does come a point, hard as it is, for politicians in a devolved arrangement to face such realities, when those realities will have to be faced. Because as Mr. Stalford said, someday, someone, possibly down to our grandchildren, are going to have to pay for this. Do we really want to create such a mountain of debt on future generations for the ease of being able to say, we found money off the money tree in 2020? I think there does come a point when reality has to settle in. Yes, furlough scheme without it would be in a very dire situation. But I think you cannot realistically expect that things will just go on indefinitely like that. There does come the personal and the collective community responsibility. And I'm sure there will be other needs as we go forward to be met, perhaps, in different ways. Yes?
Thank the member for giving way, and whilst I appreciate what he's saying, would the member not agree with me that given we bailed out the banks in 2008, we can certainly do a wee bit more and bail out our people?
I'm not going to defend the bailouts of the banks. They were treated with considerable generosity.
I'd ask the member to draw his remarks to a close.
So too has the community in general. And I don't think that two wrongs ever make a right. I'm just making the point, at some point, people have to get real about economic future.
Thank you. Agus Nish, Adam, Sir Jerry Carroll, Sulam Muggam, Sir Higgin Fuentishin, Kai Mirod Again and Shaw. Just before I move to that, Jerry, order paper isn't expected to be disposed of by 6 p.m. In accordance with Standing Order 10.3, I will allow business to continue until 7 p.m. or until the actual business is completed. Gomalesh Galashin, Garowich Lanare, please continue, Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Speaker, the COVID crisis has vividly illustrated across the world that not only do workers make society function, but they create the wealth in our society, not the billionaires, stockbrokers, bankers or venture capitalists. Workers create the wealth in society, and it's worth observing this fundamental reality here today, because for too long political representatives in this chamber and in the Westminster Parliament across the water have propagated policies that attack working class people, and for too long our economic system has existed based on exploiting the labour power of workers and concentrating wealth in the hands of the few. Our hospitality workers, retail workers, cleaners, porters, office workers, construction workers, public sector, health workers and everyone else, they create the wealth and prosperity in our society, and to paraphrase the radical thinker Karl Marx, even a child knows that a society that stops working is a society that struggles to survive. The cost of this crisis is now being unfairly forced onto working people, and whilst people in the hospitality sector lost their jobs, the wealthy continued to do well during this crisis. People like Richard Branson, a billionaire who sits on his private island championing his own bailout, whilst aviation workers are unsure how long their jobs may exist. Or the Debenhams workers who have been laid off, undermined, disrespected, whilst the company remains profitable and wealthy. Not to mention, of course, the completely disproportionate experience between those who have worked extremely hard, putting themselves at risk at meat plants and other food production outlets, and the likes of Larry Goodman and others, the beef barons, who've been left untouched by this crisis. Bosses who have private wealth of hundreds of millions of pounds and assets totalling hundreds of billions, they sit on fortunes. Food production workers have been placed at risk throughout this whole crisis, underpaid, disrespected, and too many have tragically paid with their lives. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 remains a dangerous reality in our communities. We've heard, obviously, today of that. In our workplaces and schools, we've witnessed a rapid increase in cases in the last few weeks, and tragically deaths as well. Any idea that we have bypassed this pandemic or that we have come through it is not only inaccurate, but very, very dangerous thinking, and the Executive should bear that in mind, especially as it moves to lift more restrictions. Mr. Speaker, the furlough scheme should absolutely be extended, as we've heard already in the debate. If the German government can extend furlough until the end of 2021 and the French government until 2022, why can't workers here have similar protection for them? It's likely there will be no vaccine until at the earliest next year, and workers do firmly need security and protection and must not be forced to choose between risking their health and risking their jobs and, by extension, their futures. It's worth remembering as well that the furlough scheme was not implemented out of the goodness of the Tories' hearts. I believe the Tories do not have good hearts. They implemented the scheme because they knew they needed the state to step in order for the system to survive, otherwise they risked great instability. Short-term protection for some workers in order for long-term protection of profits was the real reason for their actions. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, in any debate about the economy in this chamber, we always have pleas against whipping the begging bowl to London. I think we have to reject this caricature of reality, Mr. Speaker. It isn't London's money, it's taxpayers' money created by the labour of workers here, and we need more of it, not less. And the reality, as Oxfam said in 2014, £4 billion worth of cuts have been delivered in the North, likely to be higher now. That's the highest since the World War II. There's a fundamental historical problem of underinvestment by the British governments and public spend on public services here, but also in working class communities in Wales, England and Scotland. Mr. Deputy Speaker, always when there's a discussion about lack of funding, the need for investment, the need to protect people, I'm struck how we often refer to what I would say as unfair and outdated proposals, normally water charges, prescription charges and higher fees. I think we have a different focus, which focuses on the need to maintain public services, but making those who have more wealth pay for it and not putting extra burdens on the working class and poor communities. We need to see corporate wealth tax to ensure those with the most
Advise the member to draw his remarks to a close, please.
I think there's plenty of money in Britain and Ireland to make that happen, so we'll leave my comments there. Thank you very much.
Okay. Agus nes yearam tar John O'Dowd le críocha chur leis an lasú agus tá cuaig nóméid agad. I can now call John O'Dowd on the amendment, and you have 5 minutes.
Garmy agus las can coilean falter Arish back to us all, and also to Mr. Dixon as well, who's back among us. It's been an interesting debate. I think we have managed to unite the House in their call for the furlough scheme to be continued. We have socialists and Tories and Liberals and right-wingers and left-wingers and all coming together supporting this economic proposal. And it comes about because we're facing, this overused word, but it's true, unprecedented times. At the start of this pandemic, during one of the earlier economy committee debates, I said to our faces what we need to do is rip up the economic rulebook, and that's what has largely happened over this last 6 months. And the reasons why the Tories introduced a furlough scheme was to secure jobs, was to try and stabilise the economy, but it was also to allow that fundamental principle of the market to continue, consumption. The consumers would go out and spend, because none of this money, I suspect, has been hoarded away in savings accounts or under the mattress of those who have benefited from it. It has been used to consume, which keeps the market ticking over. Now, that can be argued as to who that benefits the most. Certainly, I think those families who were saved by the furlough scheme have welcomed it very much. I think they'll be concerned by Mr. Allister's comments that 2 wrongs don't make a right, comparing the furlough scheme to bailing out the banks. They're not comparable. They're not comparable at all. One was right and the other was wrong. So those families who have been saved by it, I'm sure, have been very welcomed by it and will want to see it continue. I am concerned when I hear people, and I've seen this in the media as well, that Boris Johnson has made a decision. It's not going to continue. Boris Johnson never made a decision in his life. Boris Johnson takes a position. Whatever the moment in time is, whatever that position is, whatever suits that moment in time, Boris Johnson takes a position. As surely we've all learned from experience. And I think it's only right and proper that the Assembly debates it. The Welsh and Scottish Assemblies have also debated it. And we make a call on the British Government to continue the furlough scheme. Not because I blame the Brits for everything. I blame them for a lot of things. I don't blame them for everything. The COVID pandemic is not the fault of any one nation. I will have certainly, and Mr. Allister referred to them, my concerns around how certain governments have managed it in terms of healthcare, etc. But there had to be an imaginative response to it, and there has been an imaginative response to it. It would be foolhardy, even from a Tory point of view, to end the furlough scheme now, because the support it gives to the economy will be lost. And some members have made reference to the cost that will be in terms of unemployment benefit, opportunity costs that are lost, skill sets that are lost, industries that are lost. And that cost to the economy will be totally detrimental and long-standing and have a major impact for generations to come. Some Mr. Stalford referred to, and others have referred to, our children will pay for this in the future. Yes, they may well do if an economic strategy is put in place that workers pay for this. But why should workers pay for it? It has been a cost to the economy, to the Treasury. But the money that ended up in the Treasury came about as a result of workers. They created the wealth, they paid the taxes, went into the Treasury, and now they've got some of that payment back. So I don't think we should accept this principle or this idea that our children will pay for this. The way the economy operates is that the books have to balance. Somebody will pay for it. but let's introduce a fair and equitable taxation system. And I don't wish to be picking on Mr Allister, but me and him have a habit of doing it to each other. He referred to the politics here has to mature. Well, here's a challenge for us all. Let's establish the Commission into fiscal powers for this Assembly. Let's this Assembly start talking about and making decisions around tax varying powers, about raising taxation. Not necessarily raising a set piece of taxation, but tax has to be paid. Tax has to be paid to pay for public services. The question that we have to debate and answer is, who pays the tax? And I think that is a sign of maturity of this establishment and of the executive. So, in conclusion, I welcome and I would call on members to support the amendment and the motion. And I would also say the maturity of this Assembly is based on what we do next around fiscal powers.
Sir Matthew O'Toole concludes your I now call Matthew O'Toole to conclude and wind the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's good to see you back in the chair. I think it's the first time since we've reassembled that you've been in the chair when I've spoken. Yes, I'm pleased to be rising today to wind on our SDLP motion and also to be supporting the amendment laid by Sinn Féin. It's been a really useful debate today. We are often divided in this Assembly, but there is broad support for the principle of extending the furlough scheme to protect Northern Ireland workers, businesses and our families. I will make some general remarks, but I will also try and reflect on the debate more broadly, which, as I said, has been useful, broad. There are a few interesting comments that I'll pick up on. Some I don't entirely agree with, possibly some of the same ones that Mr O'Dowd picked up on, but possibly not for the same reasons. But I should say, to start off, I welcome Mr O'Dowd's commitment and interest in new fiscal powers for this place and in establishing a fiscal council and or a fiscal commission. Look forward to working with him and his colleague, the Finance Minister, on that. If we can get credible proposals, that would be good. Mr Deputy Speaker, this has been the most challenging and frightening summer in memory for many workers, in a public health sense, but also in an economic sense. Mr Deputy Speaker, in just over an hour's time, some of my staff and indeed some of yours will be participating in some online training on provision of universal credit. And the reason that's essential is because we know that in the months to come, whatever happens with the furlough scheme, we are going to see in our constituency offices a significant increase in people who are going to have to be supplied with universal credit provision. That is a very difficult reality that we are going to have to face, but it doesn't have to be as bad in the short term as it might be, and that's what today's motion and today's debate has been about. As we've heard, over 330,000 people in Northern Ireland are either receiving support through the furlough scheme or the self-employed support scheme. About 250,000 of those have been on furlough. Just under 1 in 8 UK workers are still on furlough, with the majority having their wages topped up by an employer. The withdrawal of the furlough scheme, obviously the taper has already begun, but the withdrawal of the furlough in total in October will be a drastic cliff edge both for the workers, their families and indeed for their employers. It is highly possible, as several contributors to today's debate said, that simply there will be a large volume of micro businesses in Northern Ireland that will not reopen their doors. Once the furlough scheme ends, they will have no revenue to pay their staff wages, staff who may have been with them for a long time. But once the furlough comes to an end, there is no plausible way for them to continue to pay them. My colleague, Pat Catney, particularly raised in a very heartfelt and passionate way the cause of small pubs in Northern Ireland, and several others, including I think Andrew Muir, talked about the stresses faces the hospitality industry. Not just Andrew Muir, I believe Christopher Stalford talked about it as well. I know all Assembly colleagues, I do know this is something that's universal across the House, that people are concerned about the volume of correspondence we are receiving from constituents, fearful for their jobs and frankly worried about their families' future. More than 40% of employees, more than 40% of companies have said they've already cut jobs, and a further third say they are likely to make workers redundant in the next 6 months. This month, BDO, the auditors and accountants, found that more than half of medium-sized businesses in Northern Ireland were planning to cut jobs once the furlough scheme ends. In the accommodation and food services sector, more than 4/5 of workers in Northern Ireland have been relying on the furlough to keep their jobs. Northern Ireland's 81% take-up is the highest in for that sector is the highest in the UK. And again, Pat Catney talked very clearly and resolutely about that sector. Indeed, others talked about the sector too. Kiva Archibald specifically talked about the need to increase flexibility. The amendment that Sinn Féin laid obviously talks about greater flexibility around entry requirements, and in addition to the extension to the furlough, and we welcome that and support it. In manufacturing, a higher proportion of workers in Northern Ireland are benefiting from the scheme than in England, Scotland or Wales. Several people talked about manufacturing in the aviation sector. Christopher Stalford drew particular attention to the impact on the manufacturing aviation, particularly in constituencies like East Belfast, and indeed I think East Antrim, John Stewart's constituency, and Stuart Dixon's as well. Last week, Mike Brennan, the Permanent Secretary in the Department of the Economy, warned that the full impact of the crisis has not yet begun. A conservative estimate for unemployment claimants in Northern Ireland before the end of the year is 100,000. That's an extraordinary number. We are a small jurisdiction. We're a tiny jurisdiction, less than 2 million people. And we're also a small community. The impact of 100,000 job losses will be extreme. It will be extreme for families and for communities across this place. So to those who say that this isn't mature politics for this Assembly to use its voice, and let's not forget that for 3 years we didn't have a voice, with respect, Mr Allister, for those to say that it's not mature for us to call for an extension to the furlough scheme, I think isn't... Yeah, happy to give way.
In fact, I said no such thing. I said that I supported an extension of the scheme, but I think we had to recognise, and this is where the maturity comes in, that you can't go on forever pouring money, that there has to be other ways to create employment and keep employment, because if there are companies which are never coming back, you can't keep pouring money into them. It's pretty simple.
Well, with respect to the honourable member, and just to take the point more broadly, he said that we have to face reality sooner or later was the point he was making, and he was talking about, he also made the broader point about us needing to be slightly more supplicant in our gratitude to HM Treasury. Well, I used to work at HM Treasury. I'm not under any illusions about the nature of that department and the work that its officials have done and the necessity of this scheme. Nor do I blame the Brits for everything, to use a phrase that people have used. I used to work in that department. It's not the case that we are in a situation where we're in normal social or economic times. The whole point is that our economy cannot operate at full capacity for the foreseeable future. We all hope it's sooner rather than later. It would be great if by the end of this year our pubs and hospitality sector and our retail sector were able to have a more normal Christmas. I'm afraid I don't think that's very likely. So the point is that the extenuating circumstances that prompted the Treasury to make this intervention at the beginning of this year, not at the beginning of this year in March, haven't ended yet, to be honest. They haven't ended yet. So therefore it's completely correct to extend this furlough scheme. And as John Stewart was saying, it isn't just, it isn't just people in devolved assemblies, it isn't just left-wingers calling for an extension to the furlough scheme. He mentioned Julian Knight, a Conservative backbencher, is calling for an extension to the furlough scheme. We aren't just talking about what you might see, Mr Allister, with respect as the usual suspects. So, as I said, 100,000. We could face a claimant count of 100,000 by the end of this year. The gravity of that number is enormous. I've talked about communities in Northern Ireland, but it's nearly double what we faced in 2012, 2013. And as we've heard, governments across Europe are working to implement variants and extensions to their own support schemes. Germany, France, Spain have already indicated they're going to extend those schemes. My colleague Nicola Mallon talked about that. I think others have too. I know there are some in this chamber who aren't particularly keen on looking to Europe as an example, but I'm afraid in this instance it's important that we do. So it's important that we echo the appeals of political leaders in Scotland and Wales to the British Government not to leave UK workers. Christopher Stalford, my constituency colleague, has left the chamber. He was keen to have a little pop at Nicola Sturgeon. That's entirely his right. I would say to my South Belfast colleague, as someone who's enthusiastic supporter of the Vote Leave campaign, if we're talking about political leaders who've made false and disproven promises, then I'm afraid the Vote Leave campaign will beat every political campaign in history, not just in these islands, but probably anywhere in the world. If we abandon entire sectors and hundreds of thousands of workers in a few weeks' time, we will regret it. Not just we'll regret it, our economy and our communities will suffer. The instinct of the British Government might be to move to austerity to counterbalance the wage subsidy schemes that have kept people in work. We know from the last decade that this does not work. I'm running out of time, so I won't talk in great detail about why it's wrong to think of a state's public debt liability as the same as a household balance sheet, but I'll leave it as this: it just isn't. They're completely different things. It's clear from Boris Johnson's recent actions, today's actions in relation to Brexit, that he's entirely reckless about the future of people in Northern Ireland. But it's important that we in this Assembly send a clear message today that we want to support workers, families and businesses, and we want to extend the furlough scheme. So I'm grateful for support, and I commend the motion to this House.
Thank you very much indeed. The question is that the amendment standing in the names of Kiva Archibald, John O'Dowd and Wailisa McHugh be made. Those in favour say aye. Aye. No? Contrary? No? Okay. Except the amendment has been accepted. So therefore the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary? No? No. The motion as amended is then carried. Thank you very much indeed. The final item of business then is item number 5 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.